Hey, welcome back to All the Marios. I'm the heart of the cards, Doc Phoenix.
And you can call me Copy Nick, because that's my name.
And today, we are doing something I've been looking forward to for quite a while.
It's a house. With
Get this idea, it's Wario! It's a Wario! We all love Wario, and he's watching TV and...
toys.
Game sales are way up!
Yeah!
Here's why.
It's Pyoro.
Pyoro. Is it that cool?
Is it? Tell me.
Ah!
Oh!
And so Wario has decided you can make money with the video games.
It's kind of meta.
And here he has a computer that he has purchased from the computer store.
So he bought a laptop, okay.
And he brings it back, and President Wario of WarioWare Inc. And now his house is a company headquarters, and he's pulled his computer out of the box and he's poking, and it's programming is kind of, it can be very dull if you're not of the right mind.
Oh, he's got an idea.
I got it. I've got my friends, like Jimmy and Mona.
Okay.
And Dribble and Spitz.
Okay.
And Cat and Anna, 9-Volt, Crygor, Orbulon.
Wait.
All of these friends that Wario has that now we are aware of.
Yeah.
That we've never heard of before. This is WarioWare Inc. WarioWare Inc. Microgames. I don't remember what the full subtitle on the
Apparently
thing is.
3:26 o'clock.
And this is, I assume this is Wario's laptop that he just got. This is his desktop he's got set up. He's got a mailbox on the left. He's got a treasure map and a chest of coins and a gem.
Applications that I think Wario would have.
Yeah. If nothing else, he's replaced all of the icons with custom treasure icons because, it's Wario. He's got to do that.
That's probably, one of the first things he did. He got the background as WarioWare Inc. because, he's professional.
It's his company, yeah. So,
he's got a...
All right, let's get started. So we start with a name entry. So let's go ahead and put in our name. Okay. Actually, wait. What is R button for chance? So you can get a random name. Trust Wario. No, I don't think we should ever trust Wario.
We probably shouldn't.
So, that presumably would put in a random name, and that would be what you get. And, it even has, lowercase and numbers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'll keep it in all caps, because I've already put it in. How about this? Okay. Lady type.
Yeah.
Diamond City 2000X.
Ooh.
The X is 3. It's 2003. That is when this game was released. And look at all these weird buildings around Diamond City, which is where Wario lives.
I'm not sure he paid a lot of money or a little money to get that plot of land.
Alright, well, Wario's working out here. And he's... Think you can beat my games?
Oh.
I mean, I'm pretty good at games, so yeah, I think I can beat them. And
why does he have
he's on a trampoline and jumping out of the house entirely, high into the sky, so that he can dive back in and enter his boombox? A boombox, which kind of looks a bit familiar. If you have,
Dodge!
And a game that kind of looks familiar. So, we have seen something incredibly like this before in the series, back in, Mario Artist Polygon Studio.
Stop me!
Yeah, a number of these games are taken straight from,
Speed up.
oh, what was it called again?
Dodge.
In Polygon Studio. I forget what it was called already. But, it was like the...
Attack!
Yeah, there was like the proto-WarioWare microgame thing there. Oh, we gotta aim and get the diamond there. So yeah, we are doing all of these very tiny micro games, and we are given very limited instruction sets of what we're supposed to do. And we're just kind of rolling with it.
Grab.
I got it. Boss stage. Uh-oh.
Spar!
So I'm pushing a button to punch. And a punch. And a punch. And it goes all the way around and BAM! Alright.
I think you won.
And yeah, that was that. And then Tiny Wario emerges from the boombox.
Chicken
And
nugget
a
or potato?
potato car and a shark car. Things from the games are escaping his boombox.
Why?
Somehow Wario programmed his games into a boombox.
Oh.
And now he's crushed them. This is how a weird Fey Dream programs games. Hey, you did it! Next it's Jimmy!
Next is Jimmy. Oh, we're loading.
We've got to load.
Oh, yeah.
Or
You know,
save.
2003 had some loading times. Okay.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Jimmy.
So,
it's Jimmy, baby.
Jimmy, baby! Sporting big hair and big sports. Leave me 15 cell messages to clear this stage. Hey! Doc, baby! Get your sport on!
Get over 20 and get the hookup.
So, we've got all these stages up ahead, and we've got our intro that we did here. Genre intro games. Let me just like, okay, I can press R to speed this along.
Huh?
You actually beat me! Well, Doc, I guess I misjudged you. Don't get too cocky. This part's just the intro. Just a warm-up. Basic games are fun. They're only the beginning. Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
So, let's just move straight ahead and check out Jimmy's sports games.
Let's leave some cell messages. Here's Jimmy's
Learn about Jimmy. Who's Jimmy?
Club Sugar.
Jimmy's Club Sugar. Jimmy's a disco man with big hair?
So...
You want to play my games, huh?
Oh, he's got a voice clip.
Sure. Okay. Let's rock.
We're both bobbing our heads.
Yep. Yeah, he's on the dance floor. He's incredibly disco. And he's getting a cell phone call on the dance floor.
Emoji, sync it!
The cell phone call was a game. And he replies with emoji, and oh, we've got another one.
Jump!
Yeah, jump, jump, jump. These are the sports. These are the sports that Jimmy made.
Chop!
Yeah. Gotta get it with the high power so you get through.
Making those emoji happy. Jump!
Jump at the right time to do the ski jump. Good.
Rally!
Tennis! How dare! How dare!
Balance.
Yeah. Okay. Successfully balanced.
Speed up.
Things are going
Finish.
pretty alright. Alright, gotta dodge around the giant snowball. Snowboarding down the mountain.
Hurdle.
Alright. Hurdling. We jumped a hurdle.
Defend.
Success.
Catch.
Gotcha.
Big glove. Shoot.
Yeah. Shoot at the top of the jump. Speed up.
Bounce.
So I'm moving the trampoline to make sure I'm still underneath the guy.
Jump.
Jump there.
Swing.
Swing. Swing, bada bada. Well, I hit it. I think that was a foul, but I think I hit it.
Boss
so that's
stage.
all we need.
Knockout.
Ding ding. All right. Oh, we're playing Punch Out now.
Punch Out, a fictional Mario game.
We dodge and we punch. And we dodge and we punch. And we punched him out. Hey!
Let's keep going.
No, we're done.
Oh.
Hey! We're
Jimmy's
done.
happy. Showing off his cell phone.
Walking off with his phone. There's a picture of a dog. Smooth groove.
I didn't even have a cell phone in 2003.
I mean, mobile phones were a bigger thing in Japan.
Yeah. But this is
At the
one
time,
groovy dude.
They were much bigger
Gelataria.
earlier on.
Tepia?
At the Gelateria? You did it. You're moving on to the next 3, man.
3? Oh my.
So yeah, now we have a choice of 3 stages. And also we've unlocked something over to the right there.
Well, let's see.
So yeah, this jump forever. You can jump forever. Got the fever for some jump rope? Excellent. Now get out there and jump. You can move left and right and jump. So we're gonna check out the side stuff later. All the weird side stuff going on. There's a lot of side stuff going on here.
There is.
Let me look at the options real quick. We can view the epilogues, like view the cutscenes. You can change our name, or we can delete everything.
You want to delete,
Delete all of your data. You know that if you delete your data, you can't get it back, right? Think about it before deleting. If we look at change name, you want to change your name? You're really weird, huh? Well, okay. Only name data will be changed, so don't worry about your game data. That's nice.
I don't think you're weird for changing your name.
You want to see the epilogues? Yeah, sometimes it's good to get all misty over the past. You do know you can only view cleared stages, right?
Oh. We should clear more stages.
Clearly. There's also grid. This is something we're going to be looking at a lot a bit later, but for now, let's got our 3 options. We got Dribble, we got Mona, and we got 9 Volt. Who do you want to see next?
Ooh. I don't know. Let's see. What is 9 Volt Steel?
9 Volt, genre Nintendo.
That's very meta.
I'm 9 Volt, the old school grade schooler. I got a mad mix of tunes and classic Nintendo vids for you. I'll spin the tunes, you clear 15 of my games. Doc, these bits of history are the best.
Well, if they're the best, we should go.
Obviously.
So
So,
we're going
down
to
at the school, Diamond Elementary.
Alright, alright.
Yeah, we've got 9 Volt here, going home from school. It's the evening. There's Dinosaur. There's just a dinosaur holding the school zone sign.
I'm sure it's fine.
Going back home,
Okay.
to his house. There's
9
some
volts are
kind of
huge.
ship in the background.
Oh, Game Boys.
Icons, Nintendo. Saw a Super Scope in there.
Hello. Yeah.
Nine Volt mixing up the hits and inserting a Game Boy cartridge with a magnet is probably not a good idea.
Do not matrix with stereo.
The game appears.
Avoid!
It's F-Zero.
You
We fell to the game, so here we are playing
Dodge.
balloon fight. So we got some kind of Dragon Quest going on over there.
Game appears. Connect.
Dr. Mario, we've seen lots of times. Next
Dodge.
game. I cannot move. I can only jump. Jump, man, jump.
Shoot.
Duck hunt. Shoot that duck. Cannot shoot the dog.
Squash.
Shit.
You
Fucked
took
up.
damage.
I took damage. My HP went down.
And the speed is increased. Swat.
That's that,
Mario
the
Paint.
Mario Paint fly swatting mini game.
Grab.
Our Rob, our robotic operating buddy, grabbing the blocks.
Enter.
So, here's all the Zeldas.
It's like the 3rd time Zelda's appeared. Dodge.
Dodge. Some kind of... This is like a Atari game.
Yeah, that's not.
That didn't look like
Shoot.
Nintendo. Gotta shoot this cowboy with a laser revolver? Not sure what that one's about.
Speed increased. Fire.
Just fire the missiles, fire the super missiles at the mother brain.
Draw.
Oh, I drew too early, it was foul.
You've taken damage. Game appears. Throw!
Shit.
You don't remember
I've always
that one,
been
do you?
terrible at the Virtual Boy stuff.
Boss game.
It's okay, we're at the boss fight.
Hit 6.
Okay, we got some kind of pitching machine.
Play ball.
Play ball! Says Mario. Yep. Okay, okay. Alright, alright.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, giving me those nice lobs.
Oh.
Okay. Alright. Alright, alright. It's okay, just need to hit one more. Really?
Okay, come on.
No!
No!
Well, I've been downed. Well, let's try that again. He's got 4 Game Boy Advances and 5 GameCubes along the bottom there.
Shit.
Alright, alright. We can do this. It's fine.
Let's do it. Get in the game. Shoot.
Hunt that duck! Okay, okay. Nice and easy dodge. Balloon fight.
Yep.
Balloon fight can get hard, but... Yeah, yeah. Stop moving! Why was it turning around? That's not how Goombas behave! Okay. Robot block. Laser cowboy.
Swap.
Gotcha. Okay. Alright, get into the cave. Dodge. Dodging this Atari car thing.
Speed up.
Fire the super missiles.
I think they're just regular missiles in Metroid 1.
Well, I haven't played Metroids, so there. That time I won at the Mario Clash.
Fire. You won.
Okay.
And here's the
Alright.
boss. You got a couple of tries at this.
Of course it's the sports that get me.
For some reason, this is Nintendo themed. Probably because Mario appeared for a second.
I mean, the pitching machine might actually be a thing that Nintendo made. Because they made, like, toys before they were making video games.
Yeah. We'll have to check. Sidebar, help me out.
Okay, and once I get the 6, it just stops. Alright.
That was 15.
Took 2 tries, but it's fine.
9 volt, tell us what we want. Oh!
This just in! The GBASP is here!
Oh no!
Pick one up today! Well, we've got to stop and go pick one up today.
I actually
On
have a
our
GPA.
hoverboard.
Oh, well. 9 volt is...
9 volt is 80s as fuck.
Yeah. The GBA SP was my first Game Boy.
Yeah, I had a Game Boy Color, but yeah, I'm actually playing on a GBA SP right now. And now we have 9 volt playing his GBA SP that he got, sitting outside the ice cream shop there. Wow, Doc, you rock! I admit defeat. You win. Yes. Yes, I do. Thank you.
Now loading.
So there's just a lot going on here.
And now we have a 2-player game.
We've unlocked Chiritorie. Again, we'll check out all of the side stuff later. But continuing on, we can do Dribble or Mona. Let's see what's going on with this big dog.
Yeah, Sci-Fi.
Hey, I'm Dribble. This is my pal Spitz. Survived 25 miles in the cab and we'll get you home. Science fiction's not our thing, but we've made some fine sci-fi games for you, Doc. Survive 25 miles in the cab and we'll get home.
That sounds strangely familiar to
Here's
other games.
Diamond's Taxi Company.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh.
Things are a little eerie.
It's getting dark.
It's a dark and stormy day. Working at the taxi. Getting noir in here.
Lonely night.
On the road.
Diamond City. I've driven these streets before. But this night, I had to pick up someone.
Where to now? That voice, it was like the sea. 10-4. So I guess that was me in the back seat there.
It was raining. I turned on the radio.
It says Crygor. The fare instantly went up to 77,777. Gotta land. Excite bike type thing there.
Sidestep.
Dodge arrows.
That's level 2. Shoot!
Yep. Is this the same tune from Wario Land 4 from that one stage? It's very similar.
Back and check, yeah.
Like, this is... All
Dodge.
of the things here are like the same general style as the Wario Land 4.
Yeah. Catch.
Like, it's very Wario. Also, we saw that game already in Wario's intro set
These
there.
are sci-fi.
Also, that one was also in
Pretty
intro,
sci-fi. Shut up.
intro game. Okay.
Blast
off. Okay, we just dodging the rocks. We're not actually trying to blast off.
Shoot
the question mark.
Doc! 10.
And
Dodge.
we dodge. Wario on his bike dodging traffic. Okay.
Attack!
Explode the UFO. With Wario in his little spaceship thing?
Sure.
Hit Mars. We have hit
Bye,
Mars. Goodbye, Mars.
Dodge.
It's firebombing this random scooterman?
Flee!
Flee! Giant soccer balls!
Assemble!
Gotta assemble our giant robot! That was good enough!
Looks like we're speeding up. Chop!
Chop that bamboo!
Escape!
Gotta keep away from the glass with our little people.
Dodge!
I didn't see what was happening quick enough.
Collect!
Yoink! Some kind of Pac-Man-like thing there.
Beam!
Mario just shot a beam that exploded Bowser.
Stomp!
This is also stomping a Goomba. Again, we saw that.
Grab!
And again, we've seen this.
Dodge! Boss!
Yeah, some of them, the fact that you do not know what buttons you have to press can be, rough. Okay, we're doing some kind of, top-down shooter.
Shmup! Can you hold down the button instead of rapidly tapping?
I can, in fact.
Hey, you got power-ups, too!
Okay, and now we're doing 3 shots. And now we got a shield.
That's neat. And bonus points, okay. What's this?
Black hole.
And a
And a marble. We've shot the marble into the black hole.
Okay.
And we're just blowing up all of the things here. We got all of our shot. Oh, now the bonus pickups are just like smart bombs, destroying everything on screen.
What's this? Do we have a boss? Uh-oh.
Ah, some kind of
Space
thing.
Void.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I need to hit the nucleus, it would seem.
Yeah.
What? Okay. Okay. Got it! We've completed the shmup stage. And there's our 25 miles. We've made it home. To a lighthouse?
Well, to the sea, because her voice was like the sea. Because, you see...
Apparently I'm a mermaid. I don't think these are very reliable narrators. Goodbye. Wow.
And as the sun rose that day, I waved goodbye to the mermaid I took home in my taxi.
Hey, we forgot to collect the fare. Well, now they're just gonna hang out at the ice cream shop with everybody else. Get some soft serve. Whoa, hey, Doc, all clear. We misjudged you, pal.
What's with everyone judging you wrong?
I don't know. I think they just judge everybody. They're very judgy people. They're Wario's friends.
I guess that makes sense then. Wario likes judgy
Alright.
people.
So we got another thing unlocked there. Whatever, that's not important. Mona! Genre strange. Hey, I'm Mona, and I'm super busy. I'm late again, so I've got to ditch 15 cops to save time.
Sorry, what?
Those other games are boring, but not mine. They're strange, but perfect for a girl like you, Doc. Let's ditch some cops? The Galateria.
What?
So we're at the ice cream shop, and the manager there is opening up.
I suppose someone who tries to ditch cops is a friend of Wario's, yeah.
So Joe, and we've also, Mona's here. Joe's clocking in, 7:53.
Oh, I see. She's got 7
And,
minutes to get to...
Mona's late, scootering all across the countryside.
Oh, she doesn't live in Diamond City.
I guess not. She probably has, like, a nice villa out in the countryside.
Oh dear, yeah, she's way out.
Not sure why she works in an ice cream shop. Maybe it's just her idea of
Oh,
fun.
no.
Uh-oh. School children!
And pandas.
Slowing us down. We gotta go fast now. We're almost
Uh-oh.
late. 5 minutes left. Jesus, the fuzz!
Step on it, Mona!
The elephant? Mona's got a tiny elephant. Shooting at the cops.
Oh, there's more of them!
I mean, this is the appropriate way to treat the police.
Use
We
a
got a
pig.
little pig and soccer ball. Take him out. Break through that windshield. Oh, God, there's a lot of cops now. Yeah, that's what cops do. Got our monkey. Monkey's got a banana. Toss that banana peel. Getting Mario Kart up here. Monkey's locking on.
Brush the teeth!
Gotta brush those teeth. We've brushed the teeth.
Hit!
Yeah, that took out a cop. Pick the nose.
Nose picked! Gotta catch the toast!
I missed the toast. Cop's getting us.
Speed up!
Sped up.
Pinch!
Got him. So these games are in fact weird.
Detonate.
Boom! Fireworks!
Boom! Fireworks! Sniff!
Tap button! Sniff snot!
Tilt!
Tilt! Gotta tilt to drop the ball.
Steer!
I gotta steer our little paper airplane. Alright!
Aim!
Aim the fire hose to put out the fire.
That man was on fire.
Well, now he's not, and he's thankful.
Fry an egg!
Fry an egg! We have successfully fried an egg. We didn't drop the egg on the floor.
Don't know if the
Princess
cops are
would
speeding
not
up.
like that. Thread the
Thread the
needle.
needle.
Alright, got it.
Look
Look
out!
out! Ah! Oh! I
We're
got
closing
stomped.
in! Squirt!
Oh no, I missed!
Deploy
Boy.
the airbags!
Success! I saved the crash test dummy.
Boss stage!
Alright,
cop!
what's our boss? Pound!
Pound!
Nail. Okay. We gotta hit this hammer.
Giddy up!
Got to hit this
Nice.
nail with the hammer and not miss.
Uh-oh. That's
Okay.
it!
Shit!
Hold on!
I missed. I screwed up because I hit the wrong side again, and I crushed his thumb onto the bent nail. The cops have caught Mona. Well,
This is really
let's try
exciting.
again. Okay. We're gonna get it this time.
Get the toast!
Got the toast.
You won't be late for school.
Now we can run off with the toast in our mouth.
Gotta brush your teeth.
Yeah, after having that toast in our mouth for so long.
Indeed.
Speed up. Fry that egg.
To go with the toast?
You said you gotta have a healthy breakfast.
Of course, complete.
We'll
Tilt.
have our egg toast. That didn't really continue following the line of thing we were doing there, but
Have some
whatever.
bananas. Detonate!
Boom! Alright, oh, this guy's on the top floor.
Yep.
Okay, saved him. It's okay. Everything's okay.
Steer.
Dang it!
Paper airplane exploded. Pitch!
Got him. Okay. It's okay. Everything's okay. Everything's fine forever.
Speed
up more. Okay.
Look out!
Look out! Alright, gotta dodge the foot. Alright, dodged it this time.
Deploy.
Okay. Okay.
Thread.
Thread that needle. Got it. Alright.
Squirt.
Okay. Got it in this time. It's okay. Everything's okay.
Alright. Time for that
Now
boss.
we're gonna pound that nail. I'm gonna do it right this time. Okay. Gotcha. Oh. Okay. Okay, one more. Got it! Pound that nail directly into the cop. And we've made it, and all our little friends are happy, because we made it just on time. Phew. Yay! Congratulations, you arrived to work on time. Now we have a party, I guess.
Hey. Cute.
And we successfully ditched all those cops. So they'll never trace us back here. Now that the ice cream shop is open and Mona's there, serving people.
She has a devilish smile.
Get out of here! Wow! Talk Girl, you did it! Yay.
Loading. Looks like we have a funnel stage here.
Some kind of boss stage. Jimmy again!
Jimmy.
Oh no, it's Super Saiyan Jimmy. Remix number 1. This funky mix is from Dribble, Mona, 9-Volt, and me, Jimmy. Get 20 cell messages to keep shaking. Practice these games on the game grid if you want. Get over 25 and get the hookup. Well, So, doing a remix here.
Remix.
Still getting our groove on the dance floor. Ah, his hair came off.
I suppose that's why it's a different color.
He has detachable hair. Alright, oh, this time the toast has bite at it. Taken out of it in the corner.
Shoot!
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Aww.
I missed the message.
Dodge.
Huh. Okay. Okay. So yeah, these are harder versions of those games. Ah, we got a whole bunch of things to balance now. Yeah, speeding up. There's a pea hat.
Shoot!
Got it in.
Blast off.
Gotta dodge things. Okay, okay. Aim. Big fire. Put it out.
Shoot!
Got him. Eat that weird cowboy statue.
Thread.
Thread? Okay. Thread the needle. Gotcha. Swing. Okay. Baseball is okay. Jump. There was a second jump. Okay.
Egg is smaller.
Okay.
Dodge.
What?
Okay. Throw!
Gotcha. Taking out a boo with a shell.
Deploy!
Dang it. Okay. Yeah, things are harder here. It's okay. We can do it.
Just gotta get your groove on. Rally!
Tennis is easy when you don't have to move.
Squash.
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. This time the Goombas behaved as I expect.
Brush.
And didn't, like, randomly
Brush bar.
turn around. Okay.
Dodge.
Oh, a lot of spikes this time. That's okay. I'm good at old games. Duck hunt and balloon flight.
Assemble!
Gotta get our robots together. Okay, good enough. The head was a little crooked there, but it's good enough.
Finish!
Yeah. Get our ski free on.
Dodge.
Whoa. Okay.
Dodge.
Lots of dodging happening.
Shoot!
Okay, murder a cowboy.
Thread.
Alright. Got that.
Fire. Some
I
Rickas there.
didn't shoot it enough there.
Jump!
Yeah, there we go.
Bounce!
Yeah. Catch the guy. Alright.
Escape!
No!
Dodge!
Okay. I successfully dodged.
Throw!
Gotcha.
Swing!
Okay. 18, getting close. Whoa. Boss stage.
Boss.
Okay, it's punch out again. Dodge and punch. This guy, he's got 4 hearts. Ah, dang it. Dodge punch.
Does he always punch to the left? Or right? Oh!
Super punch. Okay. Alright. Successfully cleared the remix. Let's watch Jimmy dance more. It's also a new cell phone he's got. A new mobile phone. It's gold instead of blue. To match his new hair. And now he gets a picture of the sheep. Oh yeah, nice beat.
Sheep have a nice beat.
Hey, you cleared it. Move on to the next 3, man.
Yeah.
So things are just kind of rolling fast through. I certainly don't really have much time to breathe and talk and think about stuff.
Yeah?
So, our new set, we've got Orbulon, Dr. Crygor, and Cat. Who do you want to see first?
Don't know. Should we even take a break to catch our breath?
Yeah, let's take just a moment to kind of sit and look at some things.
Yeah, jeez.
So yeah, things going on. Weird stuff happening. Wario has all these weird friends in Diamond City. And yeah, friends. Whew. I don't really have anything to say.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's just like
lots
so much
of things
happening
real fast.
Yeah.
In WarioWare.
No,
Now,
let's
a lot
keep
of this
going.
is. A lot of these games are like diegetic, so they're not really happening.
Yeah, these are the games that all of Wario's friends have programmed for him for his company.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so Orbulon, Dr. Crygor, or Cat? What do you think?
Well, I guess we'll just start from the left and move on.
All right, Orbulon, genre IQ.
Hello, life form. I am Orbulon. My travel device is malfunctioning. I need to gain 15 yards of altitude to escape. My games can be taxing, especially to craniums the size of mistocks.
Hey.
But I'll include more time units to give you a break.
Jerk. Well, fine. We'll play your games. Your IQ games. Your space pig. Your space pig got hit by a rock. Good. You deserve it, jerk. Now you've got an alert going on. Yeah, run off to your space elevator?
Escape pod?
SOS. Okay, we've called in the
Space
some kind of
ambulance? Oh, space bunnies.
space bunnies.
Space tow truck.
Oh, dropping the space tow. Yeah, they're gonna tow us out of here. Good.
Nope.
Okay, no, it's just the escape pod for him.
Inspect.
Okay. Pretty sure it was a normal GBA. Okay.
Haze.
Jimmy is revolting. Okay. We had a lot of time on that one. Match. This. Okay.
Pour.
Yeah, just in here.
Your ramen is complete. Count.
1, 2, 3. Okay. There were 3 frogs.
Speed up. Search.
Search. Target is... Okay. I found it. Kind of weird
Decide.
little... This one looks different. It was missing 1 grape.
Watch.
Okay, that was some kind of
Select.
lettuce. Okay.
Watch out.
Where do I go? Where do I go? In here. Phew. Become block.
Remember.
Right, left.
Please. Good. Speed up. Search.
Looking for that cat with stripes.
Nope,
I guess
you
I
have
was supposed to
select
push a button.
it. Which is heavier?
Big Turtles is probably heavier.
The most wins.
It's red.
Choose.
That was incredibly simple. Barely moved them at all.
Boss.
Alright, what's the IQ boss? Outwit! We're in some kind of dungeon crawl.
Oh,
it's
it's Hungra!
You can attack now. What will you do? Hook punch or hiccups? Punch?
Hook punch is an attack.
It hurt it a bit.
Hungra is attacking. What will you do?
Lodge or dodge? Let's dodge. I don't want to lodge. I don't want to get lodged in a
Try
thing.
using magic.
Impose or impost? I guess impose? Guess that's a real word?
It's on the ropes. Last chance. Time it and press A.
Okay. That time it was moving automatically up and down.
Coup de grace. You felled Hungra.
Alright. I had 333 HP. Well, Orbulon has successfully been rescued from his broken space pig. Earthling, prepare to be dazzled by alien powers.
Shucks. Bye.
Yeah. Again, he kind of deserves that. He's a big jerk. Drop him into the planet. That's a very small space pig.
Yeah, his pig is not as big as you think.
It's crashed into the tree. And now he's stuck in a tree.
You have cleared. Does not compute.
Is he a robot or
I don't know.
Orbulon's weird.
He's not consistent.
But I guess Wario's is friends with a random alien? Anyway, continuing to the right, Dr. Crygor has genre reality. Hello, I am the genius Dr. Crygor. I made a miscalculation, and now I have an output error. Urgent! Flush this thing 15 times to restore order. My games are realistic. Doc, let us begin. Okay.
Miscalculation. Oh.
Crygor's lab. Out in the ocean. Okay.
Science.
Got our science, beakers and measuring cups and,
Ooh,
glass
nicely.
stirring rods.
Yeah, science makes me excited too.
He's wearing a jetpack of some sort, dancing with a rose in his mouth. Uh-oh. Did he?
Uh-oh.
He just drank some science. Why did you drink the science?
That was not water.
He made a miscalculation. Those are some weird clocks. They have 4 hands. He's got a fancy toilet.
It's a science toilet.
Now he's made an output error. So we have to help him flush.
Cut!
Okay. Reflect. Okay. Just have to stop it at the right spot. Eat! Tap the button. Just tap the button to eat a banana. These are realistic games.
Bounce!
This is realistic? I guess it's just like
Fight!
It's photographs. I fought in the wrong direction.
Sleep.
This cat was not asleep.
Nope. Eat!
Okay. This time we ate an apple.
Speed up. Assemble!
Assemble. What? Okay. I thought I was gonna be like the robot where I moved the thing on the bottom, but no, I guess I was moving the thing on the top.
Pinch 2.
Okay.
Drop.
Put that strawberry on the cake.
Shake.
Okay. Successfully shook hands with the dog.
Smash 2.
Smash. These weird little claymation things?
Boss.
Okay. What's the realistic boss?
Defend.
Okay. Okay, I'm aiming this laser eye beams to destroy the rocks coming at the Earth.
From a vase?
Some kind of stone vase in space? Space vase. Very tiny rocks. Okay.
Oh, face itself?
Alright. And it spits out things that I gotta shoot. It spits
It
pretty
can
far.
teleport.
Okay. Okay. I have no idea how much health it has. Okay. We've saved the Earth! And we've saved Dr. Crygor's plumbing. Phew. Dr. Crygor has a W mustache. Uh-oh! We didn't save his plumbing at all! Now his lab is flooding!
Dr. Crygor, you're part robotic. This is bad.
Just eruption. Just launch. Okay, well, he's got that jetpack, so everything's fine.
Except it malfunctioned.
I don't think Dr. Crygor's a very good mad scientist. The bird has saved him. Okay.
I wonder if it's a relative of the owl.
Maybe it's a robot bird. Maybe he surrounded his island with robot birds. Okay, now his jetpack seems to be working. Either that or the bird is just not being shown because it's too small.
It's a very tiny bird.
He's just kind of floating by the ice cream shop now. Very good indeed. My dock theory was valid. Yes!
Crygor believes in you.
He does. Unlike that jerk Orbulon. Alright, last of this set. Cat. Genre, nature. Hi, I'm Cat. My little sis Anna asked me to use my ninja cuteness and save Princess Doc in room 25. We think flowers and animals are neat, so we put them in our games. Apparently I'm a princess?
Then they're ninjas.
So, the ninjas, Cat and Anna. This is my castle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, you have a castle.
I have a traditional Japanese style castle.
There you are.
Yeah, there's totally me. And I seem to be getting attacked by some kind of demon ghost.
Yeah, skeleton samurai ghost.
Oh no, I've been cursed! Princess Doc must be saved! My loyal ninja have come to save me, but most of them are bad. Come, challenge me! Uh-oh. So they send a message off into the night by carrier pigeon. I've been possessed. This is probably bad. And here we have distant shrine maiden with a dog.
Ah, it's her sister.
Ninja girl, save me! Man, this story is involved.
Thus began an epic journey across the fields and mountains to save the princess from her cruel fate.
Also, there was a dog. It took a year. Just, sitting up here for a full year.
Being possessed. Oh! It's time. Come to me. Catch.
Ah. I've lost part of the sword.
Catch!
I missed again.
Stop me!
So the number of the room I'm in is being displayed in Japanese.
Shoot.
Photograph this flying squirrel.
Jump.
Eat. Okay, I successfully ate the shapes.
Dodge.
Jump. Okay.
It's kind of nature-like. Lick.
Yank. Some kind of delicious butterfly or moth or something. Some kind of snail platformer. I don't know what that says.
Speed up.
Probably says speed up, yeah.
Dodge. Catch.
Catch fruit.
March.
Okay. Keep in step with penguins.
Flee.
Okay, Junie.
Clear.
Okay. Alright.
Drop.
Yay, we helped the mouse get the fruit.
Pick.
Picked a fruit and a plant grew out of my head.
Attack.
Alright, speeding up some more.
Scare him.
Gianana.
Grab.
That came from the other direction. I wasn't expecting that.
Finish.
Oh. Okay, Okay!
Boss? Or finish?
No, I lost.
Oh.
Yeah. I am persistent. It's true. Yeah, a lot of these are, the first time that you see them, you'd have no idea what the hell is happening. I think in later games they get better about, making it clear what you're supposed to do from the start.
Maybe. We'll see.
Like, because, like, literally all we get is the one-word instruction. We had no information about, you know, what button do you need to press, what buttons are available, what are you even controlling?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nana. Gotcha. Speed up. Hachi.
Pick. Up.
This one.
Yeah.
Yes. Q. Okay. Q.
Catch
fruit. Okay. Don't need to move. Everything's fine. Juichi. Escape the soccer balls. Junie. How far was I supposed to go again?
15.
No, because I passed 15 before.
Oh.
We're on 14 right now.
25?
Because, yeah, this is 15.
You missed.
Okay, if you miss, you die.
You only had 2 shots.
Ah. Well, okay.
In your bottom left. Scare him!
Scare all the little people. Bear.
Pick up.
Crane game. I got a rabbit. Chihachi. Stomp these weird pseudo Goomba things. Chiokyu.
Collect.
Yay. Yeah, this is 20, so it has to be 25. I made it!
Yeah.
Need you, knee. Keep the cat covered from the rain. Okay. Need you, son. Ah. Okay. Had to make the little bird jump.
Boss?
Yep, this is boss fight time.
What is the ninja boss? Jump!
Okay. Some kind of weird platformy thing. It is jumping automatically, so I'm just controlling the movement.
Okay, and when you lift off of the platform, it goes away.
Yeah.
You seem to
Okay.
be a lemon.
Okay. Alright. And there. And there. And here. Okay. Okay. This is going okay. That's a tiny little platform. Things are getting smaller now. Alright. It's fine. We got this.
It's a good thing you're good at video games.
It is a good thing that I'm good at video games. Now we need to land in this water.
You put the lemon in the lime. Juice.
And here's room 25.
Oh no!
Uh-oh. Ah, but the dog. The dog is a sword.
A huge sword.
So it would seem the pink one, who I assume is Cat, is a better ninja than her sister Anna. Oh, such strength. And so the demon ghost thing is defeated.
And the curse is broken.
Yay, I've been saved. And so has Anna. And then the eternal dusk has lifted.
And all was Sakura leaves again. So let's
Yay.
go have ice cream.
Yay.
Yay.
They're sitting on the awning.
They're ninjas, they can do that.
Princess Doc, you are the victor. Impressive.
Well, you did most of the work.
Well, we've got another remix, probably? Yeah.
It's Jimmy in red.
Remix number 2. Check out this batch by Orbulon, Dr. Crygor, and Cat. Get 20 sale messages this time. Practice these games on the game grid if you want. They're over 25 and get the hookup. Alright, time for red flavor Jimmy. Still dancing. Still mostly the same dancing.
Does he have a red cell phone this time?
We'll find out. It's pink.
Eat!
Okay, got the little snail guy.
Oh yeah.
Snail platformer.
Match.
Match.
Up.
That is this one.
And right.
Oh, there's another one. Okay, gotta do 2.
Shoot!
I did not quite get it, damn.
Potato!
Potato.
Potato. Eat!
Eat. Delicious banana. Speed up.
Side.
This one.
That one was a little tricky. Clear.
Gotcha.
Drop. Bounce.
Ah. That man was smaller than the other man.
March.
Phew. Okay.
Speed up. Choose.
I'm very good at this,
4-cup Monty. Cover.
you know, damn it!
Smash 3.
Bop, bop, bop!
Jump.
Okay.
Finish.
Okay, okay. Run across whales.
Pick up.
Yoink! I got a bear.
Drop.
Strawberry on this
Delicious.
little chocolate cake slice thing.
Most wins.
Pretty sure it's red. Yep. Yep.
Search. Orange cat. That's steady. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you have to push A to decide the target.
Yeah.
Okay. Because other ones you didn't, other similar games you don't have to do that.
Knockout.
Okay, we're doing Punch Out again.
But this time versus the
Ow.
cyborg.
Bam. Bam. Okay. Ow. Okay, he's fast. Whoa. Okay. Got it. Okay. We made it.
20.
Yay. Get to
Yeah,
groove
boogie.
out some more.
Boogie down. Check your messages, Jimmy.
It's Wario.
Oh!
That's one hot rhythm. Wario is a hot rhythm. All clear. You're cool, man. But next up is Wario.
Uh-oh. What's Wario got for us?
Well, let's see.
Wario's had all this time to study the programming language. To actually learn how to make games.
Genre? Anything goes! Doc, who knows how you got this far, but good luck getting through the rest. Open 25 files. There are all types of games in this Wario collection, and they're the best in the world.
Ooh.
The best in the world. Alright, so all of Wario's friends have gathered at the ice cream shop, and so back at WarioWare Inc. Here we have Wario.
Yeah,
He's
like I said,
continuing
he's
his
been working
programming,
away.
yeah. Wario's wall is a bit broken there. I think he smashed... Right, my games are the hardest yet!
Ooh.
I think that was like the bedroom that we saw at the start, and he smashed the wall open so that he has more space for filing cabinets. For expanding his business.
His laptop.
Nom nom nom.
What was it doing? Oh!
Well, now Wario enters the laptop, because he's a weird Fey Dream Imp, and he does
Designed!
that. The Wario eyes. Okay. Yeah, here we are in Wario's
Raise.
computer. Alright, we gotta turn the crank to raise the flag. Okay. Dodge.
Potato. Collect.
Okay. Yoink. Playing Mario Brothers in there.
Munch.
Eat that sandwich, Wario.
Catch.
Tiny Rod. Aww.
Aww. Pinball.
Okay, interestingly, that one I was pushing left to hit the
Stop
left
me.
flipper and A to flip the right flipper. That was a little weird.
Speed
Up.
up. Dodge.
This time Wario's in like a big monster truck.
Attack.
Zap, zap, zap. Okay.
Sweep.
You gotta get... Okay, okay.
Drop.
Whoa! I missed. I missed the winner too.
Shake.
Okay. Get all of the apples out of the tree.
Dodge.
Excite Bike! Tiny Excite Bike! Wario was giant.
Grab it.
Damn it! Okay. Yeah, I figured I'd have to take this one, at least a couple of shots.
Collect.
Alright. I'm good at Mario Brothers, that's good.
Pinball.
Okay. Boink, boink, boink. Hit that Wario nose. Dodge. Okay. Ha ha ha.
Tricky
Potato.
potato. Raise.
Okay. Rotate it clockwise.
Design.
This is Wario's mustache and nose.
Munch.
Okay.
It's like a hot dog.
Eat that. It's like a hoagie.
Catch.
Okay. Phew. Stop. Gotcha. All right, all right.
Perfect. Here we go. Tack.
Zap, zap, zap. Okay, just made it. All right. Phew.
Fleet.
Uh-huh. Woo. Almost. Almost lost it there.
Shake.
Uh-huh. Give me them apples. All right, all right.
Grab it.
Yoink. Get that mushroom. Get the Wario land.
Smash.
Ah, we're playing, Vermin.
Dodge.
Shit.
That wasn't dodging. Dodge.
Okay. Whip, whip, whip. Okay.
Collect.
All right.
Squirt. Ah!
That was squirt with a question mark.
Escape.
Oh. Okay, my button there was A to...
Shoot.
Okay. Okay.
Stop.
Bump, bump.
Grab.
Ah! Okay, that faked me out, but I still made it.
Avoid.
Dang it. Okay. Okay.
Let's do this. Come on. Munch.
Eat that sandwich.
Freeze. Catch.
Dang it!
Collect.
Yoink. Okay.
Dodge.
The
Shark betrayed
shark
you.
can also be tricky. It is not just the potato that is tricky. Okay. Okay. Tap everything. Okay. Give me that mushroom. No mushroom for Wario.
Wario.
Yeah. It's a good thing I know how vermin
Works.
works.
Drop. Fleet.
Okay.
Boy.
Okay. Dang it! Okay.
Hot dog car.
Wiener car. Damn it!
That's tricky.
Okay.
Okay.
I wasn't sure about that one.
That was tricky.
Okay. I like the flag one. That's nice and simple.
Grab.
Okay. Excite-Bike one is also pretty simple.
I like how they're Excite-Bike size, but he's not.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that one just moves very fast. Okay, okay. Nice and simple there.
Yeah, we're doing good. Yeah.
Fine collecting. I'm good at that. Alright. Explode the squirt bottle.
Karate?
There we go.
Perfect. Shoot him down. Avoid.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Grab.
Okay.
Yeah.
Doing good this time.
Stomp.
Alright.
Yes.
Boss. Boss time.
Go. Dodge.
Okay. Okay.
Watch out.
This is a complicated one.
Watch out ×2. Grab on.
Alright, now I'm on a jetpack.
Attack.
Smash. Dang it. Okay, okay.
Grab him. Faster. Faster. Max speed. Smash.
Ah!
Attack.
Okay. I have this boomerang. Got it. Alright. Okay. Alright. Now, success.
Alright.
Alright. But not really. How do I get out of here?
Run, dummy.
I'm just kind of holding right and tapping A, and that seems to have done it. Okay, I got out. I'm not 100% sure that I was doing that quite right, but it worked and I won. Okay.
Is Wario going to escape from his laptop?
He seems to be having some trouble, but okay, he got out. Phew.
He had a lot of fun, didn't he?
Yeah. You did it! My masterpiece!
Yeah. He's gonna have some ice cream?
Yeah, he's gonna stop to have ice cream with all of his friends. 3 weeks later.
Wow.
Okay. Quick turnaround. This Wario game? Will it really sell?
Looks like he's from Animal Crossing. Will it?
Apparently, yes. You greedy punk! And Wario runs off with all the cash, giving none to his employees / friends. And he goes to escape in his rocket ship that he has. You remember how he has a rocket ship? We saw it at the end of Wario Land 4.
Oh, poor Mona.
Off he goes.
This is the going into space theme.
And there's Dr. Crygor.
Oh no!
Ah! All the money! And so they fall into the sea.
Where the mermaid lived.
And the money was gone forever. That's WarioWare Inc.
Wario. Jimmy T. Mona. Oh.
Dribble and Spitz. They get linked together, Cat and Anna.
Yeah.
So...
I like all the voice clips.
Yeah. It's the same, like, Mona's Elephant, Piggy, Chin Chimp, and Paw the Dog, and the Boneheads, and his crew, Gelato Joe, the Space Hare, GB, Don the Sparrow, Ken the Reporter, and the Diamond Police. They get the lowest. And there's me.
Yeah, you're important.
I was very important to this game. Either way, I'm still a cat. I hate everybody. Yarr! So yeah, that's the story mode of WarioWare Inc. So it's time for some cleanup, going back and checking out some things. So we have all of these stages. We're going to be going back to each of these stages, actually.
Okay.
So there's a couple of things going on. First of all, there's this grid.
Yeah.
So each time, the first time that you see a microgame in a stage, you unlock it in the grid, and there's enough microgames that just playing through the stage one time, you're not going to see them all. So you kind of have to go back and replay them a little bit. So we're going to go back and check out a little bit, because there's actually a little bit more in there. We read Wario's little thing here before when we played through it. It's the same thing that he said after we cleared it the first time. But you go back in. It's the same, like, story. But now, instead of it ending after you clear the boss stage, you get a 1-up. You restore 1 miss after clearing a boss stage, and you get that little animation. This, like, interstitial animation. And then it goes level up, where you get the higher difficulty level versions of the microgames now.
Okay.
Now, these animations also have interactability. So, if you push A, something will happen. Like there, Wario turns on or off the TV. After you clear the second boss stage, you go through the same number of stages to clear the thing out, the same number of microgames. You get to the second level boss stage, and you get a second animation. You do that a third time, you're on the level 3 games, you get to this third animation, and at that point, you stop getting animations, you just get this endless playing microgames for however much high score you can get.
Okay.
So, we're going to go through each of the stages and just check out those 3 animations. We'll see the actual microgames later when we go through the full grid.
Okay.
Well, here, hey, it's Jimmy with the Super Disco Do. Hey, Doc, this party's just getting started, baby. Digging the sports games? Doc, baby, let's keep shaking.
We gotta get the hookup.
We gotta get the hookup, gotta get over 20. So yeah, getting the hookup is impossible the first time through, but you go through again, and Jimmy's got a cat on his head.
He's a cool cat.
And the second animation, the cat's hair changes like Jimmy's hair changes.
Oh!
So, you can lose the boss stages and still progress in this. The cat lost the wig, because that's Jimmy's wig.
Oh.
So...
Oh.
So, this is the hookup, as he said. We've unlocked a new one of these side games, which we'll be seeing later.
Dr. Wario,
We'll look at that
give me the news.
more in depth later. But let's check out Dribble, Sci-Fi. Hey, it's me, Dribble, again. Cabbies, Spitz, and I keep collecting fares. And O's and hairs. But our Sci-Fi games are the hub's cap, no? Doc, we work like dogs on this lineup. They work like dogs on this lineup, so we
And cats.
gotta play it. So, their first interstitial, they're just pumping gas. They're off duty. They gotta refill gas in their taxi. And then this gas is some powerful stuff.
Indeed.
Now we gotta rest them bones. That's not resting them bones at all.
No.
That's launching into space. So, with Dribble and Spitz, that was kind of annoyingly tough, because the original goal was 25, so to get all 3 animations, you need to hit 75.
Mona.
So, Mona, with her strange games. Hey, enjoy Mona's world! I'm at work, but hang out and play my games. Doc, way to go, girl! Playing my strange games makes the others seem boring! Doc, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's...
Defeat cops.
With her, you press A to change her outfit. She has a lot of outfits. Mona is very fashionable.
It's true.
And on the third level, she gets a panda suit and a Wario suit, which is maybe not super fashionable, but I mean, I don't know fashion. I'm a
Mona
weird
seems to, though, so...
So I guess dressing like Wario is fashionable.
9-volt.
9-volt here. I've got wicked tunes for wicked games. Doc, the music's hip and the games are hipper. Nothing but classic Nintendo gems. These never go out of style. So here he's just being a DJ, spinning the things. I don't know DJ.
Spinning the cat.
He also likes cats. He'll pet the cat. The cat makes disc crash noises. Also, his pet's name is Shag.
That pet seems familiar. I don't know why.
We've seen that in several of the Microgames.
Oh.
That weird little square-shapey
Shag.
thing guy.
Okay.
We've seen that.
Well, I guess we'll add that to the list of characters.
Its species is Frank.
Oh, Jimmy.
Now, the remixes don't have their own animations. I mixed a funky jumble of games by Dribble, Mona, 9-volt, and me, Jimmy. Practice these games on the game grid if you want. So yeah, they don't have animations, but they still have the hookup. So we gotta get the hookup.
Right.
So that's all I did here, was just played through until I lost and I got the hookup and
And who are you
unlocked a
hooking
new
up
thing.
with this time?
This time we're hooking up with the little bug? Fly Swatter.
Oh.
It's the Fly Swatter game.
Huh.
Orbulon! Hello, Earthling. It is Orbulon. Earth is nice, but my IQ games are tough for humanoids. You, Miss Doc, managed to pass a few, so your cranium matter is sufficient. Orbulon's still an asshole. But he likes to dance. Each time you press A, another one of them starts dancing. Now, he's desperate to dance with people, so there's many things to dance with. And then he can swap his head with one of the rabbits.
Neat trick.
So that was Orbulon. He's still a jerk.
Yeah.
Crygor! Hello, Dr. Crygor here. An experiment in fun is now in progress. Doc, your input is desired. My reality games are scientifically void of boredom! I disagree with that, but... So on Crygor's interstitials, he is looking back and forth between his two science drinks, and when you press A, he'll drink the one that he's looking at. The one on the right is always bad and makes his tummy hurt. The one on the left makes flowers appear. And then he dances all wibbly wavy. Cat and Anna. Nice work! Support Cat and Anna! We practice every day to be mean ninja cuties. Did you like the nature games? We want to know, because we worked so hard on them. As long as Princess Doc likes them, we're happy. As loyal ninjas should. Let's get some refreshments.
Dango!
Look, sleight of hand. It's a flower. And I do like snacks. That's a nice looking lollipop. This one took me a while.
Yeah, this
Like,
one was pretty hard. The
Couple of
first time
hours
through,
to get
yeah.
to the 75 for the nature games there. That was rough. Remix 2. This mix includes jams by Orbulon, Dr. Crygor, and Cat. Practice up on the game grid if you need to.
Ooh, we got
Gonna
another
get
hookup
the
coming.
hookup at 25. Managed to get to 46.
Yeah. And we got a hookup with... Ooh. An hourglass?
Kind of. Now the hourglass is the loading bar. It's sort of hidden behind
Oh.
the bar there. It's Sheriff!
Oh.
Again, we'll check this all out
Jimmy
later.
knows the sheriff.
It's me, Wario! Yeah. Listen, Doc, just get the high scores. I call the games in the Wario game collection anything goes games. You impressed me, Doc, but not that much.
So this is going to be a pain.
This was a very big pain. This took a lot. Wario dreams of burger. And Wario dreams of gold.
Yeah.
Money. And finally, Wario dreams of Mona.
Aww.
Wario thinks Mona is cute. This is vital character knowledge.
Yeah.
Alright, so we're done playing through the story stages now.
Right.
Time to go to the grid.
Okay.
So, we're gonna be on this for quite a while, because, you know how long it takes us to do, like, the Mario Party mini-games? It's like a week to go through all of those.
Oh my gosh.
There's a lot more of these. Hey, wake up! It's me, Wario! I made these games for novice saps like you to practice on, Doc! Complete the game grid for a reward. If you clear microgame goals, red flowers will appear.
Okay.
So, start looking at our microgames. Crazy Cars. We want to clear 20 points. Don't get smashed by the crazy cars! Press A to jump. So, on the grid, each of the microgames has its own goal. This one is 20 points. You play the game over and over, and you need to clear it that number of times total to get the little red flower to appear. You do that for all 213 microgames. And you get an unlock thing. So here we have Crazy Cars. This is one that was originally in Sound Bomber in Polygon Studio. So for each of the games, it's got the difficulty level 1, 2, and 3. On difficulty level 1, this is just a very simple, the car goes through. You jump it. On level 2, there is a chance that it will try to trick you by stopping. Sometimes that happens. If that happens, you just do nothing. There's just a tiny car. Also sometimes, and I think we saw this when we were playing through the story mode just straight, the car will just come up and then turn around and drive back. So, I'm pretty sure those both only happen on level 3. Level 3 also has the possibility, it can stop to try to trick you. It can also jump to try to trick you, like that, where you need to not jump yourself and just do nothing. For level 2 and 3, there is also still the chance that it will just drive straight through. So, on the grid, as you're playing through the games, you get the level 1 version, then the level 2 version, then the level 3 version, then it speeds up and loops back to level 1. Repeat until you've lost 4 times. And again, the goal is to... The point total that was shown in the description there, which was for this 20, we just hit that. And I just barely made it. Crazy Cars is actually really tough. Like, I disagree with it being in the intro game section. It's hard. But yeah, we get the little red flower to show that we've beaten the score there. We just need to do that for every one of them.
Dodgeballs.
Dodgeballs! This one we need 15. You'd better not let your tiny car get crushed by the huge boulders!
Well...
D-pad to move.
Huge boulders the size of... soccer balls.
Huge soccer balls the size of boulders. So on level 1, there are 2 soccer balls. On level 2, there are 3 soccer balls. You drive around to try to avoid them. And on level 3, there's 4 of them. I actually found level 3 to be easier than level 2. Partially because I played level 3 so many times trying to get 75 points on the final Wario stage.
Yeah.
And on the final Wario stage, all of the, like, the intro games are included kind of scattered throughout all of the other stages.
Right.
And as they are included in later stages, they start out on higher difficulty levels than the other games from that stage.
Right, right.
So in Wario's Anything Goes set, all of the intro games in there are always at level 3. So I played the level 3 version of this so many times, just trying to get through that I really got down how the 4-ball movement interacts, that the 3-ball movement really threw me off a lot. Especially once it starts getting incredibly fast. It's like, at this point, once it gets past, like, 9, then it's going faster than it will ever have gone in the, like, the normal...
The main game, yeah.
Main game, yeah, I think.
And your tiny car only goes so fast.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Like, the entire game speeds up, so, you know, the car moves faster because the game moves faster, but that just means it's harder to control.
What we got next?
Wario World!
Oh, I get it.
Stop my spinning face in the right place, will ya?
Okay.
Press A to stop.
That's pretty simple, actually. Stop me!
Press A and you stop the thing. This was another one that was originally in Sound Bomber.
Right, and this is, the more difficult is the smaller.
Yep, as the level goes up, the little wedge gets smaller, so you need to be more precise with your timing. But it's an incredibly simple game otherwise. So, Wario World is actually a GameCube game that comes out later in 2003. We're going to be playing that before too long. That's the joke on the name here.
Oh, of the world, not the world.
Yes, Wario World, as in a planet, world, place.
Which, does Wario still own his own planet?
As far as we know, it hasn't exploded on screen or anything.
And hasn't been terrorized by Toad.
Yeah, Toad never went to the planet. He just attacked Wario's forces in the Mushroom World.
Yeah, the Wario's woods.
So, yeah, Wario's planet is perfectly fine, as far as we know, again. That's presumably where he was planning to go with his rocket ship and the stolen loot at the end of the story here, before ran into Crygor, who was just kind of floating by there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of weird stuff in this game.
Yeah. I don't know, Wario seems to have a pretty nice life going on here in Diamond City.
Yeah, so where is Diamond City? Like, at first glance, it's like, oh, this is like a modern-ish city, so this is probably somewhere on Earth, but you look at it a bit more closely, and, like, there's talking animal people, there's ancient Japanese castle in the middle of the city. We're saving face. I don't know why it's called that. Don't let the stick slip through your mitts, Butterfingers!
Oh, that's why.
Press A to catch.
Does it... Wait, no, that doesn't make sense.
It really doesn't.
Okay.
So this is another one. It is basically, effectively, the exact same game as the Wario World, where you push the button with the right timing. As the level increases, the timing becomes more precise. It's just the presentation is different.
There's a lot of games that are going to be like that.
Yeah, they reuse the same concepts a lot, but the presentation does mean a lot.
Yes.
Like, in this, you don't get to see the wheel going round and be able to time it like that. You have a very short time between the hand releases and now you need to grab at the bottom. So, like, that changes that aspect of it. The amount you're able to see in advance and, like, prepare.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Diamond City. Diamond City is definitely somewhere in the Mushroom World, I think. Like, there's too much weird things in there. I don't think that much has been exported from the Mushroom World to Earth yet. It's entirely possible, but, like, Mona... When Mona was stopped by, like, that horde of school children, there were a lot of, like, pandas...
Yes.
And other critters, pandas and, like, pigs and such in there. I don't think that there's been enough connection between Earth and the Mushroom World for that many people to have crossed over. So, pretty sure Diamond City's somewhere in the Mushroom World. Diamond Dig. Here's a newsflash. I'm greedy!
Oh!
Guide me to the diamonds! Now! Left and right to aim.
Well, okay then.
Here's another one that was from Sound Bomber. A lot of these intro games were from Sound Bomber, and almost all of the games in Sound Bomber were ported to this.
Which I think is just clever, really.
Yeah. Like, they changed all of the graphics, obviously. It's Wario instead of whatever generic model you had in Polygon Studio that you were using. And also, like, they kind of made things... They cleaned it up a lot, made it look a lot more nice, rather than just, like, very plain black and white lines on things. So, yeah, here, you need to guide Wario into the hole. On level 1, it's just open and clear. On level 2, there's this little one tiny block that gets in your way, that may or may not actually get in your way. Actually, is it always... I think it's always directly above the diamond. Yeah. So on level 1, there's, like, half of the space directly above the diamond is blocked off. On level... on level 2, half the space above the diamond is blocked off. On level 3... there's the full thing above the diamond that's blocked off that you need to weave around. Level 1, open and clear. So. In this, if you're, like, moving actively when you hit the ground, you can kind of slide along it. So it's sort of like Tetris or Dr. Mario that way, where you can, if you are moving, you can kind of continue to slide. But, like, once you have stopped moving, you stop, and then you can't go anymore, and you've landed and lost.
That's getting fast.
Yeah, it gets really tough when you get to the high speeds. Like, some of these games, it is... For me, at least, I found it almost impossible to get, like, much higher than the goal score. For others, I just went way beyond anything that they ever asked for. Repellion? Not sure why it's called that. Destroy the UFOs! You've only got one shot per UFO, so don't miss!
UFO?
I just like saying UFO instead of UFO, personally. Anyway, you get left and right to move, you press A to shoot. You've got limited shots, as he said.
One UFO per difficulty level?
Pretty much. Which is to say yes. Yes, so... yeah, you get level 2, there's 2. Level 3, there's 3. You move and you shoot. If you miss, then you explode, because you don't have any spare shots.
So, on the note of where Diamond City is located...
yeah, so...
part of me wants to say it is, connected in some way to Animal Crossing.
I mean, I'm not going to discount the possibility, but, until we potentially, like, we would need more evidence.
Yeah. Because we haven't really seen animal people in the Mario universe.
No, not really.
They don't really come up.
So, my thought is, it's in the Mushroom World, but it's not in the Mushroom Kingdom.
Clearly.
So, it's a different country, possibly a different continent. We don't know much about the broader Mushroom World. We really only spend time in the Mushroom Kingdom itself.
Yeah.
But we do know that the Mushroom World also contains the Congo Jungle, where the Kongs rule.
True.
So that's often someplace far distant from the actual Mushroom Kingdom. I can only assume that Diamond City is in another principality somewhere, off in a distant, another island somewhere.
We know so little about Diamond City.
We do. WarioWare?
I get it.
It's chilly! Hurry up and get some clothes on me, will ya? Left and right to move, Wario. So, level 1, you've got his little under-night shirt that he starts his boxers on. Level 2, he's already got the shirt, because you put that on, you get his shoes and his shorts. And in level 3, you get his jacket and his hat falls faster than the jacket, so you gotta grab that first. And this is actually an interesting point to mention. This is the first time we've seen Wario in this outfit.
Yeah, actually.
With, like, the biker helmet and the ripped leather vest and
this
pink
will be
shorts.
his sort of style for the rest of time. Right?
Yeah, as far as I know, like, I'm pretty sure this is what he looks like in modern stuff. Like, we'll still see him in his classic, Mario doppelganger outfit. With the yellow hat and purple suspenders, but... Like, this is his more modern... Like, this is his look as a businessman. This is his brand look.
Yeah,
I think.
This, like, when you think of Wario as an individual, instead of as
Instead of as Mario's rival.
Right. You think of this version of Wario.
Yeah. So yeah, Diamond City.
Yeah.
What do we know about Diamond City? We know it has an elementary school. We know it has a castle where I am apparently the princess.
Yep.
With ninja. I have an army of ninjas. This is a real thing.
Yep. It's got modern businesses, including taxi service.
Yeah. It has modern technology. It gets stuff from Earth. It has Nintendo.
Yep.
We have seen in the past, we know Nintendo does exist within the Mario universe.
Yep.
And presumably Nintendo made Mario games within the Mario universe as well, because 9V has them.
And we've also seen them and played them within Donkey Kong games.
Yeah, Cranky Kong did... No, not Cranky Kong. It was just in the factory. There was a Donkey Kong arcade machine.
Yep.
So, these games do exist within the Mario universe, just they're about the things that happened. Anyway, Hectic Highway. Don't smash into any other vehicles, you roadhog!
Where are you calling us out?
So here's another one that was in Sound Bomber. For this one, level 1, Wario's on his motorcycle, a nice small vehicle. Level 2, he's in a car. And level 3, he's got this monster truck. There's not really much difference between levels 1 and 2, but level 3, you are noticeably larger. There will also be, occasionally, you'll get on the road... There'll be like this red monster truck that it is driving very slowly, so it comes down at you very fast. It's like damn near impossible to actually react to, I found. This was another one that I thought was far too difficult to be considered an intro game. Like, because especially when it gets to like decently fast, like the third speed up level of fast, I could not react to, like, half the things coming down here. Like that.
One of those intro games that earns its place on the final stage.
Like, I'm... Like that big...
Yeah.
Orange-red truck thing. Like SUV or something. So, yeah, I barely got past the goal score on this one. The maze that pays. Don't miss any of the coins in the maze. Get them all, or I'll never forgive you. So this, you just press direction to move. Once you have started moving, you won't stop moving in that direction until you change directions. You grab all of the coins in the maze before the time runs out. On level 1, there's only one section of corridor that has coins. On level 2, there's 2 of them. On level 3, there's 3 of them. I actually find level 3 a little bit easier because it shows a very clear path from the start.
Yeah.
Like, there's always a clear path to go from the start to get all 3 sections of coins. Also, it wraps around left or right, so that's very important to be cognizant of. Otherwise, like some of those setups on level 3, you won't be able to clear without using the wraparound. So, yeah, Diamond City, again, it's got Nintendo stuff, it's got modern technology, they just got the GBA SP, so, they have, like... pretty
up-to-date.
Quick. Yeah, they're very up-to-date on Earth technology being imported. Presumably that's Wario's influence. You know, his businesses on Earth have helped to secure imports to Diamond City, profiting him massively, of course.
Probably. Now, there's just so much to wonder about this, though.
Yeah, I'm hoping we'll get to see more about Diamond City in future WarioWare games.
Yeah.
Because here we've gotten a very small glimpse of it. And there's definitely a lot more to be seen there. And I am really looking forward to seeing more, because, like, is this a city that Wario just built himself, built up around himself? Is this somewhere that he moved to and has slowly been kind of taking control of by, like, befriending the important, influential individuals around? There's the Diamond City police force that I have to assume is completely in Wario's pocket, because if they're not, what the hell is he doing?
Like, the fact that it seems to be mostly inhabited by humans, not mushroom world denizens, that means something.
Well, let's consider Isle Delfino had the Piantas. We have never seen Piantas outside of Isle Delfino.
Right.
So, it stands to reason that there can be entire countries of humans elsewhere in the mushroom world that, you know, we've never seen them because they're off in another nation.
Maybe.
So yeah, Diamond City, somewhere, some other country where humans are the majority population.
Like, we've...
Super Wario Bros. Flatten the Goombas! They're so annoying! Gah! Wario hates Goombas. He finds them annoying.
Don't you?
Not really. Goombas are people. Anyway, level 1, there's 1 Goomba. Level 2, there's 2 Goombas. Level 3, there's 3 Goombas. The bouncing is automatic. Your only controls are move left and right.
I was wondering about that, actually. Why were you keep bouncing all the time?
Because that's the game does that.
Okay.
Your only controls are left and right here, so... you get 4 bounces. You land on the ground 4 times, so... On level 3, you get to miss once. And otherwise you need to hit every one of your bounces.
We have seen maybe 1 native human to the mushroom world.
And I mean, that's something that will require evaluation.
Right?
At some point. That's something that we've kind of glossed over for why are the mushroom people ruled by a human princess.
Like, okay, so maybe Daisy, Peach...
Yeah,
Do
they're
we know
the
any
only
other humans living in the mushroom world?
They're the only ones that we know of. Maybe Diamond City might be in Sarasaland. Like, we've seen parts of Sarasaland, but none of the, like, inhabited parts. We've never seen any of Daisy's citizens. We've only, like, seen the weird wilderness areas around Sarasaland. So maybe it's there.
You know, that could also be where the Golden Pyramid was.
It could be.
Which would explain why Wario set up nearby.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Wario set up in Diamond City because that was the closest area to the Golden Pyramids. Or was he living there beforehand? Because we know he had a house.
Yeah,
where he received
actually.
the newspaper at that time.
Yeah.
I spy. Guess what? I'm sneaky. Don't let me out of your sights.
Wait. That Wario.
D-pad to move the light. So you move the spotlight, and you just need Wario to be in the spotlight when the game ends. On the higher levels, your spotlight gets smaller, and Wario moves a little bit more erratically. So, level 3 here, it's a very small spotlight. Like, you can allow Wario to leave the spotlight for a little bit. It's just the most important thing is he needs to be in the light at the point when it checks at the end of the microgame.
That small period of time right before the bomb explodes.
Yeah. So yeah, what if Wario moved to Sarasa Land? Again, this is pure speculation. We don't know where Diamond City is, but it very well could be Sarasa Land. It could be that Daisy's kingdom is mostly populated by humans.
Yeah.
Wherever it is, it's clear that Wario's been here for a while.
Indeed.
He has a lot of friends, people who are willing to work for him without being paid up front.
Work with him.
So, like...
Despite him explicitly saying things like, "Newsflash, I'm greedy!"
I don't know exactly, like... Maybe his friends don't know much about his business dealings, they just know him as, like, a party guy or something?
Maybe? I don't know. I imagine he is really good at parties.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like, did you see that guy eat an entire onion?
Mugshot! Don't let my mug slide off the counter, ham hands!
Please stop insulting you.
It's very abusive. Anyway, you press A at the right time to grab the mug. It's another timing one. On level 1, the mug comes along. On level 2, there's a chance that it will come from the right instead of the left.
Oh.
And on level 3, there's a chance that'll happen. Where it'll, like, fake you out and a different mug will come. Which slightly changes the timing. It changes the timing just enough that if you try to, like, jump the gun and go a little early, then you'll miss it. So, it works the same way as the Crazy Cars, where there's only a chance that it will try to fake you out on the higher levels. It might just do the normal cup go across.
Give me a beer, barkeep.
So, how did Wario make friends with all of these weirdos? Like, I'm guessing he just individually met them in various places, and, like...
Or met them all at the ice cream parlor. They all seem to hang out there.
I think they only hang out there after having kind of met and become a group, maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know. Like, we haven't seen any connections between them outside of them being friends with Wario. So we don't know if any of them were already friends beforehand. Some of them, like, definitely couldn't have been friends beforehand, I'd imagine. Like, Kat and Anna. They're my loyal ninjas. They don't go places. One of them was off in a shrine? Somewhere with a dog? Just living on her own? 9-Volt is an elementary school student? I doubt that he'd be friends with, like, any of these weird adults.
I don't know, you might be friends with Dr. Crygor.
Yeah, could be. I don't know if Dr. Crygor is friends with anyone, though.
Maybe Orbulon.
Yeah, Wario is friends with a random alien?
That makes sense for Wario.
Boss stage, sparring Wario. Knock the punching bag off its chain. Come on, you wimp! Still very abusive. So, boss stage. Press A to punch. You punch at the right timing when it comes back towards you. The ball will flash red when it's the right timing. And then it goes around, and when it swings around, you push the button at the right time to knock it off the chain, and you win.
And these boss stages also have 3 levels of difficulty, right?
Yep. So, on level 2, the ball has... It takes more punches, like it's a heavier ball, so it gets up more slowly. And then it, comes back down more often. More times before it swings all the way around. Level 3, same thing. It's like a heavier ball. It takes longer for it to build up the momentum, I guess.
Yeah.
Wario's fists are very elastic in this, I guess. Or the ball is very elastic. It's just translating all of that momentum back upwards. All of the boss stages in Grid have a clear requirement of 5 points, which means you never actually need to beat any of the boss stages on level 3.
Huh.
Because you get a point even when you lose. So you will always get at least 3 points for free from your 3 times that you lose. And then the 4th time that you lose, you don't get the point. Because it ends, but...
Huh.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Weird.
So yeah, I think most of Wario's friends are connected primarily through Wario himself.
Yeah,
I don't know. Like, okay, maybe Jimmy and 9V had a connection, because 9V is apparently a successful DJ?
Yeah, that's possible. Like, Jimmy's got the hookup.
Yeah, maybe Jimmy is the social hub that everyone connects through. It's like everyone was calling him on his cell phone.
Yeah.
Although, some of them, like Orbulon and Crygor, they seem like outliers. Also Cat and Anna, because again, they're my loyal ninja. Maybe I sent them into town at some point. I don't remember my own history, apparently.
It's hard to say, given that they would be loyal ninjas to whoever put their name into this cartridge.
Yeah. The player. Just, the player is now a character on my list. But regardless of anything, they are ninja. They probably don't just, like, go into town that often? Maybe?
I don't know. They live in town.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't know.
We just don't.
Although Kat might not live in town? Or at least might have been off on some kind of pilgrimage for a while? Because she was somewhere distant in some weird shrine. And had to be summoned to defeat the demon.
Yeah. Unless that was part of some, like, elaborate storytelling.
Yeah, maybe that could have just been a story that they were telling around their games.
Yeah.
That's like how they presented their games, was this challenge thing.
Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, just like, did Spitz and
Dribble.
Did Spitz and Dribble really see a mermaid?
Yeah, that a lot of these are probably, some of these at least, are just like stories that they're telling around their games. But, like, others of them they're just kind of, nothing's really happening. They're just kind of going to a place and doing their thing.
Jimmy just dancing.
Anyway, that's it for Wario's grid. The intro grid, rather. Alright, continuing onward. Jimmy's grid with the sports games.
Yeah.
What's the word, bird? Jimmy here. For the sportswoman in you, Doc, I got games that'll make you shake that body. Well, listen, baby. When you finish playing, go outside. Promise, Jimmy, okay? I will promise you nothing, Jimmy. I am a weird shut-in.
And not a bird.
Log Chop is the first one. Karate is like my cologne. Overpowering. Gathering up strength to split the log.
That's not good.
It is not. So, you hit A, and you wanted to hit it while the bar on the right is up within the red zone. And on level 1, you get 3 blocks of red. On level 2, there's only 2. And on level 3, there's only the 1 block of red.
Okay, so that's like number of frames of
yeah, how many bar ticks you have available to push the button within to get it good.
Animation frames you have too.
So, it's very simple microgame.
Yeah.
Once again, push button at the correct time. Timing gets more precise. That's that. So, let's talk some more about Diamond City in general, and well, specifically, let's talk about. So, I've actually got the manual up. I've pulled that up, and we can read that now.
Oh, okay.
Because I should have done that before, but I was too overwhelmed by all of the everything happening in the game.
There is a lot that happens in this game.
So let's take this apart and just have a look at it.
What do we got?
First of all, we've got our little map of Diamond City, which shows it's basically only showing all of the places that we got highlighted, all of the places for each character and their stage. But it gives us like a nice little overview of what this looks like. You know, it's a coastal port city. We did know that. It's got a lighthouse. It's got Crygor's lab off the coast. It's got some suburbs. It's very suburban overall. Very lush. Some palm trees.
So probably like a California or
yeah,
West Coast?
that's kind of latitude, at least. So, Wario, looking at this map, says, "This is Diamond City, or as I say, my city." Next game, Fruit Shoot. Keep it on the straight and narrow. Target the apple and keep shooting till you hit it. A to shoot.
Straight and narrow, shoot the arrow.
So, for this, you hold down A to charge up your shot. And as you charge up your shot, you'll see the little reticle there will move upwards as you pull back on the bow further. So you want to release it when the reticle is over the apple. In this game, you can fire the bow as many times as you have time to do within the limit. So, even if you miss, you can just try again as long as you've still got time to do so.
Okay.
Level 1 has you shooting the apple off of this tall lady statue, the Venus de Milo. Level 2 has you shooting it off of this Cupid, and level 3 has you shooting it off of Dog. So, this is actually, I found easier on level 3, because on level 1 you have to, charge it all the way up, which, means you don't have to release it as quickly, but also it means that if you screw it up, you don't have enough time to pull it back all the way again, really. So, one thing that it does help with is, once the reticle is over the apple, it will actually take a little bit longer for it to move to the next step up than, all of the other steps through. So, not all that difficult. At least I found. It's a different kind of timing thing. So, Wario thinks of this city as belonging to him. And he claims, "I've made this place into one sparkling gem of a metropolis, don't you think?" Now, I would disagree with it being called a metropolis, but,
Some people might disagree with it being his city.
yeah, so this kind of... It's a little difficult to say what this means, because Wario would lay claim to anything that he lives in, I'm sure, regardless of how much actual claim he might have over it. But, it could suggest that Wario has, done significant amount of development in the city. Perhaps he either found the city and moved in and built it up a lot, or he's built the city from the ground up. We're not sure yet.
Heads up!
Heads up! Time to play catch. Ain't no thing but a chicken wing, baby. I don't know why you'd say that, but
You got a glove.
You got a glove, you move left and right, and you gotta catch the ball when it comes to you. And on each difficulty level, your glove gets smaller. If the ball hits you in the face, that's a loss.
Oh.
That's not good. So yeah, you see on level 3, it's like a normal-sized catcher's mitt, as opposed to larger than your head. So yeah, Wario thinks that the city is his.
I mean, some people say, like, you know, New York is my city. But, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it's
Wario.
It's Wario.
Yeah, yeah.
So, let's look at Jimmy.
Yeah.
So, here's Jimmy's description block in the manual. You know, each character has, like, their introduction that they give in the manual. So here, in the manual, he's got, hey, it's Jimmy T. Big moves, bigger wigs, and only the biggest sports games. To boogie with me, you gotta send me cell mail. And you say that you and Wario are really tight? That's cool. Come on, let's hit my favorite disco and get funky till dawn. I know Wario looks offbeat, but he and I go way back. Plus, he always sends me cell mail. So, Wario and Jimmy T go way back. At least according to Jimmy.
Yeah. Oh, next game.
Boing! Don't be a downer. Move the trampoline to keep the jumper jumping. Left and right to move the trampoline.
No chicken wing puns this time? Or?
No. So, this game is a little tricky when it first comes up, because you might expect, oh, I'm gonna control the guy who's bouncing, but no, you control the trampoline.
Right.
You just need to make sure that the guy lands on the trampoline, and the trampoline gets smaller each difficulty level. So, pretty simple there. His bouncing is pretty randomized. It like, you don't control it in any way. He'll just go certain directions at certain speeds and angles. So, that's bounce. So, Jimmy.
Yeah.
So he likes a cell phone, which, I mean, it's 2003. Cell phones are still kind of a newish thing. At least, like, the kind of phone that you can carry around, and he likes getting cell mail, or as we would call them these days, text messages. Or, like, emails? Because there's also, like, you can get images. So,
I'm looking up mobile phones that were introduced in 2003.
So, while you do that, I'm gonna pontificate a bit about... So, Jimmy and Wario, if he is to be believed, they go way back. And that would mean that... I mean, we already kind of guessed that Wario's had a lot of things going on in the background that we haven't been privy to.
Right.
You know, we've only really seen him when he's going on his big treasure hunting adventures. And also playing sports with the rest of the Mario gang.
Yeah.
So, there's clearly a lot that he has been doing. Making friends, building businesses, building a city. Or building up a city, at least. And... who the hell even is Jimmy? I think he's probably a business partner of Wario's. Because Jimmy strikes me as kind of an eccentric rich guy. Like, his hair is a big wig. He likes disco. Spare me! Bowling's as slick as polyester. You get one shot to rock the block. Press A to bowl. So, it's bowling. The aim will bounce up and down on its own, and you press A when it's aiming the correct direction to hit all of the pins. You need to hit all of the pins. If you leave any, then it's a miss. And on level 1, there's 1 pin. On level 2, there's 2 pins. On level 3, there's 3 pins.
Okay.
There will never be, like, a split that you have to worry about. They'll all still be, like, pretty well together. So, it's not that hard. Until, you know, it gets super fast, at which point it's as hard as any other game that gets super fast. So yeah, Jimmy strikes me as, like, an eccentric rich guy. He's into disco, so, you know, he probably was a young adult in the 60s and 70s. Or 70s, probably.
30 years?
Yeah, this would be, 2003, so yeah, that would have been 30 years after the 70s, 20 to 30. So, yeah, he's presumably bald under that little cap, that metal cap that he wears, that he puts his wig over.
Yeah.
So he's probably an older guy. And, yeah, I think he's just, he has this whole disco thing that he's put together for himself as, like, his business brand.
When did Wario first manifest as Wario?
Oh, let's see, so...
Based on our timeline.
That would have been around... So, it was... We first saw Wario as Wario in Mario Land 2.
Right.
But we know canonically this happened immediately after the events of Mario Land 1.
Mm-hmm.
Batter up!
Okay.
You a one-hit wonder? Take one swing to do your thing. It's baseball. There is a pitcher who throws a ball, and you swing the bat and hit the ball.
Or don't hit the ball, because the timing is kind of hard on this one.
Yeah, this is one of the harder timing-based ones. Especially because, like, the amount of swing that the bat needs to go through before it, like, is in a spot to hit the ball. Also, sometimes the ball will disappear after the pitcher has thrown it.
Well, yeah, there's the three types of balls that a pitcher can do. There's the fastball, the curveball, and the vanish ball.
So, yeah, you just need to hit the ball. It doesn't need to be, like, a valid shot. It could be a foul ball that goes way off to the side. As long as it connects with the bat, it is a success. So, on the three difficulty levels, I'm pretty sure it's just the difference is the speed that the pitcher throws at, and also the what possibility that he'll throw the vanishing ball is higher on the higher difficulty. So, yeah, Jimmy, I think, well, right, Wario first showed up Mario Land. So, let's check our timeline here. When was Super Mario Land? That was back at 89. 1989 was when Super Mario Land came out. So that was,
That is the earliest possible time Wario could have met Jimmy.
My thoughts on the timeline, once we get through next game here. Baseline Bash! You down with that whole tennis thing? No! And keep the party rocking. I will not! Press A to swing.
You just need to keep the rally going.
You just need to keep the rally going. And it's... The difficulty level determines how high the tennis ball is going. So the lower it goes, like, the faster it's getting back and forth between you, and so the more times you have to hit it. Something kind of interesting that I started to see in this game. When the speed gets very high, sometimes it will get so fast that you won't have to hit things as often. Like,
yeah!
You know, on level 1, the ball goes slow enough, you only have to hit it once. On level 2, you have to hit it twice. It's going fast enough And on level 3, you also have to hit it 2 or 3 times. But, if you'll notice here, we've got level 1 here is just the normal 1 hit. Level 2 now, we hit it once. Okay, in another couple of speed-ups, you'll see the game will actually end before you need to hit the ball the second time. So, it paradoxically becomes a little easier for some of these games when they get particularly fast. Wario timeline. I believe the first time that Wario could have met Jimmy and other people here. Well, no, right. No, because these are... We were saying Diamond City was probably in the Mushroom World, because it's a fairly mystical place with weird animal peoples and such. But it might not be. It might not be.
Yeah.
Is the thing. So I don't know. Because the one thing that I'm thinking of is we do know the first time that Wario visited Earth. This was in Picross 2. Yeah. When he crossed over to just start doing... like, looking around and, some amount of archaeological investigation, some amount of just kind of examining cities on Earth and seeing what they're like, and just what people do there day to day. You've got to understand the world to be able to do business there. You have to know what the people need and what they will pay for.
Right.
Butterfly stroke. And swimming. This should be a disco dance, baby. Do the butterfly to the wall.
This has nothing to do with dancing. What are you talking about?
I mean, he's got a brand. He's got to stick with it. So the controls here, up and down to swim. It'll... See there, you start by pressing down, and then you want to press up immediately afterwards. And then, you'll do the first butterfly stroke there. And then... after, a brief delay, you'll be able to do the next. You just want to hit down and then up as quickly as possible, and then, as soon as you can, again, hit down, then up. So, you don't necessarily want to just mash down up over and over, because there is that delay a little bit between them. Difficulty level affects how far each stroke sends you. So on higher difficulties, you need to do more strokes to get to the wall.
Okay.
So yeah, we know when Wario first went to Earth, but we don't know what sort of, exploration he did around the Mushroom World before or after that.
Yeah.
So, it could be really any time after his first appearance. My impressions on it. Let me have a quick look at Wario's timeline specifically.
So, we know, or what we're guessing, is that Diamond City was the city that Wario was at the beginning of Wario Land.
So, Wario Land 2 was the one where his castle got stolen.
Right.
Wario Land 3 was the one where he fell into a music box.
I'm thinking of the Golden Pyramid.
That's Wario Land 4, yeah.
So at the beginning of Wario Land 4, he was already established in Diamond City.
Yeah, that's what I would assume.
Yeah.
Because the general look of the city in that opening cutscene, it feels close enough at least to what we saw in Dribble and Spitz's story here, to say that there's some area of the city that looks like that.
Yeah.
Hammer toss.
Oh.
Hammer throws the funk. Do your spin and get the sphere in the orange.
What?
Get the sphere in the orange. Do your spin.
What does that have to do with hammers?
So it's the hammer throw.
Oh.
The Olympic event, hammer throw.
Right.
The athletic thing. So you spin around with this heavy iron ball called the hammer. And the only control you have is press A to toss it when you're in the right zone. So it's basically a different version of Wario World.
Yeah.
Where it's a spinning thing and you need to time it in the right time and you hit it when it's within the the section.
But there's like
That's
a
good.
slight bit of momentum.
Sorta. So it's I think a little bit harder than Wario World, just like the presentation of it, and yeah, like the momentum is like how fast the guy is spinning. Like he starts out spinning slow and then he gets up a bit of momentum. So like if you're trying to time it on his initial movement, then you might go too early or too late. So Wario was already in Diamond City by Wario Land 4. When did he get there? Now, something that I've noticed and something that I'm thinking now. I wonder if Diamond City is in Jewelry Land. Do you remember Jewelry Land?
That was from the Super Scope?
Yeah, Yoshi's Safari,
Yeah.
the Super Scope game. Because Jewelry Land is a place that had humans.
It kind of is, isn't it?
And it would follow Diamond City and Jewelry Land. Anyway, balancing act. Can you keep your cool? Shake it left and right to keep the packages balanced.
That is a surprisingly succinct description of what you need to do, Jimmy.
Yeah, so, you're this guy on a unicycle with a stack of packages? The packages are going to fall over, you need to move left and right to stop them from falling over. So, you know, as the stack tips to the left, you want to move left, as it tips to the right, you want to move right, but if you go too far, then it'll fall over the opposite direction, and you see they get, like, the color changes as they're getting closer to falling over. So, yeah, you just need to keep the balance for the duration, and if they fall over, then you fail. And on each difficulty level, you get a higher stack of boxes, so they will follow. They're more affected by, you know, the balance. So yeah,
Jewelry Land.
Jewelry Land. I believe now, yeah, Diamond City is somewhere in Jewelry Land.
And the Golden Pyramid probably within that kingdom.
Yeah, that probably was, like, the ancient ruler of Jewelry Land, was the Golden Diva, and earlier than that, Princess Shikora.
Who definitely will come up again, I'm sure.
I mean, she's dead.
Yeah.
We sent her to heaven. So, anyway, our first, so, we saw Jewelry Land being saved from Bowser and his forces pretty early on in the Wario timeline. That was before Wario starts fucking with people.
Yes.
So, like, there's a period of time after he steals Mario's castle and Mario beats him, and then the next time he shows up is just to kind of fly his plane over and drop buckets on people.
Yeah.
On Mario, specifically. Drop buckets and other things. And then, after that is Wario Land 1, when he goes on, like, his first major treasure hunting adventure.
Yeah.
To rob the Brown Sugar Pirates and steal that giant gold statue of Princess Peach. So, I think anything before there is kind of null time. That's just Wario is acclimating to being out of the dream realm, out of Subcon, and in the Mushroom World in general. So, he's not really doing much there yet.
Putt for
Putt
dough?
for dough. I don't get that name. Anyway, golf rocks the house. Line up your shot and putt for the cup. It's golf.
Oh.
Up and down to change your aim, A to putt the ball. You aim towards the hole and you press the button to putt towards the hole. If you get in the hole within the time limit, then you win. If you miss the hole, or if you're too slow to start your putt, and the ball doesn't reach the hole before the time runs out, then you've lost.
Just the hole gets
Yeah, the hole
smaller.
gets smaller each difficulty level, that's it. Honestly, the size of the hole to me didn't really make much difference. It was all about, like, the distance between the hole and the ball, which is something, like, it can be further away. Like, that distance is random. It's not really affected by the level, I don't think. So, Yeah, so again, Wario starts kind of his adventures a little bit after acclimating to this new world. And that's, like, his first major adventure is when he gets his own planet.
Right.
And then he brings all of the creatures from that planet to conquer the woods by the Mushroom Kingdom.
Which then get completely destroyed by a mad toad named Toad.
Yeah, Toad obliterates the entirety of Wario's minions there, and also the castle that he built. And so Wario is homeless and broke again. He still has a planet, but it's empty now, and he may not be able to reach it at this moment. And that's when he starts just, like, exploring around generally, I think. He's doing more treasure hunting. He knows now there's treasures to be found, there's wealth to be had, and so he's starting to look around for it. And that's when he had his brief excursion into the dimension of Mad Bombers, where he stole a motorcycle.
Yes.
Then...
That's a thing that definitely happened. Trust is broken.
Then there's kind of this big gap of time where he's probably doing a lot of stuff, a lot of adventures, treasure hunting, exploring.
Probably getting out of the dimension of Mad Bombers, I would hope.
The next time that we see him is he's he's relaxing in, he called it the Awazon River Basin. It may have actually been the Amazon River, or it may have been a place called the Awazon River. It may be some unexplored place in the Mushroom World that he named himself. And he found this underground society, civilization that he looted of all of its ancient riches. And he got a demon?
What?
Ski jump! Feel the beat and time a perfect jump, baby! It's a timing one.
Yeah,
you got the skier, you press A when the skier is over the flashing blue ski jump thing. Each difficulty level, the ski jump zone gets smaller. That's it.
Okay.
Very simple game. So yeah, Wario got a demon. At the end of that adventure, he got like the sort of magic genie bottle type thing that had a demon. And he has the demon, and the demon owes him favors. That was, I don't think we actually saw it. It was in, like, the best ending that you get for beating the game in under 2 hours. But, like, that, I believe that time includes the time that you spend dying and retrying things, so,
Wait, which game?
This was Virtual Boy Wario Land.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't do the complete 100% playthrough of that I would do with games these days. That was back before I was doing, like, the absolute completion stuff, back when we were still streaming these.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but canonically, Wario ends up with a demon under his control. Presumably he gets a couple of wishes out of it, and then it goes off and, you know, returns to its demon realm or something. But, so Wario... Right, he used the demon's power to gain access to Subcon again, where he stole a bunch of gold statues of Mario. Because stealing gold statues of people is it's just fun. It's just
his thing.
Yeah, gold statues of people just are in general kind of Wario's thing. He steals them when they're of other people, he makes them of himself. So, yeah. And then after that is when he went to Earth. So, yeah, I think he may have stumbled along upon Jewelry Land before, like, during his adventures around that time.
Mountain.
Reach the summit, hop from cloud to cloud to get there. Left and right to move, A to jump. So this one I know we did not see during the story playthrough.
Oh yeah, we definitely didn't see this one, okay.
So yeah, it's like a little platformy challenge. You've got these clouds, you got a little guy, you jump onto the clouds, you reach the summit to grab the flag. You move left and right, and you press A to jump. So, and yeah, each of the difficulty levels has a different arrangement of the clouds and how they move. You know, level 1, you've got these clouds that are mostly stationary. They are moving slowly, very, very slowly to the left. On level 2, it's the same arrangement, but they're moving away from each other and a little bit faster. And then on level 3, you've got these, like, 2 rows of... it kind of looks like Frogger to me.
Yeah, kind of
like the jumping across there.
Or like a actual platformer thing, yeah.
So, yeah, that's this game. I like this one. I like the ones that are, like, actually games, and not just quick time events.
Yeah.
So...
this is before even quick time events were a thing.
Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. I don't remember when quick time events started getting big. It might have been around this time.
GameCube era.
Yeah, it was around this time. But anyway, so yeah, Wario exploring around the Mushroom World at that time. I think that's when he found Jewelry Land, and it may have been when he started settling in Diamond City. It might not have been immediate. I don't know where Wario built his castle, the one that got attacked by pirates. Like, that looked like it was just on its own in an open area. It was just like, there was nothing else around. Right. So, like, he may not have settled down in Diamond City yet. Maybe he found it and, like, might have started making connections. But he might have still been in, like, a very traveling mode, like a wandering mindset, not making routes anywhere, really.
Yeah, that seems more his style, and it seems like the kind of time that he would run into somebody like Jimmy, who apparently is just after sports.
Yeah, Jimmy is a disco guy who likes sports. Jimmy is probably a sports commissioner. Jimmy may have been why Wario ended up getting into the sports and importing sports from Earth. Guy Scraper. At the top, it's a disco pop. Move left and right to land yourself on the top. So, this one is tricky. After you bounce, you can move left and right to adjust your aim. But you don't immediately know what kind of momentum you're going to have after you hit the trampoline there. So sometimes your momentum will send you flying off to the right and you'll need to correct to the left. Sometimes it won't send you far enough and you'll need to correct to the right. So you need to judge how you need to adjust your aim after you have bounced, while you are, like, you need to be paying close attention to the arc of your movement. And it's not always...
It's kind of like Castlevania-style jumping.
It's a bit... It's not intuitive, I would think. I would say. It does not feel intuitive.
No!
So, yeah, this one I barely got through, I think. And yeah, as you've seen clearly probably, on each difficulty level, it's the width of the space that you need to land on. On level 1, it's 3 guys wide. On level 2, it's 2 guys wide. On level 3, it's 1 guy wide. So... yeah, this game is very rough. I, like, barely got the 10-point goal.
See, when you go too early, I just imagine them falling into the entire sky. There. Lift and shout!
Don't sweat it. Follow the directions and lift the barbell. Up and A to lift.
That's not a barbell, is it?
It's a dumbbell. Dumbbell, sorta, barbell. I don't know what...
I thought it was a... Oh.
Anyway, what you need to do is... it'll give you instructions on there. You tap A to lift it, and also sometimes you'll have to stop tapping A and hit up instead. If you just mash A and up together, it works.
Oh, okay.
And it's the difficulty levels are like the complexity of the things you do. On level 1 difficulty, you just mash A, and then at the end you push up once. On level 2, you have to hit up once during the lift. On level 3, you have to hit up twice during the lift. And also, the total number of button presses that you need to finish the lift increases as the difficulty level goes up.
But otherwise, it's basically...
It's a mash button game.
Button mash with extra steps.
Yeah.
Which is fine. So yeah, I think, between coming home from the dimension of Mad Bombers via motorcycle, and going to the Amazon River, he probably met with Jimmy at that point.
Yeah.
Like, just as, like, an early acquaintance.
Yeah, just in passing, they met, and,
hung out at a disco club, perhaps.
Yeah. Then I would think that after Wario has done a few more adventures, he explored the Amazon River, he built his castle off in some open field, then got attacked by pirates and robbed. I think after that was... Oh, would that have actually been? No, because Wario Land 2 was after Mario Kart 64. So, Mario Kart 64 was when Wario started getting into sports a little bit. It's at least when he got on the Mushroom Kingdom Gaming Commission.
So
that may not... Okay, that may still be, that may still work with the timeline.
So what I'm thinking is... Yeah, he meets Jimmy, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking, he comes back from some of his early adventures. He's got some treasure, probably some jewels. Sells them, hawks them off at the Jewel Kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
He's thinking, this is a pretty good place to... What?
There's... Well, okay, next game. Pro Curling.
Oh.
Sweep in front of the stone to slide it into the ring. You cool with that?
Am I?
So, curling is... I could imagine this being incredibly confusing for someone who doesn't know what curling is. And especially, like, a kid playing this for the first time and just not knowing what's going on. So, curling...
The rock in the hole.
The sport of curling, yeah. The puck, rock, thing, stone is sliding along the ice, and you've got a broom, and you're sweeping the ice in front of it to reduce the friction of the ice, so it slides further. So, you press A to sweep, and that's sweeping the ice to reduce the friction, so the stone will go further. And you need to get it to stop within the circle. So, it's very... You really have to feel this out. Because it's all momentum based, so like, it's going to, the number of times that you have to push A is going to vary based on when you are pushing A. Because the earlier you push it, the more effect it's going to have, because you're keeping the high speed up early.
Yeah, you are determining the rate at which the speed is decreasing.
Yes. So, you need to decide when it needs to keep up its current speed versus when it needs to start slowing down. So, very tricky, just to, like, get your head around if you've never encountered this sport before. And then, like, actually getting the feel for how it plays and how it works, and get it to go. Pretty tricky.
This one requires a lot of talking about, so...
Yeah. So, but I did get kind of good at it for a bit. Oh, and the difficulty level, the circle gets smaller. That's all there is there. As the speed of this game goes up, it really heavily affects how the momentum works.
Oh, dear.
Because, like, it's... At least the way that it felt to me, it felt like the ball was just moving faster.
Yeah. High hoops!
High hoops! Basketball is like my hair. Big and round, baby. Do this jump shot like you're doing the hustle. Does doing the hustle involve jumping?
No.
So, anyway, in this it's basketball. You press A at the height of your jump, is what you want to aim for. The jumping is automatic. You press A to toss the ball, shoot at the hoop. And the higher that you are jumping when you throw the ball, the higher it will go. It's another timing one where the timing gets tighter each difficulty level. The basket gets higher on each difficulty level, so you need to be, like, more at the top of the jump. Whereas on the lower difficulties, you've got a bit of leeway in, where in that jump you can throw it.
One thing that this game highlights that I don't think we brought up before is there is some very subtle things that some of these games do. This game in particular shows when you are ever so slightly off from being perfect with your timing.
Yes.
So, when you got it perfect, it goes straight through, nothing but net. If you are, too early,
like, it rolls over
the rim.
The rim. Like that.
Like that. And if you're too late, it'll hit the backboard.
So, like, the being too late, that's not really an issue. Hitting the backboard happens when it's on the lower difficulty and you're at the top of the jump. Mm-hmm. You always want to get it at the top of the jump. You can never, like, overshoot the basket.
Right.
So, yeah, you just need to get the timing right. This one, not too difficult, I found. Again, at higher speeds, your timing window gets more and more narrow, so it's always going to get significantly harder.
Basically only have the first jump.
Yeah. Like, you might be able to go a second jump, but at this stage, probably not. Like, that is another thing that happens when the speed of the game increases. Like, the amount of time that you have available gets shorter at a different rate than the actual speed of the game sometimes. So, like, yeah, here, you definitely, at this point, you do not have time to shoot the ball if you land your first jump. Like, there's barely enough time to even get the ball out on the first jump here. Like, it barely enters the basket before the game ends. So...
Which might be the, intended, natural maximum, possible maximum. Is just that the timer goes too fast and it can't physically keep up with the game.
So we'll have some things to say about that a bit later.
Okay.
Hurry hurdles. It's a disco thing, baby.
No,
Clear the hurdles with the setting sun at your back. That is not a disco thing at all, Jimmy.
I think I see why Jimmy's really into sports.
He thinks they're all disco. So here, you push A to jump when the guy is about to run at the hurdle.
That's a hurdle per difficulty?
Yeah, one hurdle per difficulty level, that's it. And that's that. If you fall on one of the hurdles, if you don't do the jump right, then you lose. It's just random aside fun fact here. Mm-hmm. In the Japanese version of this game, first of all, when he hits the hurdle there. In the Japanese version of this game, there are a few differences with some of the voice clips that happen.
Oh.
That, like, you can hear characters have, like, voice clips that are mostly unintelligible a lot of the time. Mm-hmm. But, like, they are actually saying words. Mm-hmm. And, one of the things that you hear in one of the voice clips in only the Japanese version is what the T stands for in Jimmy T's name.
Oh.
His last name is Thang. It's Jimmy Thang. It's a Jimmy Thang.
It's a Jimmy Thang.
So,
oh, yeah.
I don't know if that's his real last name or if he changed it to that to fit his disco theme.
Who knows?
Hurdles are tough.
Hurdles are tough. What's next?
Soccer. Gifted goalie. Make that goal a boogie and protect your team's goal.
That
Left
kinda
and
makes
right
sense,
to
actually.
move.
Yeah, okay.
That kind of does. That actually is a sensible thing. So, you move left and right to control the goalie on the bottom. You need to stop the soccer ball from entering the goal. On level 1, it just kind of goes along. On level 2, it gets like a curve, and on level 3, it like waves around.
Like physics.
So, yeah, that's this game. That's basically all there is there.
Alright. So where were we?
We were talking about Wario and when he would have met Jimmy.
Right,
And,
yeah,
so, I think...
Right, so I think that, Jewel Land, the Jewel Kingdom,
Jewelry Land.
Jewelry Land, would be a perfect place for Wario to offload treasure to turn into money.
Yeah. Well, maybe. Because presumably Jewelry Land has a lot of jewelry already. So the demand might be low if the supply is high.
Maybe.
So that might be it might be a great place to obtain jewels and gems. But maybe not necessarily a good place to sell them.
Would it be a good place to find a fence?
Maybe. Jumping rope. Jumping rope is like dancing. You got the rhythm? Press A to jump. So, very simple. You push A to jump. You jump when the rope is gonna be below you.
But the rope isn't made of fire.
On level 2, you're this weird little... You're Pyoro. You remember Pyoro from the opening cutscene? He was the game character. On level 3, you're a Moai head.
Huh.
So, each difficulty level, your character has lower jumps. They are a heavier character. They don't jump as high.
Well, okay.
So, that's what makes it tougher. So, you were saying?
Yeah, so, I think Wario recognizes that Jewelry Land is a great place for offloading the treasure that he finds when he needs to get some extra cash, because, yeah, of course there's so much treasure around, and yeah, maybe it doesn't have a certificate of authenticity.
Yeah, all of that treasure that he stole from pirates, who probably stole it from other people, that he needs to make sure it gets laundered properly.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
So that's why he's coming back to the Diamond City area. That's why he keeps meeting back up with Jimmy in the nightclub when he gets his money and immediately starts spending it. Because that's what Wario would do, is start partying immediately. And that's probably when Jimmy hits him up with this grand idea. Jimmy's going through all of these sports, because he's constantly chasing the next big sport.
Yeah.
And he's like, hey, you heard about this thing called kart racing?
So, ring my bell.
Oh.
Get your bounce on and ring that bell. A to bounce.
I don't think this is a sport.
It's like a combination of a trampolining and carnival game. So, you push A to time your jump. The lower that your guy is sunk into the trampoline when you push A, the higher you'll jump. On difficulty level 1, you need to get to 30 feet. On level 2, you need to hit 45 feet. And on level 3, you need to hit 60 feet. And I think, generally speaking, you want to do it on, like, the first bounce. Like, I think the how far you sink into the trampoline seemed to vary, to my eyes at least, a little bit. So, I was a little unsure about the specifics of how this game went. I was just kind of going by feel and got through it. So right, just kind of trying to get the timeline more clear in my head again. So, Wario was exploring around. He stopped by Jewelry Land, Diamond City, met Jimmy. Afterwards, he hits the Awazon River Basin. Now, after that, is immediately after that is when he invades Subcon again and tries to steal the gold statues of Mario.
Yep.
The next thing that we see him do is when he goes to Earth.
Yes.
So I think on Earth, he probably also sees like Earth sports. Because Jimmy, being a denizen of the mushroom world, probably doesn't know a lot about Earth sports.
Right.
At that time, at least.
Yeah.
Set and spike. Like grooving, it's all in the timing. Spike the ball and then chill.
That's all you have to do to win at volleyball. Spike, but just chill.
So you press A when the ball is flashing. That's the timing for when you spike the ball. On difficulty level 1, it's near the net, and you've got like a long timing window. On difficulty 2, it's far back from the net, and you have a more narrow window. And on difficulty 3, it's more of like it's much more close, and you're doing like a downward spike. Like, just generally speaking, it's a tighter timing window, and the exact animation differs a little bit. So it like changes where your eyes need to be looking for telling what the appropriate timing is. And something I find funny about this, you spike the ball into your competitors and launch them out of the field. But on difficulty 2, when you spike the ball over them, they just fall back in amazement. Or perhaps you hit it so hard that they're knocked over by the sonic boom.
Yeah, exactly.
So, this game's silly. So, yeah, Wario went to Earth and starts seeing Earth sports there. And when he gets back, that's when the second Mushroom Kingdom Grand Prix race is being put together. So, Mushroom Kingdom already had kart racing at that time.
Right.
So, I mean, that doesn't stop Jimmy from seeing it and thinking, oh, this is going to be the next big thing. In fact, that it could be that Jimmy helped Wario get in on that. Because, Wario wasn't involved in the first Mushroom Kingdom Grand Prix kart races. And in the second Grand Prix kart races, they commissioned a bunch of people to design tracks for them. And when Wario didn't receive a commission to design a track, or no, what exactly was the? I think Wario I don't think Wario received an invitation to make a track, but he made a track anyway, and then approached the Gaming Commission to say, hey, I've got this track, I can let you use it on the cheap. And that's kind of how he got in on the commission, was helping the existing members of their skim some off the top on their expenses for these tracks. Next up, we got skateboarding. City Surfer. Get on your board and show your skills. Show me how super fly you are. You got down for duck and A for jump. So you're this little skateboardy guy, and you gotta jump, and you jump over the thing. Press A at the right time to jump. And on level 2, there's this little lip, and then you gotta jump over the thing. So you gotta jump twice. And then on level 3, you gotta jump over the little, and then you duck, and then you jump. So
repeat.
Yeah. Like, I think the order of things may adjust a little bit on level 3, but it's always, like, one of each obstacle. Like, the type of obstacles don't change per level. No, okay, it looks like it's the exact same setup every time.
Okay. So, Jimmy probably helped set Wario up with...
Yeah, I think maybe Jimmy knew that the Mushroom Kingdom was setting up that next Grand Prix race, and probably tipped Wario off to it, so that Wario had time to build his arena.
Yeah.
And set up this deal. Then, after that, the Mushroom Kingdom had their dirt bike racing.
Yes.
Which Wario was involved with, but repeatedly just decided to leave in the middle of.
Yes.
So, I think he might not have been organizing that one. So I think he just wasn't as interested, because the prize was a kiss from the princess. It was a fundraising effort for the kingdom.
Right.
Snowball slalom. Don't let any snowballs dampen this party. Stay indoors, baby.
That's good advice. Finish.
So, you're the snowboarder. You hit left and right to adjust the aim of your direction. You need to get around the big snowball and get through the goal. You move faster when you are going straight down than when you're at an angle. And the different difficulty levels affect the width of the goal. So on level 1, it covers like the entire width of the area. On level 2, it's a bit like half of the width. And on level 3, it's this small, thin area. And then like there's different arrangements for where the snowball is and where the goal is relative to the snowball. So this one gets hard when the speed goes up, because it can sometimes be difficult to just make it all the way down within your time limit. Like you need to turn as little as possible,
Yeah,
and be
if you don't have
going
enough
straight down to get the, go down the mountain fast. So yeah, I think Wario was not involved in organizing that dirt bike race, because that was a fundraising effort after Peach's Castle got burned down. So, and like he was there for a little bit, but then he found out that there was no money prize, and so he left in the middle.
Right.
So after that, there's a point when he's just wandering around grabbing loose coins around the Mushroom Kingdom, the Mushroom World, just because there's loose coins there. Yeah, Punch Out! Fancy feet and sweet moves. KO that guy, baby! If he's got the flashing effect, it means he's coming at you. Left and right to dodge, A to punch. So yeah, this is literally Punch Out. A simplified version of Punch Out, naturally, but you got left and right to dodge. You've got to dodge when he punches, and then you gotta punch back. If you try to punch when he's not, like, if you just try to punch him at any time, he'll guard. So you have to actually wait for them to swing at you. And each difficulty level has a different opponent. And, each opponent is a bit more difficult. So,
It has more health.
level 2, he's got a more health thing. Also, the timing is a bit tighter between when he charges up. And also, on his last health, he'll do that charge-up punch. If that hits you, it knocks you out. It takes out all your health. Because you've got 3 health, you can take 3 normal punches before you're knocked out. But one of those charged-up punches will knock you out in one shot. Level 3 has this Geordie LaForge-looking guy?
Yeah.
So we didn't see it just there, but he can do his super charge-up punch multiple times.
Ooh.
Like, he can do it earlier on and do it a couple of times. There's no difference between dodging left versus dodging right. So it's just you pick whichever button feels better for you.
Okay, so both directions are dodged to the right.
Oh no, the animation will dodge in the direction that you push,
Okay.
but mechanically, there's no difference.
Okay.
I always dodged right because that felt more natural for my hand to push the button to the right.
Okay.
So yeah, that's Punch Out. That's Jimmy's boss stage.
Yep.
So yeah, kind of moving on from there, we can kind of see that Jimmy probably worked with Wario. Wario probably started telling Jimmy about all these Earth sports that he saw when he was on Earth. And, they probably worked together to get stuff imported to the Mushroom World. Now, we know that later on, Wario worked with Waluigi. And was working with Waluigi for bringing tennis in. But Waluigi, I believe, was on the Earth side.
Right.
Waluigi, we have so far assumed that Waluigi is an Earth businessman.
Yeah.
So,
And
I mean,
think
this might throw a wrench in that. This gives us another possibility for where Waluigi might be from. You know, other areas like this. But, for the moment, I think we'll stick with that theory and see how it plays out in the future.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I think Waluigi on the Earth side, Jimmy on the Mushroom World side, those are his two business contacts for getting sports imported. Over.
And this is just kind of his long-term grift.
Yeah. And, yeah, I think after he starts working with Jimmy on sports stuff here, that's when he settles down in Diamond City. Because he's got to have, like, he has a base of operations there so that he can always work with Jimmy when he's local. And then Jimmy gets very excited when he gets a cell phone, because then Wario can stay in touch with him while he's off on adventures.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright. So yeah, Wario still goes off exploring out places while all this is going on. He builds his castle off somewhere and then it gets robbed. Mario has a couple of parties and Wario crashes them. Or maybe he gets invited, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't think Wario thinks of Diamond City as his city yet.
Yeah, at this point in the timeline, he's still it's
like,
a place
Diamond...
where he is doing business.
Yeah, Diamond City is my hideout. It's not my castle.
Yeah, but I think after that incident where his castle got stolen and robbed by pirates, he probably decided, you know, he wants to have his riches in a more civilized location rather than an open field where nothing around. You know, pirates are going to be less able to attack a city with some, like
a
government
force.
and a defense force. Yeah. Whether or not the city had a police force, a modernized police force at that point, is uncertain. It could be Wario funded that to keep his wealth safe from pirates. So, yeah. Alright, so I think we've gotten a pretty good handle on Jimmy over the course of this. I'm very happy about that. Now, let's move on to Dribble and Spitz with their Sci-Fi. I've been called a space cadet. That's alright with me. I love space games! Hey, what rank do you think my chum Spitz would be? What's below a space cadet? Not much.
I don't... What's... Alien ambush.
15 points. An alien is out for a walk, and I don't like its looks. Catch it in your trap. So we immediately see Dribble is racist against aliens. So in this game, the alien walks up and you push A to drop the sides of the cage to trap it in the trap. On level 2, it does like a weird little hop. And so it's like a pause when it's approaching, and then on level 3, it'll stop and roll, and it rolls faster than it walks. So it's kind of changes up the timing. Level 1, it just walks straight through. That's the game.
Okay.
Push A at the right time. Timing changes a little. So...
let's talk about Dribble and Spitz.
Yeah, the Reckless Cabbie Duo, they are called in the manual here. So, this little intro here. I'm Dribble. This is my pal Spitz. Together we make one Crash Bang Cabbie team. When Wario asked us to team up and make some hard-driving sci-fi games, we couldn't say no. Hop in our cab and try 'em out. We'll cut you a deal on the fare. Oh, hey, between us, we taught Wario how to drive. He'd never admit it, but it's true. So, they claim to have taught Wario how to drive. Or at least Dribble does. Spitz never seems to speak.
Yeah.
So, let's consider what vehicles we have seen Wario using and when. Real quick. So, like, the first vehicle we've seen him in was his plane. He had a plane for, like, the entire time that we've known him, basically.
Yeah. Well, first, let's talk
Next
about...
game up is Scooter Commuter.
Okay.
Escape by jumping your scooter. The trick is, you gotta land it perfectly. Think you got the skill? So you use left and right to rotate. This is sort of like Excite Bike, where you need to adjust the angle of the vehicle to match the terrain that it's landing on. So on level 1, you're going to land on a slope going upwards, so you don't need to change too much. On level 2, you're going to land on a flat plane. On level 3, you're going to land on a slope going downward. It's always that same 3 things. That's what you land on for whatever level, so there is no variation between of this, no random parts. It's just level determines the slope that you're going to land on.
Right. Not a sci-fi game.
Yeah, so there's kind of a theme that we're gonna see here that I guess ninjas are sci-fi. Because, like, there's this scooter guy's sort of like a ninja guy, or maybe like a superhero.
I guess it's a Kamen Rider type thing?
Yeah, I think that might actually be the link, that, like, it's some kind of Sentai thing, Kamen Rider like that. But, yeah, so that's the...
I guess that's what they were going for?
Yeah. But this is apparently sci-fi, according to this dog man. And I guess Wario agreed enough to not enough to take the games, at least. So yeah, Wario had a plane.
Yes.
He had that for... Let's see, we first saw that when he was dropping buckets on people.
Yes.
Specifically, Mario.
Yeah.
We saw it when he was fleeing from Toad in Wario's Woods. We saw it a couple of other times. The last time we saw it was Wario Land 3 after it had been sabotaged by Waluigi. And he crashed it, and so we haven't seen it since then. It's possible the plane might be gone.
Yeah.
Right. We also saw it in Virtual Boy Wario Land. That's what he had coming there. He got his motorcycle that he stole from Bomberman.
Yep.
And we saw him... When was the first time we actually saw him drive a car?
I think that was on the Game Boy Advance.
Yeah,
I
mean...
was looking for the pyramid.
Yeah, that was the first time we saw, like, the Wario car. He's driven, like, go-karts in the Mario Karts before.
Yes, in Mario Kart, yeah.
Space Fighter! Enemy spaceships are getting away! Target them and take them out! So use the D-pad to move your aim and A to shoot. You can hold down A to fire rapid shot. So you've got this, like, first-person cockpit view, and you're aiming to like, steer your ship, kind of, to try to point towards these enemies that are fleeing.
It's like a space sim.
Yeah! On level 1, there are 2 enemy ships. On level 2, there are 3 enemy ships. And on level 3, there are 4 enemy ships. You generally want to get them as quickly as possible, because the further away they get, the longer it's going to take your shots to reach them. So, you know, you might run out of time while waiting for a shot to hit the last one. But otherwise, it's fairly simple. It gets tough, but it's fairly simple. It's not complex. And just saw there that the explosion of the ship can happen, like, just slightly after the zoom out, and it'll still count.
Okay.
So, yeah, the timing on when things are allowed is a little bit weird in different games. So yeah, the first time that we saw Wario in, like, his purple Wario car was Wario Land 4, when he drove it to the pyramid.
Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously he knew enough how to drive a motorcycle and a plane. But I think it's entirely likely that Wario knows how to operate these vehicles. He doesn't know how to operate them safely.
So,
and particularly in a city where there's laws. first off, stick and move. You get a pesky samurai trying to stop you. Skip across the roof and avoid the samurai. Press A to jump right.
Okay, this is nothing to do
This
with
is
science
a,
fiction.
like I said, ninjas are apparently sci-fi. So you push A, each time you push A, your ninja will hop one step to the right. There are these samurai with these pokey sticks punching up, and you need to not get hit by them and also cross all the way to the right before time runs out.
Yeah, they're not even spears, they're just pokey sticks.
Yeah. So on level 1, there's the one samurai on the right. On level 2, there's these 2 samurai. And on level 3, there's 3 samurai. The timing is always the same on when they're poking, just it gets faster as the game gets faster.
Anyway, here's my... I'd like to propose this.
Mm-hmm.
Acknowledging that the first time we've seen him drive a car was inside a city, and we've theorized that this is Diamond City, after he's built up a place. As Wario is driving a car in Diamond City, and we assume that this is after Wario has established like a house or a base in Diamond City. He's beginning to establish himself there.
Yeah.
Which means he probably needs to begin interacting with the society and the laws. Which means he'll need to get a license for things like his vehicles.
Yeah.
What I think they mean is Wario needed to learn, quote-unquote, how to drive so he could get his learner's permit and thus driver's license. So
And
he went to them
I'm sure
to get his, hours.
I'm sure he also probably needed to be instructed on things like traffic laws.
Yeah.
Like... Classic Clash 1.
Oh.
Avoid the attack by jumping and ducking.
Oh.
You have jump and you have duck.
Okay.
So here we have... This is not Mario and Bowser.
Oh.
It is not. This is Nintenman. And there's nothing that explicitly says who that other thing is, but that's clearly not Bowser. This is Blue. I think that's Bowser's brother.
Ah.
You remember Bowser's brother?
No.
From, Lost Levels?
Oh.
There was the one fake Bowser that has a bluer tint.
Right. What?
So, in Lost Levels, in the last castle, there's a fake Bowser, and then you pass by it, and then you hit the real Bowser.
Oh. Right. Okay.
And the fake Bowser has a blue hue instead of a green one. It's Bowser's brother.
Anyway, it's a kaiju battle or something.
Yeah, so he kicks rocks and spits fireballs at you. You jump over the rocks and you duck the fireballs. On each difficulty level, he does additional attacks. His attack frequency increases. Once again, this game, as it speeds up enough, the number of attacks that you end up needing to deal with decreases. Because, like, the timer speeds up a little... The timer speeds up faster than the actual game? A little? But it does get to the point where it starts to become, like, ridiculous with the timing. Yeah, because the time that your character there, Nintenman, spends in the air after you jump is... Like, you need to be able to react very quickly if he, like, kicks a rock and then shoots fire like that. Like, you need to jump as soon as the rock comes out, otherwise you will not land before the fire gets there. So that's kind of the limiting factor here, is the ability to duck under the fire after jumping over a rock. And then, you know, eventually it's just very fast and it's hard to react in general.
What's next?
Bubble trouble! Catch the items floating in space. Get on it!
Okay.
So your only control is to D-pad all directions to move. You move around, this weird little floaty space girl something? And you need to collect spheres.
Okay, this seems like something that would have been in the Mario Artist series. But I don't think it was.
It was not. It does feel like that kind of thing a bit, yeah.
Yeah.
So, the difference between the difficulty levels in this one is the spacing between the orbs. There's always 10 orbs, and you need to collect 5 of them. And on the different difficulty levels, they're, like, spaced further apart, so you kind of need to react a bit. You need to move further between each one. So, that's pretty much it for this game.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm sure he also probably needed to be instructed on things like traffic laws.
Yeah.
Like, you can't drive through stop signs or red lights or whatever they might have in this city. to control the flow of traffic, and you need to drive on particular parts of the road, and don't drive on sidewalks and things. Things that he might just naturally assume that, well, I can drive wherever the car can go, right?
Yeah. And, as to how they met, probably he just used cabs a lot, and...
Could be. So,
What's next?
next up, we've got Superfly!
Oh.
Think you're a hero? Then fly through the city without smashing into buildings. Left and right to dodge. So, we didn't actually bring this up, but the fight between not Mario and not Bowser was also apparently Sci-Fi.
Well, that kind of makes sense. Kaiju battles are kind of
Yeah.
sci-fi-ish. Superheroes.
Superheroes, that's like...
It's on the periphery.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, you hit left and right to dodge your superhero left and right. You need to avoid the buildings. On level 1, there is 1 building. On level 2, there's 2. On level 3, there's 3. The buildings are either on the far left, the far right, or in the middle. And you just dodge back and forth. Actually, no. Is there a middle? No, it's just left and right. It's just left and right.
Just like.
Yeah. So, that's it. You're dodging the buildings.
Dodge.
It's pretty simple. So yeah, Wario could have met Dribble and Spitz just by needing to take cabs. Maybe the police decided to tell him that he can't drive without a license, and so he needs to stop driving until he gets one. So either he went to them and he was just getting cab rides, and then was like, "Hey, you guys can drive legally. Help make me able to do that."
How do I do that?
That seems likely, actually. Yeah.
That seems to be the way Wario makes friends, is, you know, find the person who's good at the thing, make them make you how to do that.
Let's see. What else can we say about Dribble and Spitz? Because it's a little...
We don't really know a lot. We could talk about their story mode, but...
Yeah, like, I think their story was another, made-up thing.
Non sequitur, really.
So, yeah, Dribble and Spitz's story thing. Yeah, that was, I think, in the similar vein to Cat and Anna. I feel like that's something that they just made up as, like, something to kind of frame their games in.
Right. Aerospace.
Aerospace. Sidestep the arrows to spare yourself. Talk about a hairy situation.
What?
I don't know.
So, 1, this has nothing to do with sci-fi. 2, Aerospace tries to make it like a space joke, but
Yeah.
there's no space involved.
I would like to point out that all of the names of the microgames we see here are localization efforts.
Okay.
Like, the original names in the Japanese are, generally speaking, more plainly descriptive.
Okay.
Like, as far as I'm aware, they don't really have wordplay like all of the names we have in the English version do. So anyway, the game itself, you move left and right to adjust your position. You need to be in the space where the arrows are. You can see in the background there. On each difficulty level, the amount of space that you have decreases. And so there's more arrows that make a more tightly packed thing. That doesn't really make a difference. It's just that the space that you have available shrinks each time.
I wonder. Oh. Was the original Japanese for this section not sci-fi, but instead film and TV?
I'll have to look at that. I'll put in sidebar what the original name of this category was, and see if it makes more sense given that. If it was just like a weird translation hiccup. Because yeah, there is sci-fi stuff in here. There's aliens and space fighters, but also yeah, there's a lot of ninja stuff.
The ninja stuff is in black and white.
Yeah.
There's giant robots. There's
Yeah, manic
superheroes.
mechanic here. Assemble the robot parts as they fall down. Are you up to the task or not?
Let's find out.
So here, robot parts are falling down. You have the legs. You have to move the legs left and right to catch the parts as they fall. So you catch a torso, and then you catch a head. And the different difficulty levels have smaller robots. So, you know, on level 1, it's like this big, thick, chunky Gundam-like thing. It doesn't matter how wonky it looks, as long as they make it on at all. Level 2 is like this magical girl mech?
Yeah.
And level 3 is like a businessman? Very narrow, thin. So, that's this. You only need, what was it, 10 points? This one gets tough. As you can see there.
So why VUA?
I just like the shape of the thing. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know if that has additional meaning.
Like,
I'll
I know
look into
V
it.
for victory.
Like, I'll look into it a bit more, but, sidebar will say if I find anything about what that means. Yeah, it's just giant robots. Giant robots are definitely sci-fi.
Yeah.
That's unquestioned. Next up, UFO assist. That UFO up there is you! Avoid the attack from below. Left and right to move UFO.
Dodge.
So yeah, this is like the opposite of the intro game where you're trying to shoot things down. You need to dodge. The movement of the ship below is like it looks kind of random, but it's not. Like, it always wavers left and right while tracking you. So, if you like, the strategy here is move all the way to the left until like it starts coming close, and then when it is moving left and going to reach the corner, dodge past it to the right. So you want to be always dodging against its current movement. Otherwise, it'll track you and shoot you more. It only shoots when it's actually in line with you.
It seems like it shoots faster the higher the difficulty.
It's really more a matter of, like, how far it wavers each time. And, like, how far it moves. It moves a lot farther along as the speed increases. Like you're seeing here, it's like crossing half of the stage with the one waver instead of needing a couple to get across. So this gets very difficult quickly. But, I found the pattern that worked for most of it. And then it stopped working immediately right here. Yeah, it worked exactly well enough to clear the goal. And then I could not get any more. Classic Clash 2.
Whoa.
Force the monster back and take him down. You gotta take him down!
Well, okay then.
So you have left and right to move. You never need to actually push left. You just hold down, you just hold right. You hold right, that's the game. You hold right and you move and you flip the not Bowser.
Okay.
The one caveat to this is if you are holding right before the game starts, it doesn't count. You need to press right while the game is going. So when it gets to high... Okay, so first of all, the difficulty levels, it's how much how fast your opponent is moving forward, how fast your not Bowser is moving forward. So, on the higher levels, there's like more of a friction against you that you have to push against, so it basically means you need to start holding right earlier. So when this gets fast, you need to kind of take advantage of the fact that the microgames actually start before you see them. Like, as soon as the text comes up there, you can start pushing the button and it will start accepting and using your input, even though you can't see the game yet. So, when you get to a high enough speed, you need to hit right before you see the game in order to have enough time to flip it. But otherwise, it's an incredibly simple game that gives you a left control that you don't ever need for some reason.
And now we just see Nintendo Man flipping turtles all day.
Yep.
Until it gets too fast to even react.
And, like, he does need to actually... I don't think he needs to quite hit the ground before the timer runs out, but it needs to be, like, very close to that. Like, if he's upside down and the timer runs out, then it's a loss. But if he's on... he needs to actually be on his back. I got really far with this one.
So you only needed 25?
Yeah. So yeah, you see there, he was actually on his back, but he hadn't, like, hit the ground yet. So yeah, that's a loss.
Oh, double? Oh!
Yeah, and this was about my limit. At this point, I was mashing right, just I did not want to try and time starting the push immediately when the game starts, so I'm just mashing right. And the amount of time that I'm holding the button while mashing it is long enough that it just worked for a bit. But, that's when it fell apart. 62.
Pretty good.
Mars Ball Destroy! I don't know what's with that name. Follow the arrow, find the red ball, and destroy it! And keep your wits about you. So, you've got your move to change the angle of your aim and A to fire. So you spin your view around. You're like a stationary gun platform in space, and you're spinning around. There's the green arrow points you to where the red Mars ball is. You go to that, and you put your cursor over it, and you hit A to fire to destroy Mars. And there's all these other planetoids around that don't matter. You can shoot them if you want. It doesn't, like, have a loss by shooting the wrong thing or anything. You just need to destroy Mars before the time runs out. One weird caveat to this is that the movement of your spinning around actually slows down when you are over a target. So that threw me off a little bit.
So you want to avoid targets that are not Mars.
A little bit. And also, like, you want to make sure you're not stopping early because you the thing slowed down or something. It felt weird sometimes. Anyway, yeah, difficulty. The difficulty levels are like how far away it is from your starting aim, and also on like how diagonal it is. Like on level 1 difficulty, it's pretty much just straight left or right. On level 2, there's a little bit of up and down you need to do. On level 3, there's significantly more up and down you need to do. This one's tough.
Yeah, aiming is a little tough with a D-pad normally, but...
Yeah.
Alright.
Next up. Hover for cover. Blast off in the rocket ship, but avoid the flying rocks. Can you handle it? A to blast off.
Yeah.
That's a
this
bad...
one was a little confusing for
Yeah,
us.
that's poor translation, I would say. Because you're not blasting off. It's basically like Lunar Lander.
Yeah.
Where you want to tap A to use your thruster, but you're not trying to blast off and go to the top of the screen. You're just avoiding the rocks. Level 1, you've got this tiny little ship with 1 window. Level 2, you have a larger ship with 2 windows. And then level 3, you have an even bigger ship with 3 windows. So that's the entire game. Not a whole lot to say about it. So yeah, Dribble and Spitz's story thing. Yeah, that was, I think, in the similar vein to Cat and Anna. I feel like that's something that they just made up as, like, something to kind of frame their games in.
Right. Sort of, yeah.
The
narrative for their mini-games. Microgames?
Yeah. But, yeah, like, I'm not really sure I have much else to say.
Yeah.
Just trying to think. There's not a lot to go off of here with the manual, with their thing, and there's just not much about them. They're kind of mysterious.
Especially Spitz, who
Oh yeah.
I don't think
And
really has. I don't think they say anything.
we have not seen Spitz say anything in this entire game.
The only thing we have to go on is what they've done in the interstitials. Scoot or die.
Scoot or die. Ride your scooter. Sounds simple, but there's a catch. You've got to avoid incoming bombs. So, you're on a scooter, and for some reason, background people are throwing, like, pipe bombs at you?
Molotovs. Cocktails. Okay,
I would say they're Molotovs, but they're exploding more violently than a Molotov would,
so
I think.
Once again, our scooter character is wearing the red mask with a yellow
So, like,
scarf.
this is a standard character.
Yeah, so this is...
Some
the
sort.
yellow
It's
scarf
definitely-
is a...
It's definitely like a Kamen Rider thing.
Yeah.
And, yeah, the different difficulty levels are how many bombs are being thrown. So, you know, the higher difficulty, the more bombs that get thrown. This one, it's actually Like, you don't need to be too far off from the bomb to avoid it. Like, as long as it doesn't hit you directly, then you're fine. Like, you don't need to worry about the cloud of dust or anything. You just need to avoid the actual projectile itself. And also, sometimes they don't necessarily aim for you. Like, they're just kind of throwing and peppering the area, which is both good and bad, because it means that it's easy to avoid them when you have time to see things coming. But once things start getting fast, you just kind of have to guess where they're going to end up being and try to avoid there. Just, like, guess and go to a place and get lucky. Word up!
What?
Shoot the question marks to reveal a word! To help you out, you can warp from side to side.
Oh.
You've got move left and right, you've got A to shoot.
What?
So you have these 5 letters, and some of them have a question mark, and you shoot the question mark letter to make it a letter, and it becomes a word.
Super.
Like super. And as he says, you can warp left to right, which means there's a wraparound. It has wraparound, that's what that means.
Doc!
And the number of letters that you need to shoot is equal to the difficulty level you're on. And there's a variety. It's always 5-letter words.
Lucky.
And it's always the 1, 2, or 3 things to hit. And as you've already seen, if you shoot a letter that isn't a question mark, it flips into a question mark. So if you shoot something wrong, then you need to shoot it again. And as it gets fast, it starts getting hard just to control to, you know, stop in the right place where there's the thing to shoot. Just because as it gets faster, your movement gets faster, which means it's harder to control.
Cinch. Doc.
Yeah, the player name seems to come up more often than many things.
Yeah!
Yeah, there's words. Snap! A lot of words, a lot of very
Giddy.
silly. That was silly.
Was it?
I
Doc,
guess we'll never
was
know.
it?
I guess we'll never know.
Giddy. Doc?
Weren't even letters. Yeah. So, didn't get too far past the goal with that.
Word.
Ninja pipe cleaner.
Right.
Find the oncoming ninja and take him out. Talk about a tough crowd.
What?
I don't know.
Okay.
Anyway,
Strike.
you're this ninja and you're in a pipe and you use left and right to move to go around the pipe, and you need to move to be in line with the opponent that is coming in. And if you're in the same line, if you're close enough to your opponent, then you kill them. Level 1, you've got a stationary guy, or like mostly stationary. I think he might move very slightly. Level 2, you've got this blue guy that moves a little bit. And on level 3, you have the purple one that moves significantly. The level 3 one, sometimes you'll want to move like opposite of where he is at the start so that you meet up rather than trying to chase him down.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Other times he'll just kind of move directly towards you and you won't have to do much at all.
This reminds me a lot of Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's this
That's
game.
it. Pipe cleaner.
Ninja pipe cleaner. Sci-Fi.
Yeah. Again, probably like TV,
Yeah. Something,
film and TV.
some kind of category that includes things like that.
Whoa. Whoa.
Yeah. Once it's It's fast, and then you have to react fast. And sometimes you just kind of overshoot because it's hard to control things when they're fast.
This would be much easier if you had an actual pipe cleaner.
Yeah.
Shove that through instead of using a ninja.
Well, I mean, when the pipe is large enough, you can't really get a big pipe cleaner, so you need to use ninjas.
Unless you had a pipe cleaner made of ninjas.
You should hire the Ninja Maid.
Ninja Maid would be great.
Classic Clash 3.
Oh!
Complete the combo to defeat the foe. You got that or what?
I don't know.
You have directions to input command. So here you get given directions and you fire a beam that just annihilates.
Not Bowser.
Yep. And the difficulty level is how many parts there are to the combo. Level 1, there's 2 directions. Level 2, there's 3. Level 3, there's 4. And there's no real, like, pattern to them. It's just they're always random directions. There's no penalty for hitting the wrong direction, so you can just kind of spiral around the D-pad, and if you're fast enough, you'll hit all of the directions enough to get it. That's what I started doing later on when it got particularly fast. Even, like, earlier on when I just didn't want to care. So yeah, we have not seen Spitz say anything in this entire game.
The only thing we have to go on is what they've done in the interstitials.
Which is stand on top of the cab while Dribble is fueling it up, and the third time get launched into the sky by the being filled with gas.
That really doesn't say much.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't.
We're gonna have to play more Wario games and find out more about this.
So, let's consider some more about... Is there anything more we can consider about Dribble and Spitz? Like, why did they make up this weird story about a mermaid? Like, is it just something that... Like, did something like that actually happen? Did they make it up whole cloth? Did they make it up as a way to talk their way out of somehow not collecting a fare from somebody?
Possible.
Do they own their taxi company? That's another question. Because, like, it was just Diamond Taxi. So, it didn't have, like, their names on it. But, when we saw it at the start there were, like, the only cab in there, but I think there was space for more. So... Zero to hero. Are you a hero or what?
Stop asking us questions.
Concentrate and transform!
Okay.
So, this is another version of that thing with the bar. You push A when it's in the red zone to get the hero transformation, correct?
Henshin!
So you're some kind of beautiful Joe?
Yeah, it's a Kamen Rider or Henshin thing.
Yeah.
Sentai.
But otherwise, this is identical to the other versions of this we've seen.
Yeah.
With the bar. So, when you get it wrong, you turn into a weird pig. Is there anything more we can consider about Dribble and Spitz? Like... Yeah. A little unsure.
They are, so far, the most mysterious people, and we've also dealt with space aliens and mad scientists.
Yeah, especially Spitz. No one knows what's going on with Spitz yet. Yeah, we're just there's not much more to discuss.
This one's kind of long, this video, it looks like.
A bit. All of the stages are the same, have the same number of microgames, except for the intro, that has fewer. But, like some of the games I spent longer on because I got further in.
Right.
So.
But I mean, this video is like an hour and a half, so.
Yeah.
And also the boss stage is very in length.
Tidal Cave. Make your way through the cave by avoiding the waves. You got the finger magic?
Finger magic is...
So you have up and down to move.
Okay,
You're this
one.
little orange UFO thing flying through this wave tunnel, and you need to avoid the red fiery waves or something. The blue waves don't do anything, but they do warn you when they're of the red wave coming up. You just need to be in the right spot where there's not up and down.
So, difficulty is the number of red waves you need to dodge?
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
It's just the straight 1, 2, 3. That's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
Oh! The UFO has a smiley face on it.
It does. It spins around. It's got like a little wind-up key on top.
Yeah.
It's a fun little thing. It's cute.
This is only marginally sci-fi.
Yeah. Yeah.
See you in the next one!
Wow.
Wow, indeed.
Mars Jars.
Right, this one.
You're in a tight spot here. Aliens are trying to trap your crew, so avoid their evil snares.
Less of a snare and more of a glass.
Also, turnabout is fair play. You know, earlier we were trapping aliens, and now aliens are trying to trap us. So, you've got the glass up there that falls, and you need to not get caught by it. And also, you need to have your little crew of children not get caught by it.
So, number of crewmates is equal to the difficulty.
Yep, and they follow you with a little bit of a lag. So, you need to move in advance to ensure that they are away from the cup when it falls. Because if any of them get caught, it's a loss.
Ah.
So,
Nope.
that's it. Like, generally speaking, you want to just kind of hang out on the right until you think it's time to move. Like, the timing when the cup will drop is a little bit variable. Like that, sometimes it just drops immediately.
Alright. What's next?
Space escape! Alien battle stations are attacking! Avoid their fire and escape alive! So, you've got your 4 directions to move. It's like a shmup, a side-scrolly shmup.
Like an R-type.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you move your thing around, and there's these turrets along the side walls that shoot at you. And on higher levels, there's more turrets, and they shoot more frequently. And on level 3, you're in, like, this station kind of place. Level 1 is this just rocks. You're flying through some kind of... Yeah. Level 2 is also asteroid kind of thing. And then level 3 randomly is this... some kind of space station. Enemy station that you're flying in. This one's tough. Because, like... how difficult a given instance of this is pretty much entirely depends on when the first gun decides to fire.
Yeah.
Because if it fires immediately, then, like, you have no time to react. And you just need to get out of there. And they always shoot directly at where you currently are. So you always need to move after something shoots.
It seems like some of them aim at you and some of them don't?
No, they all aim directly at where you currently are when they fire. So, you know, if you're moving, then they'll be aiming at where you were. This one's hard. Ninja Vision. Here's the deal. The ninja can create holograms. How many do you see? So, this one's counting. You got your fucking Bushin no Jutsu.
Again, very sci-fi.
Count how many of them there were, and you select. You push up and down to pick the number of them that there are. Sometimes when there's 5, there's one in a tree. So, on level 1, your options are 1, 2, and 3. On level 2, your options are 2, 3, and 4. And then on level 3, your options are 3, 4, and 5. I've never seen it just be 1. But I've seen all of the other possible numbers happen. So, that's it.
Alright.
It's count the ninjas.
Count the ninja.
Count the shadow clones. Got pretty far in that. Slick Wheelie. So get this. You gotta ride a wheelie over rocks, and be careful not to flip over backwards. A to wheelie.
So we're back to our common rider friend.
Yep, so anytime you are holding down A, your wheeliness will increase. You'll have a steeper wheelie. You need to be wheeling far up enough when you hit the rocks to be able to go over them, but if you wheelie too far, then you flip over backwards. So it's a matter of keeping yourself in the right spot. And of course, anytime you are not increasing your wheeliness, you'll start falling back down forward.
And difficulty is number of rocks you need to wheelie over.
Which is really irrelevant. There I was trying to figure out, like, you get this flashing to kind of indicate when you're getting too close to falling over, but it's like, it takes a lot to actually flip over. So, like, this gets damn near impossible once the speed gets high enough, because just the amount of change that happens every frame is just too much to deal with. But yeah, like, I did not feel any actual difference in difficulty between the 3 difficulty levels. Like, what's the difference between there being 1 rock and 3 rocks? You need to be at the proper wheelie state for basically the whole game. It's just a matter of, like, how many points during the game it checks whether you're good. So it's weird.
Well, alright.
Here's where it starts getting, like, really too hard to react to. Around 40.
Goodbye.
Bam-foo! Focus your mind and chop! Miss, and you gotta meet the raccoon!
What? So this is another timing one.
This is another one with the bar that you need to hit when it's in the red full zone, and you press the button and your samurai chops the bamboo pole. It's another one of these. If you get it wrong, a raccoon falls on your head.
Ah.
There's the raccoon.
Is that supposed to be like a tanuki, or...?
I guess? Anyway, it's another one of these, so, moving along.
Boss stage!
Galaxy 2003. Blast through the galaxy, grabbing as many power-ups as you can. Keep smashing the button for rapid fire. You've got your move, you've got your shoot.
Do you have to keep smashing?
So, you can hold the button, and you will just fire like that, but you can shoot faster by tapping. This is relevant when you get to the end and fight the boss. So here it's just another shmup. Except this time you're going upwards instead of sidewards.
Horizontal. Yeah.
So you got your ship, you got your power-ups that you pick up. The first power-up gives you an extra gun. Your second power-up gives you another gun, bullet. Your next power-up gives you this shield that will let you survive for taking one hit. And then after that, any power-ups you get are just screen-clearing explosions. You get your set of ships that you fight. You're mostly trying to get the power-ups. Then you get that black hole that you need to shoot the marble into. And then at the end, you have this thing. And, before, like, during the intro to the fight here, when it's coming up, every time you shoot that little nucleus, it will change color. And the color that it has when it enters the cell barrier thingy determines the pattern that it will have. So there, if it was, cyan, when it entered the cell, it will turn white, and then it will have that pattern where it's just kind of bobbing in and out of the cell, like that. Which is kind of a safe pattern, but it's very slow to actually fight. It's kind of annoying because it keeps ducking back in to that cell and you can't shoot through the cell wall thing.
Yeah.
Difficulty level 2, you get fewer power-ups. And on the thing with the black hole, you've got 2 marbles instead of just 1 that you need to knock around.
But you're not timed, so...
No, but if you take too long to get the marble started, it will launch itself on a very high speed. Also, you're seeing now you've got these red ships. They actually shoot at you.
Okay.
So here, if we've got the boss green, when it enters, it will turn yellow, and it will just kind of pop out. The cell will stay up at the top of the screen here, and the nucleus will come out and sort of drift down towards you. Also, on level 2 and 3, the nucleus can shoot at you. On level 1, it doesn't shoot. When it gets down to half health, it starts blinking, and instead of doing one shot, it does like that spread shot. On difficulty 3, you get even fewer power-ups. You still get enough to get the triple shot before the black hole. But there's also a lot more of these red ships that can shoot at you. Whenever one of the red ships fires a shot, it will always fire directly at where you currently are. So, you just need to be moving to not be there when the shot reaches there.
Is there 3 balls?
Nope, it's still just 2. But now they can shoot. And yeah, you saw there, I didn't get that one ball started, so it just launched off on its own, and it went much faster than if you just shoot it once to get it started. Yeah, the whole trick with the black hole thing is that it's all about the momentum. And yeah, that's right. With level 3, there are exactly enough power-ups through the whole thing to be able to have just the shield at the end. If you miss any power-ups, you will not have a shield for the boss.
Okay, so blue it turns...
Dark blue, it's this purple. And here, the cell will go in a circle around the screen, and the nucleus will regularly pop out to go into the center of the screen and sit there for a moment, and then go back to the cell. So, the timing of it kind of changes a little bit. Like, it'll pop out from the cell at different points in the cycle, but it's always the same, amount of time that it takes. This was my preferred version to fight, just because it's the easiest to get shots off on, I found. Because, you know, it sits stationary in the center of the screen. You can just sit there and shoot at it.
Yeah.
And, like, it's a very regular pattern that you can easily keep track of what's going on.
Yeah.
Alright, so we didn't have too much to say about Dribble and Spitz, but Mona's gonna be a lot.
What's up?
What's up? It's me, Mona! So, you're wondering what strange games are exactly?
Yes.
I'm not sure I know either.
Oh.
But hey, surprise is just part of the fun.
Okay.
Give him a try. I promise you'll be entertained.
Yeah, probably. What we got?
Mona's strange games, starting with Paper Plane.
Oh.
Steer the airplane and avoid the ledges. Have a safe flight. Left and right.
You
to steer.
too! I did it again.
So here, use left and right to adjust the steering of the paper plane. It goes faster the more straight down the angle is. It's very tricky to actually do the steering on this thing. If you hit any of the walls, that's a miss. On level 1, you have these very thin walls that are, give you lots of space to get around. On level 2, you have thicker walls, and there's less space between them to get through. And on level 3, you've got these very big walls with a very small space that you need to navigate through.
Okay, so you need to spend more time going down.
Yeah, and you need to be, like, a bit more precise with your steering and the timing on when you start turning and such.
Which makes it even harder when things speed up.
Yeah, this one is incredibly tricky. I'm pretty sure I barely managed to get the score on this.
On your first run, yeah. Okay.
So, let's talk about Mona, the savvy student, according to the manual there.
So she was running from the law?
So yeah, her story was she was late to work at the ice cream shop, the Chiritorie, and had to outrun the cops. And then we beat up some cops. And we're already on the next game, so we'll read the blurb in a moment.
Kind of figured that one was gonna be fast. What's next?
Dry eye.
Oh.
Put some drops in my eyes. A to squirt.
Okay, if you say so.
So there's this face, and the eyedropper is waving back and forth, and you press A when the eyedropper is above the eye. So
and the eye gets smaller on each difficulty level.
Each difficulty, the eye is smaller. It's more closed. It's more squinty.
Yeah, I feel that.
That's pretty much it. It's another timing, press A at the right time thing. So very simple.
So what about Mona?
So, Mona's blurb in the manual. Hey, you're a new face around here. Well, I'm Mona. I scoop gelato at the Gelateria, when I'm not at school or making games, that is. So anyway, you should know that fortune hunter Wario has inspired many of my strange games. He's always 1 degree ahead of cool, and he's even let me tag along with him on some of his money-grubbing adventures.
Oh, really?
So, that's a big thing.
Huh.
That, this is the first, explicit confirmation we're getting that Wario has had adventures that we have not been privy to.
Right.
Because he's had adventures that he has taken Mona along on. And that says a lot. There's a lot to unpack just from that fact.
Yeah. Well, let's explain the next game.
Yeah, we'll start on that after this, which is Parking Prowess.
Okay.
Pull the car into the parking space. Violators will be towed at the owner's expense. So your only control is down to steer. You've got the car is going along, and you start pressing down to steer the car downward into the parking space. and you need to get it into the parking space without hitting any of the other cars or the curb.
And the parking space gets tighter.
Space gets tighter, and on level 3, it's generally like the furthest left space. So, you know, you have less space to turn around the curb there.
I do like how on the easier difficulty, you just have 2 whole spaces and you can just drive on the line.
Yeah. Like, on level 3, it's always 1 space available, so you need to park in an actually good space. Here, there's someone else is parked directly on the line there, so it's not just you. Yeah, and on their level 2, like, generally there's the cars are parked, like, away from the lines, so you even have a little more than the 1 parking space worth of area available to pull in.
Still, this seems difficult.
Yeah, this was a tricky one. A lot of Monas are kind of tricky. But, yeah, so Mona, first of all, is a student. Has a presumably part-time job at the ice cream shop. And goes on adventures with Wario. So, how did they meet?
That is interesting. We're gonna have to go into that.
Now, my guess is that my guess is that it wasn't Wario finding her like it has been with the others so far. I think it's that she found Wario. And once again, we're cut off by the next game. These are going very quick.
These are going quick, yeah. Toast?
Butterfingers.
Oh.
Catch the toast when it pops out of the toaster. Watch out for bite marks or you're toast. Sitcom sting. Anyway, you just the toaster, and it pops a piece of toast out, and you press A when the toast is by the hand to catch it. On level 2, there's a little bite taken out of the corner, and then on level 3, there's a bigger bite taken out of the corner, so there's less space of toast available that you can grab, because if you grab where there's the bite, then you're not grabbing the toast.
So I noticed you're catching it when it comes back down.
So you don't have to catch it when it comes back down. I just found that to be easier to time, personally. Like, you can just grab it when it pops up. But
I imagine that when time starts to become an issue, you probably have to catch it on its first pass up.
I'm not actually sure. This was another one that I think I didn't get too far along with. It's just very tricky.
Oh.
Just like, it is another press A at the right time game, but the timing it felt very difficult, very tricky. Partially, I think, because it's something that you don't get a lot of time to view in advance what's going on. Like, it pops up and then you just need to react to it right there. But yeah, it was tricky. It's toast. Grabbing toast is hard, it turns out. Also, who takes a bite out of it before putting it in the toaster? What kind of madman is this? What kind of monster would put... Yeah, okay. You know, I bet that's something that actually happened. Rona said that a lot of these are based on Wario. Wario probably does that, literally, and that's why she made the game like that.
Speaking of games based on Wario...
Gold Digger! This one needs no introduction. Just pick me a winner. Press A to pick. You are picking the nose. You have to push A when the finger is lined up properly with the nostril. On level 2, it's the index finger, which is a lot thicker than the pinky finger, which you have on level 1. And on level 3, it's 2 fingers, so you need to line them up with both nostrils. And it's very tight. It's a very tight, difficult. Another timing press A1, but with a sillier framing.
Technically, there's 2 areas of success.
Yeah, on levels 1 and 2, you do have the both different nostrils that you can get in, so it's a bit different.
Yeah, there's some twists to it.
Yeah, like yeah, if you get it off, you just kind of push the nose up in an awkward way.
Which again points out the thing I said before. There's sort of signifiers for if you hit too early or too late.
Yeah.
In some of these games.
So, Mona, meaning Wario moves into Diamond City.
Yeah.
And he probably starts becoming known around town. He's like this big, rich guy who shows up with tons of gold and treasures and starts buying up property, probably, and making business deals. And here's our next game already.
Terminal velocity.
Terminal velocity. Stop the trolley in time to pick up the passengers. All aboard! Now, personally, I think they made a mistake not calling this one Trolley Problem. But,
well, that wasn't as popular back
yeah, I
then
guess in
as it
03
is these
that
days.
wasn't as big of a meme.
Yeah.
But, anyway, so Trolley Problem. You hold down A to pump the brakes on your trolley. That's your only control on... You're trying to get the trolley to stop in the area of the station. The station gets smaller on each difficulty level, so you have a smaller goal space to hit.
So a little similar to the
Very similar to the curling one, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's you're trying to decide when to start reducing speed, when to begin decelerating, which can be very tricky. Eventually, I found, like, a particular spot on the screen to watch, and when the trolley hits that spot is when I start pressing A, and it worked for most of it. When it started getting fast, it started having a bit of... it wasn't quite working as well, but... I wasn't sure if that was just my reactions were not quite on, or, you know, the actual timing of it needed to shift earlier or something.
Right.
So Wario comes to Diamond City. He becomes known. He's a known presence in the city.
Known fortune hunter, even.
And, yeah, and so Mona probably seeks him out, trying to probably looking for a score herself. Not necessarily trying to rob Wario, though that might have been the case. But certainly, like, once they meet, like, there's something must click with their personalities. Like, she's also very interested in gold and money and obtaining wealth. And so that draws Wario in, and they start partnering up a little bit.
Well, let's talk about chicken.
Chicken pinch. Catch the little bird between the sticks. Here we are, my little chickadee.
What?
Press A to pinch.
Okay.
So there's this little chicken bug, is what it's called. And it comes and it walks up and it hops, and you have to push A when it's up in the air to pinch the little tweezers to grab the little chicken bug.
The little chopsticks.
So on level 1, it'll walk up and it'll hop a couple of times. It'll hop 3 times specifically, and so you'll have 3 chances to grab it. On level 2, it'll only hop twice. On level 3, it'll only hop the once. And on every level, the last time that it hops, it does that little flip. So that's why you see it do the flip on level 3, because that's the only time it does the hop. So it's another timing one, but the difficulty levels don't change the window of timing. It changes how many windows you have. It's always the same length of window relative to the speed of the game.
Right. Okay.
So, let's see. We know Mona's a student. We don't know what she's a student of.
Right, so that's what I was going to say. She could be a student of, say, archaeology.
Like, I'm assuming that she's a college student.
Right.
So, yeah, student of archaeology might make sense. That might be why she'd go seeking out Wario.
Or fashion. We know she's fashionable.
Yeah, she is very fashionable. She could be a fashion major. Or some kind of, you know, like fashion design or seamstress, something like that.
We just don't know.
We also know that she lives out in, like, the countryside.
Yeah.
Far out from the city. So, next game. Boombox. Make the fireworks explode when they reach the correct height. Isn't this a blast?
Kind of, yeah. Okay, I get it, because you have
Press
to boom
A to detonate.
inside
Because
the
it's
box.
the box. There's the box, and you
boom
press A, and it goes
in the
boom
box.
when you're in the box. It's another press A at the right time. You've got the little firework that comes up, and when it's in the box, you press A, and the box gets smaller for each difficulty level.
Okay.
So you have a more narrow timing. It's this little tiny box for level 3. This one's also kind of tricky. Again, a lot of the Mona games are very tricky. Alright, so we know Mona lives out in the countryside, away from the city, which... I'm not sure if that means that she comes from a wealthy family or not.
Yeah, that's...
Like,
You can't really make a distinction based on that.
Yeah, because, like, it could be that she has, like, a manor out in the hills, but it could also be that she lives on a farm out in the hills. We don't know. So, the fact that she works part-time in the ice cream parlor probably means that she doesn't come from a lot of wealth.
Yeah.
Or at least that she doesn't have access to any family wealth that they may be. So, we also know that she does not respect the police, you know, as right people shouldn't. So, that's definitely another that, like, I really do think that her personality and Wario's definitely clicked in a very strong way.
Yeah.
When they met. So, yeah, now I'm just like trying to think now of timeline. When could Wario have been bringing her out on adventures? What sort of timing would this have been? Next game. Sloppy Salon. Give the customer a nice close cut. It's the latest style.
Ooh.
So, this is a mash A game. You tap A as quickly as possible. You need to tap it a certain number of times to completely cut off the customer's hair as they're sleeping through their haircut.
And then they get mad.
And then they get mad because you've cut off all their hair. And the barber is very sorry, he's kneeling in apology at the end. So, it makes it seem like you've done bad, but no, you need to cut off all of the guy's hair. That's the goal of the game.
It's because the game is strange, after all.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, each difficulty level, the amount of times you need to press A within the game's window increases. So, it's just you mash A, and that's it. Very simple game. So yeah, timing of things. I imagine it couldn't have been too early, because this would have had to have been after Wario was established and known in Diamond City.
Right.
Like, unless they just had a chance encounter, which seems a little unlikely, given that, like, she's a student, that's not really... She's a student and she works at the ice cream shop. Maybe they might have met if Wario visited the ice cream shop. But otherwise, like, I just don't see how they could have run into each other if she's not, like, directly involved in any business. Maybe if she is an archaeology student, that could have been part of it. Maybe, like, she was around a dig site that Wario investigated or something.
Could.
But, again, that's getting into... We just don't know what her major is, so we can't say for certain anything about that.
Now, there was a doctor, professor in
Yeah, it was,
Wario's Adventures in the Golden Pyramid.
Professor Arewa Shitain, also known as Mad Scienstein.
Could he be a possible link to Mona?
That would make sense if he is a professor at the university that Mona attends. Yeah, so we know that Mad Scienstein would have gone missing for a while when he got trapped in that music box.
Right.
Because that was where we first saw him.
Right.
Lost at 40 on this game because the mashing got too fast.
Yeah. Page Panic!
This one's rough. Place your bookmark in the right page. Don't judge this book by its cover. Press A to mark page.
Okay, I don't think we saw this one.
So here we have a book. The pages flip by. When you press A, it throws this bookmark into it, and the instruction tells you what page to mark. And it stays visible on screen. Unlike most games, the instruction actually remains to show what you need to do. So, each difficulty level, the page number, like the range of page numbers that you need to hit gets higher. So, on level 1, it's an early page, and the book flips slowly. On level 2, it's a later page, the book flips more quickly. On level 3, it's a far late page, and it flips very quickly like this. And the really tricky part about it is the fact that when you need to push the button to put the bookmark in, feels a little unintuitive, at least to me. Because you need to, when you put the bookmark in, whatever page is currently actively turning will stop and turn back.
Right.
So, a lot of the times, especially when it got faster, I wound up pushing it one page too early, because I was anticipating, like, I see, okay, it's on, I needed to hit 22, it's on page 20, I need to hit it on the next page flip, but I hit it just a little too early. That wouldn't took me a couple of attempts, actually.
Noodle-rama.
Noodle-rama. Twirl all the pasta onto the fork. No dessert unless your plate's clean. Directions to twirl pasta. So, this one's very simple. You just, you spin your thumb around the D-pad to twirl the fork.
Okay.
And collect all of the pasta. So, it's always clockwise. You're going, like, you hit left, then up, then right, then down. And you want to do, in that, going around clockwise around the D-pad as quickly as you can to, grab all of the spaghetti off the plate. And
more spaghetti on each difficulty level?
Yeah, each difficulty level has more amount of spaghetti that you need to twirl up to rescue this living plate from suffocating under spaghetti. Strange indeed. So, yeah, the timing on things. So, yeah, we know Matt Einstein went missing at some point, presumably when he was out investigating some dig site, when he fell into this magic music box world. And then Wario shows up and also falls into the magic music box world, and he kills the evil god controlling it.
Clown? Evil
god clown, and rescues and frees all of the transformed peoples in there, and also presumably Professor Chiritorie gets out of there as well.
Matt Einstein.
And then afterwards goes on to find the Golden Pyramid of Princess Sakura.
With Matt Einstein, who is now helping him.
What?
Right?
No, Matt Einstein, Professor Chiritorie, found the pyramid on his own period.
Right.
He found the Golden Pyramid, and he had his own team of archaeologists there who got scared off by monsters in the pyramid.
Right.
Because the pyramid was full of monsters.
Fair. But
and
then Wario showed up.
Then Wario comes, and he
actually helping Wario this time instead of trying to fight him off.
Because Wario was, actually clearing out the way, just taking out all of these monsters and clearing the way for Matt Einstein to do his investigation.
Yeah.
At least until the pyramid sank under the ground again, and
I'm sure he made it out okay.
I'm sure he made it out just fine. And then also we established that Wario almost certainly went back afterwards to dig it all up because it's made of gold. You don't just leave gold underground. So yeah, that time period, I think is probably after the professor gets rescued from the music box and comes back to the university. Mona probably hears about what happened to him and this strange explorer that he met that rescued him.
Thread needle. Right
in the eye. Thread the eye of the needle. A stitch in time. about a stitch in time.
You're not actually doing any stitching.
No, not at all. So, up and down are your controls. Once you start moving, like you tap up, you will continue moving up until you start either hit the top of the area that you can go, or you tap down and start going back down. Like, you cannot make it stop moving vertically once you have made it start moving vertically. So, that's the tricky thing about this micro game. The difficulty level, the Eye of the Needle gets smaller, so it's very simple there. And yeah, you need to get the thread through the Eye of the Needle. Just if it hits a spot that isn't the needle, it moves forward on its own, and you just need to get it in at the time when it's getting through there. So this one's very tricky. Again, like, because of the fact that you cannot stop vertical movement once you've started it. You either need to, like, hit up and down, back and forth to keep yourself in the small zone, or you need to, like, wait until just the right time to start moving vertically so that it gets, like, right in, it doesn't pass by at all. So, very difficult. I barely made it. This was, it only needed 10 points, but still barely made it past the goal score there. I came, I saw through the log. How sharp are your teeth? So here, you are sawing a log with your saw. You hit left and right to move the saw back and forth.
There's a bird.
And there's a little bird. So that's really it. You hit left and right back and forth to saw through the log with the sawing motion. And on each difficulty level, the saw gets thicker. And look at that! It's the baker!
The log gets bigger.
The log gets bigger. And yeah, on the difficulties, on first level 1, you've got the little, like, cuckoo bird that pops out. On level 2, there's this weird person shampooing their hair. And then on level 3, we have the baker doing his sit-ups.
Yeah.
You remember the baker?
I remember the baker.
He turned into a block. It was unfortunate, I think.
Yeah, but now he's back.
Now he's back in this microgame?
He's in log form.
This implies that Mona knows the baker.
Does it?
Because she made the microgame. And she put the baker in the microgame.
Well, she was inspired to put the baker in the microgame.
Which, she has to at least know of the baker to be able to put the baker in the microgame.
It could have come to her in a dream.
That's also possible.
Because Wario is a fey imp creature from Dreamland.
Yeah, maybe spending too much time around Wario causes visions? The visions of otherworldly places? Like Experimental World? Wherever that was.
Where? Yeah, that's...
God, that was...
It's outside of reality for certain.
That was so weird.
Yeah.
There was a power star there?
There was, wasn't there?
We're getting a little off track here because of
Very
the
off
baker.
track
But,
because of the baker.
so Mona, after the professor comes back and tells the story of the Music Box Land and this explorer, this traveler who came and rescued him and found all of these incredible treasures and was this incredible adventurer. Mona probably heard that and at that point sought out Wario. So it would have been then between Wario Land 3 and Wario Land 4 when they start having adventures. And again, I'm assuming that their personalities clicked very quickly, like as soon as they met, that she's very adventurous, it looks like.
Yeah, well, from what she says, she looks up to him.
Yeah.
Like, again, it's a quote, he's always 1 degree ahead of cool.
Yeah. Which...
I wouldn't describe Wario that way, so...
But, I mean... I'm not fashionable. I don't know fashion. So, I cannot actually ascertain whether or not Mona knows fashion. So, Yeah. At around, like, 60, 70, this got incredibly difficult. So, interesting fact, with, as we get to a very high number here, there is actually a maximum speed on these microgames.
Oh.
Once you hit 72, that is the last time that the game will actually speed up. Meaning 75 is the hardest it will ever be.
Huh.
Douse the house. Put out the fire and rescue those in need. You're on fire! Not literally.
Oh, that's good.
Up and down to aim your hose. So here you've got a hose and there's a fire on the building, and you hit up and down to change the angle that the hose is pointing at, and you need to move the water spray onto the fire, and the water spray will start putting out the fire. You need to have the water onto the fire for long enough that it extinguishes the fire. On level 1, there's one fire. It's a smallish fire. It doesn't take much to put out. On level 2, there is a large fire, so you need to keep it on there for longer to put it out. And on level 3, there are 2 fires. They're both the smallish fires rather than the large fire, but there's 2 of them, so you need to adjust your aim more rapidly. This is another tricky one. Yeah, this things are going very quickly and having trouble keeping up with everything we were talking about. So
yeah, I think we kind of understand Mona at this point.
Yeah, and also, as we saw in the Interstitials, Wario dreams of Mona and thinks that she's cute. So, like, there's definitely, it's not just a one-way admiration. It goes both ways there.
Yeah.
But there's a connection that they have. That's not going to stop Wario from pursuing his own interests and his own money and fortune. And as we've seen here, it's not going to stop Wario from robbing her and trying to get free labor out of her. But that's probably the sort of thing that at the end of the day Mona respects him more for.
Yeah.
Or at the very least begrudgingly accepts about him.
Yeah, sort of a no honor among thieves kind of thing.
Kinda.
Soul Man.
Man! Avoid the giant foot stepping from the sky. Not your favorite stomping grounds? Okay. So, here we've got the Frank. The little Frank guy, and you're moving back and forth to avoid the stomping shoe from the sky. And on level 1, it's like this little kid sneaker. On level 2, it's this hiking boot. And on level 3, it's this big sumo foot sandal. So, you just need to, it always will stomp twice. And you just need to not be there under the shadow when it stomps. It can be a bit tricky because the timing when it stomps and the way that it moves at least felt to me very random. Like, I couldn't see a pattern in the movement of it. Although, I think the timing actually isn't random, but it's the movement is very random, so it can be very difficult to judge where you need to go to be out of the way. Like there, like, I wasn't sure if it was gonna, back off again and leave me space in the corner to avoid the big shoe there, but it didn't.
I wonder about the Franks in the background.
Yeah, there's a story there.
Because they're different colors, and they change each time.
So, next one, nighttime allergies. I want to enjoy the evening, but my nose just won't stop running. Ew.
This is a weird one.
So, this is basically a mash-A one. Like, I think there's a pseudo-timing component to it, in that it's just you need to be pressing A in order to make the snip happen, and it like, if you're just mashing A, then the extra A presses aren't doing much, I think? I'm not entirely sure. I just know mashing A works. And it's the only control you need, so you mash A. On level 1, you have a short snot string. On level 2, it's a longer snot string. And on level 3, there's 2 of them. There is 2 of this person. Who, has a name? She has a name.
What's her name?
I don't remember what it is. Sidebar will say it. It was like Baroness Snot something?
Hey.
This
is a strange one.
This is definitely a strange one. With this, like, romantic background atmosphere with the lighthouse. Just sniff up your snot.
Mm-hmm. Dribble and spits. This is not. For some reason.
Okay. So. Mona. So there's a lot more to think about and talk about with Mona as well. Like, I think we have a pretty solid understanding of Mona's relation with Wario at this point.
Yeah.
You know, we kind of know what time period they would have met and how they got together.
Yeah.
Mona, as we saw in her story, she has little friends.
Yes.
She has a little elephant and a monkey and... what was the third one? I forgot.
I don't remember.
Piggy.
Right.
She's got an elephant, a monkey, and a piggy.
Right.
So she has these little friends who help her fight the cops.
Air supplies.
Air supplies. Drop supplies from a helicopter and land them safely on the truck bed. Keep on trucking.
I don't think that's an air supply song.
No. Anyway, the little truck goes by, and you press A at the right time to drop the package onto the truck, and on each difficulty level, the truck bed is shorter.
Kind of expect it to, like... I don't know. Like, it just goes straight down.
Yeah.
It feels like it should have some momentum for some reason.
But it doesn't. Like, your helicopter there, your heavy dual-rotor cargo helicopter there, is hovering stationary as this truck goes by.
Yeah.
So, you just drop it at the right time. If you drop it too early, it'll bounce off of the cab of the truck, and it won't, sit on the bed.
Mm-hmm.
And naturally, if you drop it too late, then it'll miss and just go off the back.
Mm-hmm.
So, this one's kind of tricky, just because, like, the timing feels a little bit weird with the fact that you can't hit it too early. Like, there's a part of the truck bed that you will never be able to get it onto because, like, the time that the truck is moving forward means, like, you can't get it perfectly lined up along the left.
Right.
So, otherwise, it's a timing press A at the right time thing. Just another different presentation of it. Oh. So yeah, Mona has these little friends.
Yeah.
Who help her, who ride in the back of her motorcycle? Was it a scooter? I think it was a scooter.
Kind of a scooter, yeah.
Yeah. And they fire her weapons at the police. Like her freaking speed racer ass weaponry.
Mm-hmm. Maybe she's an engineering student. Maybe she's just undeclared.
That would also fit for someone who connects with Wario, being just like an undeclared college bum.
She seems to have a lot of interests. Ice cream, fashion, animals,
treasure hunting,
motorcycling,
making games,
the country.
Toast the ghosts.
Okay.
Scare the ghost away with the spotlight. So fun, it's creepy.
Strange.
Left and right to move your spotlight. So you got your little flashlight spotlight thing. You move back and forth. You need to shine it onto the ghost drawing on this wall. And make the ghost go away by shining light on it. And the ghost will teleport around And so it can be tricky to get them.
Wario Ghost.
On level 1, you've got 1 ghost, and you've got a very big flashlight beam. On level 2, there's 2 ghosts, and you still have the big flashlight beam. And on level 3, there's 2 ghosts, and your flashlight beam is smaller. This one can be very tricky, because, like, if you could be moving towards the ghost, moving your light towards the ghost, and then it teleports, and now you're in the wrong spot entirely. So, like, you kind of want to wait until it teleports, and then, like, kind of rush for it.
Yeah. Think buy yourself the most time.
Also, like, when there's the 2 ghosts, your flashlight freezes very briefly when it hits the first ghost.
Right.
So there's a little bit of a trickiness to being able to catch the second one as well. So this was a good one. This was a unique one. So yeah, Mona has just a lot going on in her life. Which probably explains why she isn't with Wario on all of his adventures.
Yeah.
Because she's got her studies, she's got her job, she's got...
hobbies.
She's got dealing with the police. That's probably an entire dedicated hobby of its own.
Student loans, presumably.
Yeah, I mean, that's why she works the ice cream shop.
Or steals treasure.
Yeah. How is the cost of education in Diamond City? Is it as bad as we have it here? Does she need to go into massive debt to pay for her education?
I mean, 2003? Yeah.
It's, if it's anything like Earth, yeah, 2003 would have been,
not great.
Yeah.
But... Tilt and tumble.
Make the red ball drop through the openings. Tiltalizing, isn't it?
I get it.
Left and right to tilt the thing. This one's hard. So you hit left or right. Right tilts it so that the ball will roll to the right. Left tilts it so the ball will roll to the left. Each difficulty level has an additional row that you need to get the ball through. You tilt to make the ball go through the hole, and then you get it through to the bottom of the screen, and that's how you win.
If it's moving too fast, it might roll over the
Yeah, if you're tilting too far, then it'll just roll over the hole. And of course, because your only controls are left and right, you can't control how far it's tilting. You can just make it tilt, and so you have to, like, stop tilting it in order to make it ease up, and the ball actually needs to leave the screen.
Right.
You know, if it's at the very bottom of the screen, but still visible when the time runs out, you've lost.
Okay.
So, this took me a couple of attempts as well. And it just... like, you barely have enough time to react to the 3 when it gets even just a little bit fast. I did not like that one too much. Yeah, it's already just cannot. Especially because, as with all of the games, when it gets fast, like, the degree to which your control affects the game increases, making it much harder to control.
Well, next game.
Pompeii back. Volcanic rocks are flying. Avoid the rocks if you want to rock and roll.
Ever again.
Because otherwise they will crush you.
And you'll be dead.
So, you've got move left and right, and you've got the volcano spits out a rock, and this one is very tricky because the rock is incredibly random. Like, where the rock falls initially after being shot from the volcano is random. It will always bounce towards you, but the angle at which it bounces differs. That's random. So sometimes it'll bounce just a little bit, like it'll have a high angle and it'll just bounce slightly. Other times it has a low angle and it bounces like very far orthogonally towards you. So it's very, very tricky to know when you need to move away, when you need to run under it, where you need to be standing at the start.
Yeah. There's no, like, shadow or anything.
No, it's black and white. There's no color.
There's no way to
I got
predict.
exactly enough to clear this one. And no more. Crash test, dummy! Open the airbag in time to save the dummy! Traffic safety is a must! Press A to deploy the airbag.
Save the dummy!
So this is a timing one. You push A as the car is, like, shaking. I'm pretty sure if you push A at any time while the car is shaking, that is... it's going to get the right timing. If you push it too early, the bag will deploy, but then it will retract.
It'll deflate.
And you'll get a miss because you'll hit the steering wheel. And of course, if you deploy too late, then the dummy will hit the steering wheel, and that.
You've already hit the steering wheel, and well, now you have nothing to save.
And yeah, the difficulty level is the amount of the length of your timing window reduces each difficulty level up. So otherwise, fairly simple one. So, Mona cares about traffic safety, but not the police. The police don't actually help with traffic safety.
No, trust only your fists.
Yeah, police will never help you. Yeah, like that. That's, I don't know why the airbag completely retracts like that. Like, a real airbag stays out and deflates, but... this is,
Well, it stays out and suffocates you, usually. Oh!
Yeah, that one was too late. Maybe Mona doesn't know exactly how airbags work. She rides a scooter. Scooter doesn't have an airbag.
No. Scooter, you crash, you're fucking dead.
But it's okay, because Mona's really good at driving.
And throwing banana bombs.
Sunny side up. Crack the egg and drop it into the middle of the pan. Excellent!
Now, when you say middle...
So, you just need to get the egg into the pan. You push A, and it cracks open the egg, and the egg drops. And as long as the egg gets into the pan, it's a win. And it is a little more generous than it feels like it would be. As you see there, it landed like on the edge, but then shifted down into the pan.
It slides.
So yeah, the on each difficulty level, the pan gets smaller. So your available timing window.
You've got a nice
gets more narrow.
non-stick surface.
And personally, I would like to know what sort of magic is going on that you can just be holding a perfectly whole egg above the pan and just crack it open. Without, like, breaking part of the shell at all, and just, like, have a perfect split open like that.
Well, maybe we'll watch some egg cracking videos after this. Just to see. Proper egg cracking technique. Maybe they use star power to crack the eggs in this game.
Mona may not know anything about star power.
True. Diamond City seems to be self-sufficient.
Like, even working on the assumption that Diamond City is in Jewelry Land, they don't really know anything about the Mushroom Kingdom. The most that they know is there was immense technology from the Koopa Kingdom with these giant mechs, and then Mario shows up with an incredibly devastating plasma cannon.
Riding a Yoshi, which is
this monstrous beast.
Extinct dinosaur creature.
Like, that could be the only exposure most of the citizens here have to the Mushroom Kingdom. Mm-hmm. Aside from the tangential exposure through Wario.
Yeah. Fries with that.
Fries with that. Douse your fast food with ketchup. For here to go. So left and right to move, and A to squirt your ketchup bottle. So here you've got your ketchup bottle. I, generally speaking, would not move it too much.
Right, because the food moves.
Yeah, the food wavers back and forth, so you can just kind of wait for it to be in line. On level 1, there's a burger. On level 2, there's burger and fries. On level 3, there's burger, fries, and a drink.
The shake.
And you're just squirting ketchup. First of all, what kind of fucking sociopath puts ketchup on top of a burger. Just on the top of the bun like that. Like, squirting it directly on top of the fries, that makes some sense.
Okay, yeah,
but then
I can believe
also squirting not into the drink, but it appears to be squirting the ketchup onto the lid of the drink.
Well, so if we take a look here, right?
Yeah.
I don't think there's a lid there. I think it's an open milkshake.
Okay, which is still a problem.
It's more of a problem. But that's because this game is strange.
It is definitely strange. I cannot argue with that.
Like, clearly it's meant to be a step up into the joke of the game.
Yeah, and I do like how the ketchup also, like, covers the entire straw. Or is that, like, a spoon? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It's a little hard to tell. Anyway, it gets hard. It gets kind of hard to keep up. Because, you know, there's a limited rate of fire that you have for your ketchup.
Yeah.
So, and again, it as it speeds up, it gets more difficult to control because it shifts further along. The brush off. Brush your teeth to make them sparkle. Show me those pearly whites. So this is basically another version of the log sawing one. You push left and right with the correct timing rhythm to brush the brush back and forth across the teeth to whiten them.
And then the more difficult, the more...
Yeah, on level 1, you need to brush it across the whole way twice. On level 2, you need to brush it across the whole way 3 times. On level 3, you brush it across the whole way 4 times. And, something I didn't quite mention with the log sawing one. You don't exactly, like, you could, you don't necessarily need to, like, start pushing the direction back after you have reached the end. Like, with here, you hit right and this brush will start going to the right. You can immediately start hitting left again. And it won't, like, stop in the middle. It always goes the full way across. So, like, you can start moving back early. Like, earlier than it looks like you can. So, it's a little bit... There's some leeway there. A little bit of easy timing for this. Not to say that it's easy. It does, again, when it gets fast, it gets very tough. You need to start very quickly and continue all the things very quickly across. But what else is there about Mona that we can talk about?
I think we've explored pretty much everything, but I'd
Yeah,
love to hear
like,
what
we
the
can-
comments have to say.
We can speculate a bit more about some things. Again, like, who are these little animals that she has? Why does she have these little animal friends? Where did they come from? Are they her pets? Why are they all tiny? There's a little tiny elephant! And a tiny little piggy!
Like, we know there to be tiny sentient animals throughout the mushroom world, right?
Yeah, sorta. One thing that I would like to point out, actually, in the end cast credits of the game, after you clear the story, it shows, like, the credits for Mona's 3 little animal friends. It's got Mona's piggy, Mona's elephant, and it says Mona's chimp, despite the fact that it is clearly a monkey. Much like Diddy Kong, they don't know what a chimp is. So, there's that.
Well,
We're
it's time for the boss.
We're already on the boss stage. Boss stage is nail call. Pound the nail down, but don't break it or hit any fingers. Smashing!
No, we don't want to smash.
Well, you want to smash in the right
We want to
position.
pound. We want to
So,
nail carefully.
here you've got the hammer wavers back and forth. You press A to make the hammer pound down where it is. If you sit there and wait, if you don't swing the hammer, the person there gets angry and they'll start, like, counting down. and if the timer runs out, you lose. If you hit too far on the edge of the nail, it'll bend the top of it. And if you hit that same side too far off, then it becomes a loss because you break the head of the nail. You can hit the opposite side on the far edge to straighten it back out. On level 1, it's a short nail. On level 2, it's a tall nail. On level 3, it's a tall nail, and it starts out with the head bent. So, that's pretty much the entire game. It isn't that hard, especially once you kind of get the feel for the position that the hammer needs to be in.
Right.
And also just the fact that, getting it slightly off, it gives you, like, the chance to fix it.
Yeah, there's like a semi... it's like a recovery state thing.
Which is kind of an interesting thing, because it means this game can technically go on forever. If you just keep bending the nail and then fixing it back and forth like that, it will never, like, end. It'll just keep going until you screw up or succeed. Or sit around and let the timer run out.
Yeah, I wonder if it, like, gets faster?
No! Like, it only bothers doing a timing thing if you don't swing the hammer at all. So... yeah, that's pretty much it for this. You've got there was the 3 difficulty levels. And yeah, if you swing completely off, then you hit the person's thumb or hand otherwise, and it just is bad. It's a miss. You see, he's like that. You can just kind of go back and forth like that over and over, and it just keeps extending the game.
Nope, I guess we'll just leave this run until the next one.
Yeah, that's pretty much it for this. Mona, very interesting. Also, these games were very very tough and tight, and didn't have a lot of time to talk and explore things, but
that's fine.
Yeah. Alright, time to check out 9-Volt. We're probably mostly going to be talking about the games themselves more than the character this time around.
Because it's genre Nintendo!
Hi, I'm 9-Volt. I put together a collection of the best games, all created by Nintendo, of course. There's a bunch of your old favorites here, Doc. Bet you remember them.
Well, some of them.
A lot of them, probably. Like Balloon Fight.
Oh.
Fly through the air, but don't run into the little sparkling fires. Simple, but challenging. Left and right to move, A to rise. And here we have the release information. It was released in '86 on the NES. So, yep, Balloon Fight is an NES game. It's a fairly simple thing. You tap A to flap your arms to rise in the air. You're this little man with balloons tied to him. And you've got the D-pad to move around, you've got A to tap to maintain your height, and you're trying to avoid the various obstacles in the air, these sparkling fires, as 9-Volt described them. And also, don't fall into the water because there is a giant fish that will eat you.
It seems that there are more sparkling fires on the higher difficulty, and on the third one there's also a moving one?
Yep.
Okay.
That is, in fact, the difficulty level differences.
Hey, I'm observing.
Goal for this is 20. You can move left and right, but generally speaking, you don't want to, because when you're if you don't move at all, then you'll stay on the far right, which gives you the most time to observe. You might need to move a little bit to get around that Sparko that is moving up and down in level 3, but otherwise, you generally just want to stick on the right. You can move left, but you generally don't need to.
Oh dear.
So, first let's talk about 9-Volt.
Yeah.
The old school grade schooler.
Right.
His blurb in the manual here. Hey, my name is 9-Volt. I'm the grade schooler gone old school. I've put together a collection of retro classics that'll make you late for class. Come on over and try a few out. I'll spin the tunes while you play the games. I think Nintendo games are the greatest, so you can imagine my surprise when I found out that Wario lives in my... that I live in his city. So, before we dive further into that, next game is Duck Hunt. Want 8 bits of history? Shoot the duck when it comes into your sights. So you've only got 8 to shoot. This was an 85 game in the NES using the Zapper light gun.
It definitely worked 100% of the time, I swear.
It actually worked surprisingly well for a light-based peripheral from the 1980s.
Yeah.
Like, if you had the lens on the light gun clean, then it worked pretty well. I have Duck Hunt for the NES. I've got the combination cartridge that's Duck Hunt with Super Mario Brothers.
Yeah, that's what I had growing up, too.
So anyway, the version of Duck Hunt in this, your aim is a stationary reticle in the center of the screen, which in the original Duck Hunt game you don't get.
No.
But here you've just got that. All you need to do is push A when the duck is in line with your reticle. On level 1, there is one duck that slowly rises from below. On level 2, there's one duck that swoops down from above that goes kind of quicker. And then on level 3, you have both of those ducks, and you need to shoot them both. So, that's Duck Hunt.
Yeah.
So, 9 volt. First of all, there's the fact that, so we know 9 volt is an elementary school student. We saw he went to Diamond Elementary. He knows of Wario from Nintendo games. So that's like a clear, explicit statement that in-universe, Nintendo has released games about Wario, and presumably also Mario and all of the other things going on there. We'll assume that the games are roughly the same in-universe as they are out-universe in the real world.
Out-universe?
So next up here, we have just Game Boy.
Game
Just
Boy.
Game Boy. Check it out! The original Game Boy. Remember how to insert the game packs? You press A to insert.
Yeah.
1989 portable game system with liquid crystal display.
Yes. Yes, it was.
Yep. So yeah, it's the Game Boy, released in 1989. The game here is you've got the cartridge that wobbles back and forth, and you press A at the right time to insert it into the Game Boy. And on each difficulty level, the Game Boy is lower on the screen, so it's a little harder to, line it up. There's more distance between them to see.
Not wobble your cartridge around and then immediately slam it.
I mean, I will note that there is no hand actually pressing the cartridge down into the Game Boy. It just kind of drops from above the screen.
Just kind of using telekinesis?
Or something? I don't know. Point is, that's the game. You push A at the right time. You have a little bit more leeway than it quite looks like, because, it'll sort of slide along the edge to slip in. But, if you're too far out from it, then it's a loss.
Yeah.
So, 9 Volt knows about Wario from Nintendo games. Which, of course, means almost certainly that Wario sold his story to Nintendo, presumably for lucrative profits.
Probably his likeness as well.
Yeah, it's entirely possible that Wario sold everybody's likenesses to Nintendo.
Oh yeah. Probably through Waluigi.
Possibly? So, we do know that Wario at least saw Nintendo when he was visiting Earth. In Picross 2, there was actually, Nintendo-branded buildings that he passed by. So, he definitely had a clear opportunity there.
Donkey Kong.
Donkey Kong, the game we've played the most. You know this one. Donkey Kong is heaving barrels at you, and you'd better avoid them. So you've just got A to Jump, 1981 arcade game Donkey Kong. It's Donkey Kong. We know it. We've played it dozens of times. In this version, all you do is jump. You don't move at all.
If you want to know exactly how many times we've played it, look at the description of this game's video for today's fact of the day.
No, I'm doing a different stat of the day this time, actually.
Oh, okay.
You can look at, just go back in the playlist and see all of the different versions of Donkey Kong we've played.
Versions of Donkey Kong.
Anyway, in this, yeah, all you have to do is jump. Level 1, the barrels always go over to the far ladder on the right. On level 2, they alternate. Like, they might go down the first ladder, or they might go down the second ladder. Level 3, they always go down that first close ladder. Which, honestly, kind of makes level 2 a little bit harder than level 3, because it's a little more variable. So, I might be wrong about that, and level 3 might also be random. I don't know, Sidebar will correct me if I'm wrong about that. Anyway, it's Donkey Kong, you jump barrels. So, 9-Volt.
Yeah.
He's just some kid who likes Nintendo games. And he knows Wario from that. And I would like to bring up the fact that, you know, when he interrupts himself and says that he lives in Wario's city. Wario does not live in his city. He lives in Wario's city. So, there's some kind of... It might just be like fanboyish admiration that, oh, he's the famous person living here, so it's his city. But it could be more like of a real political power thing, that Wario actually has some claim of ownership over the city.
Or it could be like a mob boss mentality, sort of.
Yeah. That, you don't want to say that this is someone else's city. It's Wario's city. And, you don't want to be talking about it any other way if you value your life.
But from the way that, well, F-Zero...
Well, first of all, F-Zero! It's fast! It's wicked! It's your hyperspeed driving machine! Speed past the other racers! Vroom! Got left and right to move. F-Zero was a Super NES game in 1991.
Pretty popular.
Yeah, pretty popular. Very fast, high-speed, racy game. Here we've got you playing as Captain Falcon, who we've seen a couple of times through Smash Brothers. And
Best character, yeah.
all you're doing is left and right, adjust your steering left and right. You want to avoid the other cars on the road and avoid the walls. The difficulty level increases the number of cars that are on the road. On level 1, it starts at 3, and you get 1 more each level from there. So on level 3, there's 5 of them. So, what else do we have to consider with... How the hell did Wario meet 9-Volt?
Well, so,
Like-
9-Volt is clearly an eclectic little grade schooler.
Yeah.
And he knows a lot of cool tech stuff. Like, his love of Nintendo video games is clear.
He also has a sentient Game Boy named
Sentient
GB.
Game Boy. He has a flying skateboard. And he loves to DJ.
Yep. He's got a pretty advanced DJ rig, also.
It's entirely likely they met through Jimmy at the club.
Could be. Also, easily could just be that he approached Wario for, like, an autograph or something because he's a big fanboy.
Also, very likely. And Wario saw, hey, this kid knows how to make games. I am in the process of making games. Make
Yeah.
games for me.
So it's likely that this is a more recent meeting, more recent acquaintance connection. That or maybe just like became aware of him, and it was later on that once he realized he's gonna start making games, he calls up this kid and is like, "Hey, you want to make games with me?
Yeah.
You know video games. You know how all the video games
The
go."
friendship may be one-directional.
Yeah, it's almost certainly. So, yeah. Like I said, 9-Volt himself doesn't seem to be that complicated a character. I mean, he is a kid. So, there's probably not going to be too terribly much to talk about with him. Well, we've got another game coming up.
Yeah. We've got...
Family Basic.
That's not a game.
Locate and press the correct key. All this fun in 8 teeny tiny bits. You've got 4 directional move, A to push the button. So in 1984, NES keyboard allowing players to program in BASIC, Japan only. So,
Famicom.
on the Famicom, well, first of all, the game itself. You've got a keyboard here. It gives you an instruction for what key to press. And much like the page-turning one back with Mona's games, it keeps that on screen so you know what one you need to press. You don't need to, like, remember it. You've got the whole keyboard. On level 1, it's just the numbers row at the top. It's always going to be just a number. On level 2, it's just the letters. And then on level 3, it's the full keyboard, both letters and numbers. And you always start on H, and it'll pick a random thing, so sometimes you have to rush to the far end of the keyboard, away from the center. Or on level 1, it starts on 6, because you only have the numbers. But, yeah, so that's the micro game.
Yeah.
Family Basic, yeah, in 1984, there was Nintendo released a Famicom cartridge, made by both Nintendo and Hudson Soft, with Family Basic. It's a
Basic, huh?
yeah. You can. It's a modified version of the BASIC programming language that you could make your own games with in the Famicom. It's got it comes with the keyboard that you plug into your Famicom console. It had a storage writing device also. There was a data writing peripheral that you could save the games that you've written to cassette tapes. So,
Yeah,
magnetic tape data storage.
Yeah.
Because that was what
It's what's around.
that's what PCs used at the time.
Yeah.
Like we saw back at the start, a couple of those versions of Donkey Kong that we played were on PCs that used magnetic tape for their game packs.
Gotta spool those up.
Yeah. So, that's honestly pretty wild. Just in 1984, a home console peripheral that was released that you could use to program your own games.
Well,
Next up, Super Mario Brothers.
welcome to all the Marios.
The Goombas need a good old squashing. You know the drill. Land on their heads, not their sides. It's Mario controls, move and jump. Super Mario Brothers was released on the NES in 1985. We have seen this a couple of times by now. It's just a very simple... It's a part of World 1-1 that technically... It's like the very start of the game with nothing on screen, but also there's some Goombas. On level 1, there's 1 Goomba. On level 2, there's 2. And on level 3, there's 3. You pretty much need to chain jump them when it's on, like, level 3. Otherwise, you won't have enough time to hit them all. Like, you can land on the ground between hops, but you want to do the chain jumps. When it gets fast, you need to do the chain jumps. So, it's Super Mario Brothers. We know how that works. What else is there to talk about?
I'm just watching the timer in the top right corner. And
Yeah.
how it matches exactly with the countdown timer. It always goes down to 394.
No.
Oh, no, it doesn't! Oh, no!
The timer up there is going in the normal speed of the timer there, not in the speed
Oh,
of
no!
the game.
Oh, no! That's
Yeah.
fascinating, actually.
Yeah, so I think the actual, like, I'm not sure if the game itself speeds up or if it's just your time gets shorter. Like, okay, the Goombas clearly move faster, but
Right.
it's always difficult. The physics of original Super Mario Brothers are really awkward
Oh, yeah.
after, like, unless you have been playing it recently, like, it is vastly different from any modern day game physics.
Yes.
Or, like, contemporary game with WarioWare. All the other games in WarioWare Inc., the physics of them are very different from the physics of original Super Mario Bros. So, this did take me a couple of tries to clear, and you even saw at the start here, I screwed up the first couple of, things on levels 2 and 3, because just the momentum when you jump and move and everything, it just feels so weird. And, like, it's once you get into it, you've played it a bit, it's fine. But, again, just shifting back to it. And you see there, once it gets fast, you need to do the chain. This is not a video game. This is the Ultra Hand. Grab the ping pong ball with the Ultra Hand. How cool is this? Press A to grab. So, in 1966, Revolutionary Magic Hand, also used for playing games. Japan only. So, before Nintendo got into video games, they made toys. And this was one of their big hit toys, designed by Gunpei Yokoi.
Yep.
The Ultra Hand. It's this little extendy grabby arm thing.
Extendo hand.
You can, like, push the little handles together to extend it out and then pull it back to bring it back in.
Yep.
So the Microgame, you need to grab ball. On level 1, there's only the one ball. On level 2, there are 2 balls, and it tells you a specific color to grab. And on level 3, there are 3 balls, and it tells you a specific color to grab. And if you grab the wrong one, then obviously it's a miss.
It doesn't keep it on the screen.
It does not, in fact, keep the instruction on the screen. So, like, generally speaking, that's not a problem here, because there's only 3 possible things, and, you know, it also has the word for the color isn't also the color that you need to match with. So there's kind of that combination of, you know, inputs to help you remember what you need to do. But, yeah. So this was a very big hit in Japan, this toy, this Ultra Hand. I don't know too much about it outside of that. I know that it's made appearances in a couple of other games, notably Animal Crossing.
Yep. Like, it's a pretty big cultural phenomenon, if I recall.
Yeah, it's... Again, it was like... I think this was actually the first toy that Gunpei Yokoi designed for Nintendo.
Yeah.
And, yeah, again, it was a big hit.
And Gunpei Yokoi went on to be, like, instrumental in their
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And then he made the Virtual Boy.
Well,
or
eventually.
he at least took the blame for the Virtual Boy.
And, yeah.
Chiritorie! If only cleaning were this fun. Clean up your place with this remote control vacuum. Press A to move. In 1979, vacuum cleaner with remote control rotation. This was another toy, sort of, that Nintendo made. A little remote-controlled vacuum cleaner.
Uh-huh.
So, I didn't look up the details of how exactly it worked. Like, I don't know if it's... Like, so, the way the Microgame works is the vacuum rotates automatically, you hold down A to start moving in whatever direction it's currently facing, and then it'll continue going straight until you release A, at which point it'll start turning again. And you need to vacuum up all of the paper trash around the floor. And the amount of paper trash increases based on the difficulty level. When you run into a wall, you'll reflect off and continue... Like, you'll keep moving kind of like a billiard ball. Deflecting around. So, yeah, I didn't look up to, like, anything really about this weird vacuum cleaner toy thing that Nintendo made in 1979. But, I think it might be one of their first forays into electronics. I'm not sure about that.
Yep, we'll probably have a little bit of history of it on Sidebar.
Yeah, Sidebar's probably already had a variety of information about this thing that I looked up in post. But
This looks nauseating at high speeds.
yeah, this is one of the harder ones. Like just getting it to just getting the timing right on the direction.
Can't see a dang thing.
So yeah, that one's rough. Next up, another weird toy, Laser Outlaw. 2D Quick Draw. Shoot the blinking target on the outlaw. So, in 1976, hit the target to take him down, Japan only. So this was another toy that Nintendo made that was like a shooting gallery target thing. There was it was called Custom Gun and Custom Gunman Target. Were these two things. So there was the Custom Gun. There were a couple of other varieties of targets that you could get with it, but it was basically just you had a little gun, a little electronic gun thing. You'd point it at the target on this, model of a gunman, Western cowboy type guy, outlaw, and if you aim the gun properly and shoot at the target, then the guy would fall down, and you could set him back up and shoot again. That was the toy. Incredibly simplistic from by today's standards, but it's electronic toy. It's an early light gun, basically.
In 1970, in the 1970s, right? You're pulling a trigger and nothing is actually happening. There's no projectile, and a thing distance across from you is falling down without you touching it.
Yeah, it's
basically magic.
It's basically laser tag, but in 1976.
Yeah.
So yeah, this I don't know how big this was in Japan. This is something I had never heard of before. I've never heard of this outside of WarioWare, but this was something that Nintendo made. This was a weird toy that they did. And naturally, most of their toys early on were Japan only. They weren't doing international business yet. Hogan's Alley. Ah, such a classic. Shoot before you get shot, but only shoot the bad guys. Left and right to move to choose your target, A to shoot. This was an NES game in 1985, another light gun game, Hogan's Alley.
Did not remember this one.
So here we have a little shooting gallery, and you need to pick your target and press A to shoot them. And as he says, you only need to shoot the bad guys, and I mean, there's clearly a bad guy right there that we didn't shoot, but this game doesn't recognize that.
I guess that's the difficulty as it increases. That's bad guys you can't shoot.
Yeah. So, yeah, you only want to shoot the guys that are in, like, black. Those are the bad guys. On level 1, there's only one target, and, you get, like... Oh, what is the difference between difficulty? I know level 1, there's only one target. I know level 3, there's always 2 targets. Level 2, I think it's... like, the timing is different? I'm not sure. I'm not actually sure if there is a difference between level 1 and level 2.
It adds a cop.
Yeah, it does add a cop. A cop who you're not supposed to shoot. I guess maybe that is the difficulty, the tricky part is you have to not shoot the cop. You have to suppress your natural urge to shoot the police. Anyway, yeah, it's Hogan's Alley. I never had this game myself as a kid. I've never actually played this myself before.
Me either.
I'm guessing there are other modes in it than just the,
No hesitation there, right?
Yeah. I will note here that, you'll see at the top there is how many seconds you have between the target being revealed and when you need to shoot them. And it actually, like, ticks down in accordance with how fast the game is going.
That's neat.
Mario Paint Fly Swatter.
Hey!
Swat the irritating flies buzzing around you. Truly magic game.
Really?
1992. SNES with the SNES mouse. So yeah, we have seen this before. Mario Paint, the Fly Swatter minigame where you used the SNES mouse to control your little Fly Swatter hand thing and move around to hit the flies. Weird little sub-game thing in
This was
the
probably
graphics editing
one of
program.
the very first, like, micro games that Nintendo made in the Mario series.
This wasn't really a micro game though. It was a side game. It was a bonus game.
Right. But, like, you know what I mean.
Kinda, yeah. I do kinda get where you're coming from.
This is the first thing that this sort of team
Yeah.
made.
Yeah, Mario Paint was one of the first games that this collective team that has been kind of doing all of this weird Wario stuff
Yeah.
worked on. Anyway, the micro game here itself, the only control you have is push A to swat, so you don't move around at all. Number of flies is equal to the difficulty level. You need to hit all of the flies. They'll kind of swoop around and, like, stop. At least on level 1 and 2, they will stop on your fly swatter for a bit, and then they'll, like, buzz back around and then stop again. On level 3, they don't stop. So, you basically, I found, at least, that you kind of have to just mash A and hope on level 3. Because it gets way too fast for me to react to.
Basically how I deal with flies, and if I have a fly swatter, is mash hope.
So, yeah, Fly Swatter. It was a thing. Yeah, the team involved with this, they did Mario Paint, they did Mario Artist Polygon Studio, I know they did Wario Land 4, I'm not sure what else they've done. Sidebar will list some of the other things that team has been involved with.
There was another Mario Artist series, wasn't there?
I mean, there were other Mario Artist games. I don't know which of them they were involved with, though. I know they were in Polygon Studio because that had, Sound Bomber, the progenitor to WarioWare.
Yeah, and the Baker.
Yeah. Next up, Ice Climber.
Oh.
Grab hold of the big bird cruising through the sky. This was once the pinnacle of gaming. So you've got move, you got jump, 1985 NES game Ice Climber.
I'm not sure it was the pinnacle.
So in this micro game, your goal is just to grab onto the bird, which in the original NES Ice Climber was a bonus that you could do at the top of each mountain. On level 1, you are on the left side, and the bird will kind of stick around along, like it'll fly back and forth, but you'll easily be able to grab it. On level 2, you'll start along the right, and it'll only hover around the left, so you need to jump across. On level 3, you start below, and it'll fly back and forth across, like, the whole area, just about. So, and yeah, you've got the little timer there, which, like with Hogan's Alley, the amount of time on the timer it actually decreases with, like, to show the actual amount of time you have to do it as the speed of the microgame increases. So, Ice Climber, yeah, NES game. You played as this Ice Climber, Popo, who is climbing a mountain. You're just climbing a mountain. That's what you're doing. And you need to avoid polar bears and
Ice?
there were various monsters. I never had original Ice Climber.
Never played
either. It. We played Game & Watch Ice Climber a little bit. Well, Climber is basically Ice Climber. Anyway, Legend of Zelda.
Hey!
It's Link! Hurry up and move him into the cave! Talk about a great game. So yeah, 1987, NES, The Legend of Zelda. Very first game of the Legend of Zelda series. Here, the microgame is very simple. You're just moving, you move to get into the cave. The position that you start in is either on the far left or along the bottom by that little entrance to the zone there. The cave is in a slightly randomized position. On level 1, you have an open field, you just move to the cave. On level 2, there's a pea-hat. You need to avoid the pea-hat because it'll hit you and you'll take damage, that won't matter. You have plenty of health, but it'll, knock you away. And the level 3, there's a River Zora there that can fire shots at you. Now, like in the actual Legend of Zelda, I will note, this player, this Link here, has the magic shield, which means that you can block the shots from the River Zora. You can, in fact, block those shots with your shield if you are facing towards it when it hits you. So, yeah, Legend of Zelda. This is...
Why is this a better game than the Game & Watch Zelda?
I thought the Game & Watch Zelda was good. I enjoyed it. It was, like, for a Game & Watch game, it was really freaking good.
Okay, so, fair. Next question. Why don't they have the sword yet?
Well, this is some kind of weird speedrunner thing going on. They're probably glitching through. Maybe they've got a Game Genie in.
Yeah.
And they're cheating their way through to get to various areas.
They don't even have bombs equipped.
Yeah. It's got 9 rupees, only 9 rupees, but 8 keys and 9 bombs, so they don't have the magic key. And, yeah, they have bombs, but they're not equipped. They've got, 3 extra hearts from your starting life total.
Yeah. I'm confused at the state of their game.
Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, we're not playing all the Zeldas yet. Sheriff! Take out the bad guys and avoid their crossfire. How's this for memory lane?
I've never played this.
This was an arcade game that Nintendo released in 1979. So, well before, a couple of years actually, before original Donkey Kong. This is a black and white version of it, like a monochrome version. The original actual arcade game had full colors for things. But, you've just got your directions to move. You've got A to shoot. You can only have one projectile on screen at a time, because that was the limits of the day. On level 1, you only need to shoot 1 bandit. On level 2, you need to shoot 2 bandits. On level 3, you need to shoot 2 bandits, and they will move in to attack you. The key here is to shoot diagonally, which is a little bit rough because the controls of this game are very, very stiff in weird ways. I honestly found level 3 to be one of the easier levels because they stop and they come at you, making them a little easier to shoot.
Yeah.
Like, they will attack you, and if you get hit, then you die and you lose it's a miss for the microgame. But the amount of time that you have available means you're basically never going to get shot. Especially because, like, you'll see as we go along, when it gets to the high speeds, they don't even have enough time to advance in. Like, it stops and they've got the arrows and they just barely start moving, and that's it. I will also note you can shoot through the barricades.
Eventually.
Yeah, all of the barricades and all those little dots around the sides, every pixel blocks a single shot and is then destroyed. So,
it's kind of a Space Invaders-like in that way.
Yeah. So yeah, this game, it's very stiff, very difficult to control. I never played the original arcade game for this either, so I don't know how it compares to the controls of the original arcade. But, yeah, diagonal shooting is the key, and it's a little tricky to do if you're not used to the movement.
You've just gotten into a rhythm right now.
Yeah, I actually got really far in this game. We're actually going to see later, this is one of the games that we have a fuller version of unlocked as like a bonus game on WarioWare here. 'Cause there were all those bonus games that we were unlocking as we were going through the story, and this is one of them. It's like the full version of Sheriff, so... We'll talk a lot more about Sheriff and see a lot more about it when we get to that. For now, though, it's just... I found this to be one of the easiest micro games.
This is going pretty far.
Like, I did, in fact, reach the maximum possible speed of micro games in this one.
Oh god!
So, I did briefly mention this before, that, there is a maximum possible speed for these micro games. Once you hit 72 points, it speeds up for the last time, and then 75 points is the highest speed and the highest difficulty, and it just keeps looping the 3 difficulties at that speed from that point on. So basically, if you clear 75 points on one of these micro games, that proves you have absolutely mastered it. Because you have cleared it on the highest possible difficulty. Now, I don't think I could get this up to, like, 999. I don't think I could do that. Because just... I don't know, maybe. You can pause the game. Like, either during the microgame or between the microgames, you can pause and then take a break and come back to it. So theoretically, I probably could actually max out the score to like, 999, but,
You could, but why?
I got up to 127.
Okay. Let's play Dr. Mario.
Let's play Dr. Mario. Make a line of 4 identical capsules. That's an 8-bit prescription I'll take anytime.
Don't take random drugs, kids.
So, Dr. Mario, NES game, 1990. You just need to move the pill and connect it to the viruses to clear them. There's no rotate, you just have left, right, and down for movement. Down being, push it down faster. On level 1, it's a very simple, you've got the red viruses, you've got a 2 red pill, you just put them on top of the red viruses and that's it. On level 2, you need to do a horizontal connection with the yellow viruses there, where you place it in the middle. And on level 3, you need to slip it into, in between those blue viruses.
Do a slide.
And, like, the exact positioning of things is, random, it changes around, but it's always those 3 setups for the 3 difficulty levels. Dr. Mario, yeah, we've played Dr. Mario, we know Dr. Mario. It is a weird game. As far as, like, puzzle games go, especially, like, that kind of matching puzzle game, it's very unusual.
Yeah.
But, I like it.
It's no Yoshi's Cookie.
It is not Yoshi's Cookie. Yoshi's Cookie is very weird.
Yeah.
So,
Yoshi's Cookie is another level of weird.
How many different Dr. Marios have we played?
At least 3.
Yeah. That sounds right. I've run out of things to say about Dr. Mario.
Again, not a real doctor.
Yeah, Dr. Mario, as a reminder, is not a real doctor. He just plays one on TV. He just plays one in propaganda.
Also, get your vaccines.
Yeah.
Make sure your vaccines are up to date.
Please do. Dr. Mario says you should take your medicine.
But don't take medical advice from Dr. Mario. Please trust the advice of a real doctor, Doc Phoenix.
Doc Phoenix is also not a real doctor. Please don't take medical advice from me.
Racing 112!
Racing 112. Pass as many race cars as you can without crashing into them. This game is awesome! So, this was a television video game with built-in software for home use. Japan only.
What does that mean?
This was basically, so, in the 70s, there was a somewhat common, thing of releasing, like, basically a little television with an attached and built-in game. Like, just one game. Like, I can't say that this was before home gaming consoles, because the Atari existed.
Right.
Various different Ataris existed. So many different Ataris existed. But it was still a thing that, they would release, like, just a little, basically a TV that was just used for one, maybe a handful of games. That, and it was, like, the only things that were programmed into it, because a lot of, having swappable cartridges makes a much more complicated design space.
Right.
For designing the electronics and such. So this was something that Nintendo made and released in the 70s, was Racing 112. It was just this little game with a TV with a built-in game.
So, did it also function as, like, a TV?
I don't know. Sidebar might say.
Okay.
We didn't actually talk about the game.
Well, it looks like an Atari game, and it's basically
you need to avoid the things.
But...
Mario Clash!
Oh, yeah.
Throw the shell and knock the target off the ledge. This rules! Well... Virtual Boy, game console with viewer that had 3D effects.
Pour one out for Gunpei Yukoi.
Yeah. So, the Virtual Boy, in its eye-searing red glory. Here's Mario Clash. The Clash House Tower is under attack by bad guys, and Mario is saving it. We barely touched Mario Clash. I kind of regret. That's one of the regrets of it was still early in the series, and there's a lot of earlier games that I regret not having done as so much with. Like we very, very barely touched Mario Clash. But in this, you've got Mario standing back there, and you've got a shell that you throw. On level 1, it's this spike top that you throw at, and it just moves back and forth. On level 2, it's a boo that you wait for it to dip down to be in the center. On level 3, it's a Paragoomba, and you need to wait for it to hop the second time before it gets into the center.
Is it a Paragoomba or a Ninja?
That was Paragoomba.
Huh.
Might get a better look at it here. Okay, our screen is a bit dark compared to what you'll see on the finished video.
Okay.
Need to increase the brightness on this on this screen a bit. But yeah, that is a Paragoomba.
Well,
it's definitely a Paragoomba.
Okay. But it's hard to tell because
because everything is varying shades
black
of
and
monochrome red.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Virtual Boy was certainly a thing. It was a
device.
hell of a thing. 1995.
Like, 3D stereoscopic gaming is all the rage again. Well,
Sorta?
VR, Quest VR.
Yeah, like
all that stuff.
it's finally kind of picking up and taking off with VR headsets.
Yeah.
With like more advanced things that have like motion control with gloves and fucking head tracking and shit. Personally, I don't really like the whole 3D thing myself. Like, I find that playing with 3D effects gives me a headache after a little bit. I prefer to just have a screen that you look at.
Most people get headaches, actually.
Yeah. And, both of us actually worked on 3D headset stuff back in early 2000s.
It's true.
Or, well, when around time was that? Like 08-ish was when we worked there? Yeah, we worked on, like, consumer VR headset stuff in 08, so...
Yep.
I've done a lot of stuff with 3D, and I'm...
Back in the day.
I've had enough of it myself.
Anyway. What do we got next?
Up is Helmet.
Wait. Like the...
Make it through this 8-bit masterpiece without getting hit by the tools. So, this is Helmet, 1981 Game & Watch game. We've seen this in the Game & Watch galleries a couple of times.
Now, when you say 8-bit?
Once. I mean, 8-bit was the amount of memory space it had, I guess. Anyway, this is Helmet. So, we've done Helmet before. The goal of the microgame is to enter the house, the shed on the right there, without getting hit by any of the tools falling from above.
Right.
I really did not like this microgame, because there isn't enough time to see the tools falling. like, it's basically luck of whether, like, I cannot tell the number of ticks of movement that you get within the limited span of the microgame is not enough to know when the tools are actually going to fall another step.
Yeah, microgame is and a Game & Watch game are very different.
Yeah, they do not work well together. That very limited tick-based movement does not work with a very limited time window of the microgame.
I personally would like to point out that it is still not an 8-bit game. It is clearly a 2-bit game. The display is either on or off. There's no shades of color.
I don't
the color
actually...
that you see is painted on.
I don't actually know if this had internally 8-bit chipset architecture.
When they talk about 8-bit, they're talking about the graphics.
Not necessarily. Most of the time, yeah. Maybe 9-Volt is just confused.
9-Volt is very confused. He's a grade schooler who doesn't know what he's talking about.
Anyway, once the game gets fast, I just start mashing right.
And then die immediately.
Die immediately. Yeah. Anyway, Urban Champion.
Wait, what?
Guard yourself while waiting for your chance to KO your opponent. Another golden 8-bit moment. So, this was an NES game in 1986, Urban Champion. It plays like boxing. So, you know Game & Watch Boxing? We saw that in Gallery 4.
Right.
And also, it's similar to Punch-Out a little bit. But it's mostly like boxing, where you've got up and down to change the level of your guard, and you've got a back to dodge, and A to punch. You punch at whatever level your guard is currently at. So you need to hit your opponent to knock them into the sewer there.
You gotta hit them the number of times equal to the difficulty.
Yep. And like boxing, the opponent has their up and down guard. If you punch at the spot where they are guarding, then it doesn't count. They've guarded, so that's not a hit that goes through. I eventually found that the way to do this is just shift guard down immediately and punch repeatedly.
Go for the gonads.
Always, like, I found that punching low was a bit more reliable than punching high. It's still, like, it's not really something that you can, you don't have enough time to be able to physically react to the actual person's up and down guard, to see where they're guarding and actually punch where they're not guarding. There is not enough time to look at that and process that information and react to it. You kind of just need to guess. Guess a up and down spot and mash A until you've either won or lost. So, this is one that could not really get far in. But this was also a game that I never had as a kid, so I don't really know a whole lot about it. But I am vaguely aware of it as like a classic. Like the punching the guy into the sewer, that's something that like sticks clear in my mind as a classic thing for some reason.
Speaking of classics,
stack up. Time it so that Rob grabs the stack of discs. Does this take you back, way back? 1985, NES Rob with blocks. So it's Rob, our robotic operating buddy. Rob was a peripheral that came with some early model NES consoles. It was something that they packaged together because in the 80s, this was a time when the home console game market had crashed. There was like a glut of different consoles, various Atari consoles and other Amigas, and all sorts of different companies trying to get into the space, that there were just dozens of different consoles in the market. And so, like, you buy one console and they release maybe a couple of games for it, but...
And then the company crashes.
And then the company crashes because people are buying the other consoles because nobody knows what to buy. So, there was a lot of, consumer doubt and disinterest in the home console market. So, Nintendo used Rob to kind of get around that and sort of trick people into buying into the NES and bringing it into their homes by making it look more like a toy. Mm-hmm. You know, this is like a toy. This is a kid's robot toy that you buy for the kids. It's like a big thing, and it was like they released it around Christmas, I believe. Mm-hmm. Was like a big thing, and it worked. A lot of people bought the NES with Rob, and now they had the NES, so they could just release the games. I will note this game is different between the English and Japanese versions. In the Japanese version, it has an actual Famicom in the background, and Rob has the Famicom colors, because the actual Rob peripheral did have different colors in the US and Japan. They matched the colors of the console. Anyway, the microgame here. Rob moves its arms up and down, and you push A at the right time to make the arms lock in and grab the block. The stack of blocks gets shorter each difficulty level, so it starts at 3, then goes to 2, then goes to 1, making your timing window tighter for when you need to press to grab the blocks. I like Rob. I never had a Rob. Metroid! Destroy Mother Brain! Ah, Metroid. Now that's one good game. 1986 NES game Metroid.
Yeah!
So here, for some unknown reason, they have controls up and down to transform into Morph Ball.
Yeah!
There is no reason to do that in this micro game.
Yes, there is.
No, there's not. This is a mash A game.
Shut up.
This is a mash A game. You mash A to fire your missiles at Mother Brain.
You might get hit by a Rinka.
You have so much health. Just mash A. Pressing down to go into Morph Ball, that is just there to slow you down and confuse you, and they just threw it in for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe they just...
Because you have the Morph Ball at this point.
But yeah, this game is mash A. The difficulty level is how many times you need to hit Mother Brain with the missiles, I believe. Or no, was it always? I think actually no. It's the same number of missiles every time. Difficulty level affects how frequently that Rinka fire happens. And they will block a missile. So that will increase the total number of missiles you need to fire. But the number of missiles that need to hit Mother Brain is always the same. Which does make this game incredibly easy. Let's just fast forward here a little bit.
Because you're very good at mashing buttons.
Yeah. So, and I feel like we don't have a whole lot to say about Metroid, aside from a reminder that Samus Aran has been in the Mushroom Kingdom before.
It's true. Also, I love Metroid games.
Yeah. That's another series that I'd love to do,
And all
the Metroids, in addition to all the Marios, all the Zeldas.
In, like, 30 years when we're done with this one.
Anyway, as you can see here, I got well past the maximum speed.
Indeed.
And, this one, I easily could max out the score counter to 999 if I paused between things to give my arm a chance to rest. So,
the galaxy is at peace.
Let's take a moment to rest my arm after all of that. Wild Gunman. I love this game. Prove who's the fastest draw in the West. So, this was an NES game with the light gun, 1985. It's a quick draw game. So here, after a certain amount of time, you've got here, the guy will say fire, and then that timer will start ticking up at the top. Once the timer reaches that number that shows under the gunman, he will fire, and then you will lose. So, you know, that number shows how many seconds you have between him saying fire and him shooting. And as you can see, they are quicker on the draw as the difficulty level goes up. If you fire too early, it's a foul, and that's a miss. And naturally, if you fire too late, then you get shot, and that's a miss. And I will again note that the actual number shown here is always the accurate amount of seconds, and it gets very short timing as the game gets fast. Like, it gets to the point where you need to guess and anticipate when he's going to say fire, because you have 0.3 seconds between when he says fire and when he shoots you there. So,
Yeah, you kind of need to.
0.2 seconds. That's not, like... I don't remember exactly what the physical maximum limit on human reaction time is.
Yeah, there's an amount of time required for your button to depress, or for your finger to depress the button.
There is a physical limit to the amount of time that it takes for the light from the screen to reach your eyes, your brain to process the signal from your eyes, send that signal to your arm and push the button.
Laser blast!
Laser blazer!
Laser, yeah.
Take out the enemy missiles! What a classic. So, 1992, SNES with the Super Scope.
Oh, back to the Super Scope, the ultimate weapon of destruction.
The Super Scope, which was the light gun for the SNES, whereas the Zapper was the light gun for the NES.
I love the Super Scope.
Yeah, Super Scope's pretty cool. I never had a SNES myself, so obviously I never had a Super Scope. I do still have my NES Zapper, though. In the microgame here, the number of missiles that you need to shoot is equal to the difficulty level. Much like Duck Hunt, you've got a reticle on screen, but this time you move it with the directions. You've got D-pad to move. You can only fire when the reticle locks onto a missile, but there's nothing stopping you from mashing A as you move the reticle around, and then it will instantly shoot as soon as the reticle is in the right, like, close enough to the missile to be a lock-on. So, like, that's what you kind of want to do, is mash A as you move the reticle around, because otherwise it's a little bit finicky with when it locks on, and especially once it gets faster, the movement is hard to control. So, yeah, you need to shoot all the missiles, number of missiles equal to difficulty level. If the missiles reach past the left edge of the screen, then you've lost.
Okay.
So, yeah, like I said, I don't have anything to say much about this, the actual game, because I never had a SNES, I never had a Super Scope. But, I don't know, maybe let's talk about light gun games.
Okay.
Because there were a lot of weird and interesting light gun games. Like, the way that it works is honestly kind of clever, I find. Because, you know, the light gun peripheral, it's basically like a camera. You know, it doesn't fire anything out. When you pull the trigger, it detects light. Like, it detects the light coming in from the lens. There's a lens at, like, the barrel of the gun.
Right.
And when you fire, it'll detect light coming in. And, the NES light games that I'm familiar with, when you fire, it would, like, flash white on the screen, and there'd be, like, a certain pattern of, you know, things, and if that white is close enough to the center of the image that the lens sees, then it detects it as a hit. So, yeah, it's a very clever way to do it with incredibly simplistic and limited image processing technology of the 1980s.
Yeah.
Anyway, here is our boss. It is the Ultra Machine.
What?
Batter up! Can you connect with the pitches? Watch for the change-up. So, yeah, 1968. Batting machine for home use that electronically fired ping-pong balls. This was another toy that Nintendo made. The Ultra Machine. It's a pitching machine. It pitches little ping-pong balls that you can use for, like, baseball bat practice swinging.
Uh-huh.
This was another big hit in Japan as a toy that Nintendo made. This was one of their biggest hits, along with the Ultra Hand. And this is another one that showed up a couple of times in like Animal Crossing and probably a few other games. That it's a pitching machine.
Yep.
That's about it.
Difficulty is the number of balls you need to hit.
Yep. So the microgame here, you need to hit a certain number of balls. It's 6 on difficulty 1, 7 on difficulty 2, 8 on difficulty 3. It has a variety of different pitches. It can do like a fastball. It can do a more moderate thing. If you can do more of a lob, sometimes the ball disappears because, as we know, the vanish pitch is a common thing? Question mark?
Yeah.
And you need to hit enough things. As soon as you've hit enough balls to fill in your little pink meter there, you win. If you miss any balls, it fills in from the right with black. If you've missed too many, then it's the game over loss. This is, for me, the hardest boss stage in this game. I am bad at baseball, I guess. It's a very reaction thing, and like you need to see how the ball is moving and decide what amount of time you need to wait to swing. But sometimes it goes so fast that, like, by the time I've processed that it's moving fast, I'm already too late to swing for it. And I don't know if it's just because I'm getting old and my reactions are getting slow, but I could not get with this one consistently. I couldn't really get this on level 3 like at all.
Yeah, that bodes poorly for the next games in the 30 years.
Yeah,
30
yeah, I
years
am
from
a
now.
bit concerned about
We're
the fact
60
that this
years
game
old and still playing Mario games.
Yeah. It's entirely possible that this series might go on so long that I cannot continue it because I'm too old and my reactions don't match up for
And we have to
for
play
beating
the
the
Wii
games
games
anymore.
and our hips are breaking.
I will try to stay in good health. I play so many video games that I'm like, I feel like my reactions are going to stay as good as they possibly can as I age, especially compared to people who just don't do anything ever.
Well,
But
that was 9-volt.
yeah, that was 9-volt. That was Nintendo. Starting over with Orbulon and his IQ games. Good day, Earthling. I am Orbulon. My games will test your cranial capacity, for I am clever by human standards. Yes, my IQ is 300. I have been lenient in my time limits to give you lesser beings a chance of success.
Okay, there's a lot there that we need to...
Yeah, first off, he's still an asshole.
There's a lot
First
we
game.
need to... Okay, yeah.
Praise or Haze 2. Choose the word that most resembles the example. Pick a word.
Wait, Praise or Haze 2? We haven't seen 1 yet.
There isn't a 1. So here you've got, it gives you an instruction, either praise or haze, and it's either pick the one it matches it. Praise, you pick the one that's a good word, that's a compliment. If it says haze, you pick the one that's the bad word, that's an insult.
Okay.
And it has this whole thing, this game is, and it tells you to praise, so you pick excellent. And there's one out of the choices is the one that matches the instruction. On level 1, there are 3 choices, on level 2, there are 4 choices, and on level 3, there are 5 choices. And it has a variety of different things that it will ask you to praise or haze, like this game, or you, or one of the characters.
Mm-hmm. But it doesn't really matter
Nope.
which, because it's...
It doesn't at all, you just pick the word. Now, Orbulon's games all have, as he says, the increased time limit, which means we are going to be fast-forwarding through a lot of the you know, what the me going through and clearing stuff, because otherwise this would take literally twice as long as any of the other grid sections, because it gives you, like, I'm not sure if it's actually gives you twice as much time, but that's how long the video ended up being. The footage for when I cleared his grid was twice as long as anyone else's.
Well, okay then.
So, anyway, Orbulon. So, in addition to the little thing he said there in his intro there, we've got in the manual his blurb. Orbulon, the intelligent life form, is his subtitle. And his little blurb here. Hello, I am the outer space life form known as Orbulon. It might be hard to believe, but my carbon matter will turn 2,000 years old this year. My fun units test the limits of your brain matter with challenging IQ games. You know, my propulsion transport device crashed into Wario's house on a previous visit. Since then, he allows me to crash there whenever I want.
Okay.
So, that's clear here how Orbulon and Wario met. Orbulon crashed into Wario's house, and then Wario, I think, is blackmailing him into doing this work for him? Probably? Like, he says Wario allows him to crash there whenever he wants, but...
Codebuster.
Next game, yeah, Codebuster. Follow the instructions and press the buttons as indicated, Earthling. Directions and A to enter.
Okay.
This game, it gives you an instruction. Do the instruction.
Oh.
The different difficulty levels are, each difficulty level has a different set of possible instructions, and they get, you know, more complex as the higher difficulties.
Oh.
So, it's some combination of pressing or holding different buttons different numbers of times. So I guess this is the level 3.
Kind of enter in a...
Enter like a cheat code kind of thing.
Yeah.
The Konami code is, in fact, literally one of the things here. It's one of the level 3 possibilities.
That's,
Yeah.
not sure they...
I mean...
I'm not sure they can't do that.
Can't copyright a sequence of buttons. Really? Anyway, the only one of these that I really found particularly tricky, especially later on, is... Well, there's after pressing A 5 times, push left, and there's another that's after pressing A, like, 8 times? Yeah, there you go, Konami code. So, yeah, there's one that involves pressing A 8 times, and... that is just like, when it gets very fast, counting a button press out 8 times exactly, and then doing something else, yeah. If you do any button input that isn't following the instructions exactly, then it's a failure. So, you know, if you're not holding a thing, or if you start holding a thing when you're supposed to press it, or, you know, various, whatever, any way that you can screw it up, it's a fail. So Orbulon crashes into Wario's house, and he says that then Wario allows him to crash whenever he wants. Which, I think perhaps Wario is tricking him to saying, yeah, you can crash into my house. I will charge you much less for this privilege than anyone else will. That is what I would imagine Wario saying.
You can provide me with only minimal amounts of future tech. Such as the ability to enter radios and laptops.
Wario doesn't need future technology to do that. That's his Fey Imp magics. I don't think there's that much else to say about Orbulon and his relationship with Wario. He's a weird alien, and Wario is exploiting him. Definitely Wario is exploiting him.
Yeah.
And his ignorance.
The noodle
cup. Pour hot water into the tubular conduits. You will make what is called noodles. It's one of those lottery thingies with the things that are lines between the 4 things. You trace up from the ramen cup, the noodle cup, to find which pipe you need to pour the water in. The water will always go horizontally when it meets one of the horizontal pipes.
Right.
So you just you look at where the noodle cup is, you trace up along the path backwards to see what the top pipe you need to hit is. The difficulty levels determine how many horizontal things there are, how many cross bars there are. So it gets more complicated as the difficulty level goes up. It's harder to just like quickly see. Otherwise, it's very simple.
I remember this one from Mega Man X.
I remember this one from Mario Party.
Oh.
It was a bad one in that. Anyway, Orbulon, his personality is still terrible.
Yeah.
He claims to have an IQ of 300, which...
So, that's not how IQ works.
It's not. It is not. Like, that would... There's no IQ test that would produce that result.
Yeah.
So, he's just making shit up with that. I think Orbulon just, like, has it in his head that, oh, this primitive species, they must all be, you know, less intelligent than me, the alien, who has a UFO and space technologies.
I mean, he's probably basing his understanding on all humans based on, 1, the existence of IQ tests, and 2, interactions with Wario.
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely assumed that Wario is the standard for human intelligence, and Wario's not even human, so that just goes completely wrong. But yeah, he is just generally an asshole, and I don't like him.
Yeah.
And I don't know what else there is to say about Orbulon.
Though, is this
Well, new game.
Petrie Panic?
Peachtree Panic. Use the magnifying device to locate the microscopic life forms. D-pad, move.
Just spot the guy.
Yeah, it's always the dot that is a bit larger than the other dots when you're in the you know, when you're not zoomed into anything. And the difficulty level determines how they move. You know, on difficulty level 1, it's that little, like, frog thing that just hops in place. On level 2, it's this little, like, leaf cocoon thingy that falls downward. And on level 3, it's this little skitter bug that moves to the right in, like, spurts and dashes. So, you need to move the magnifying glass over the target, and it needs to be, like, directly over the target. Once you've gotten it over the target and it does that found it, it'll kind of lock on, and that confirms your victory. So, it mostly gets hard in the later, as it speeds up, just because you can't control the damn magnifying glass. Well, you know, it moves very quickly, even on low speeds. Like, you scroll past it's a small area that you actually get to see, and you kind of scroll very quickly past it. So it's very difficult to just kind of stop it right on the spot.
Precise. Yeah.
Like, if you are, like you see there, if you're just moving over it, if you haven't stopped, it's not going to stop for you. So yeah, that's this game. So, you're saying?
Was I?
You were saying something about Orbulon, and we got distracted by a cat. We lost our train of thought. Anyway, so Orbulon's an asshole, and I don't like him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, there's... Let's talk about the city some more, maybe. See if there's, like, anything we can...
Like, Orbulon's one defining trait is he's bad at flying?
Yeah, that is true. He crashed his spaceship, both in his backstory and in his story in the game. He hit the meteor. And also he's an asshole to everyone. He was an asshole to the space bunnies who came to tow his ship or like help him rescue him. Next game, Maze Days. Find your way through the maze. Use the molecule transferring units as pathways when needed. So, you are this ballerina, and you need to go navigate through the maze to get to your dance partner guy, I guess?
Just solve the maze.
It's a maze, but also there's these teleporters. Now, this, like, some of the layouts, it's clearly intended that you're supposed to, like, do a loop around to get back to the teleporter, but you don't have to. Sometimes there's two different teleporters with different shapes, and you have to decide which one will, look ahead to see which one will connect to where you need to go.
Gotta think with portals.
So, this one gets very difficult at high speed just because stopping to make a turn is, like, the way that you move, it requires you to really be, like, slow and precise with actually stopping if you need to make a turn before you hit a wall. Otherwise, like, it's a maze. The difficulty levels are different sets of mazes. On difficulty 1, there are no teleporters. On difficulty 2, there's one. On difficulty 3, there's 2 teleporters. And it's just, there's different sets of mazes with those numbers of teleporters for each difficulty level. So, that's this game. Yeah, so let's... Sometimes, yeah, there's a thing like this where it has a teleporter and you don't need to use it at all. It just leads you to a dead end.
Yep.
So, Orbulon... The Orbulon's existence suggests... I mean, it implies there are aliens.
Yeah.
And there's potentially an entire species of him. He's the only one around, though. He's just kind of here on his own. And I have to wonder, is that because he's an asshole and he got kicked out of the other alien place?
Yeah.
Did his species cast him out because he's a jerk, or is he representative of them? What's the total? Count the number of amphibious creatures crossing the lily pad. Careful, you cannot make corrections. Press A to count. So here, little frogs hop across, and you get a little clicker, and every time you press A, it pushes the clicker, which increases the number on it by 1, and you need to match the number with the total number of frogs that crossed the thing.
That's it.
That's
you
it.
Can't go down. You can only just
you can
click it
only
once.
push A to go up. So if you've passed it, then you screwed up. And of course, if you don't hit it enough, then you've also screwed up.
Yep.
It's just, it'll after they've crossed, it gives you like a brief moment to kind of lock in your guess, and then, it decides it. This one's pretty easy, I found, because
Yeah.
I'm good at
Counting.
seeing things. I have eyes
Like
that are pretty
difficulty level
okay.
just seems to be a higher concentration.
Yeah,
of
that is in
frogs.
fact it. The difficulty level is, it determines the range of possible numbers of things that can cross. Like on level 1, it can be between 1 and like 3 or 4 or something like that. On level 2, it can go up to like 6 or something. On level 3, it can go up to larger. It's larger number, generally speaking, on higher difficulty. And then as it gets fast, it can be hard to keep track of them, because they kind of blend together a little. I don't know, do you have anything to say about Orbulon or aliens, or...
Well, yeah, the thing that I wanted to say is this the first time we have, in the Mario series, met a live alien?
Tatanga. Super Mario Land. He captured Princess Daisy.
Right.
So no, it is not. He is not even interesting statistically. We've seen many aliens, in
That's
fact.
before Wario actually manifested as well.
Yep. Find my behind.
Excuse me?
One of these replicant life units is standing exactly opposite the leader. Watch the feet and hands. That's a bad description of what you're supposed to do there. Anyway, you need to pick the one that matches the one that's up at the top. You've got the 4 options, and you need to look at them to see which one matches, and be mindful of the fact that they are turned around, so they're going to mirror flip things. The things that you need to pay attention to are the shape of the hair and the positions of the arms and legs. On difficulty level 1, the arms and legs are, I think, always the same, and it's only the hair that's different, which means that's the only thing that you need to pay attention to. On difficulty 2, the arms can be different, and you need to watch that. On difficulty 3, the legs can also be different. So, that's it. You got all these little fronks, and you need to match the one that's the right one. Otherwise, it's the wrong one.
Don't select the wrong front, as they say. That's a common statement.
Yes, that is a saying that everyone knows and says frequently. So, yeah, the hardest thing about this is just making sure you remember to mirror flip stuff. And also, when it gets to the arms and legs, they can have, like, weird shapes that...
Anyway, could you put up an image of
Tatanga.
Put up an image of Tatanga.
There you go.
Now, when we look at Tatanga here, extremely different from Orbulon.
Yep, he's like a little gremlin thing. And, I mean, his ship is a warship.
Yeah.
Clearly. It's loaded with weapons. Orbulon's ship, I don't even know if it has weapons.
It's kind of like a pleasure cruise thing.
Yeah. So I think Orbulon is either... So again, he might just be like an exile, he might just be like a wanderer, he might just be like a tourist. Like, we don't know anything about his reason for being here. All we know is he came here and he crashed a lot. That's it.
So I guess this is then like a... Well, let's talk more about that in the next game. The next game being...
Cavity Calamity! Get the tooth decaying agent into a safe space between the teeth. This does not compute, but...
No, because I don't think this is how teeth look.
It's not. Anyway, you control the little dude thing there. That I guess is a tooth decaying agent. It's a plaque bacteria. And the top and bottom things rows are supposed to be teeth, and you find the one space that isn't going to get crushed, and you move into that space, and you can be safe. And the difficulty levels determine the complexity of the pattern.
In a game full of very weird and abstract concepts, this is a particularly abstract game.
Yeah. It's also pretty hard, I found. Like, some of the patterns are incredibly easy to see, but like this. Like, okay, that was pretty easy just because it was right next to you.
So,
But,
yeah, the idea being that there is exactly one safe square on each level of difficulty.
right there, I just kind of... When it's on a far end, it can be a little bit hard to notice, I think. And you got, like, these little steps.
Yeah, there's more crenulations on higher difficulty.
Yep. Also, it can be very easy to overshoot, and if you're not careful, then if the ceiling has already lowered a bit, then you cannot actually move back.
Yeah, you don't have enough time. No.
So that was a quick one. That was only a 10-pointer.
Okay. Well, Sphinx hijinks.
Sphinx hijinks.
This is a...
Locate the piece of building material that completes the pyramid structure. You pick a thing.
It's a Donkey Kong level name.
There's a space in the pyramid, and you scroll between the different shapes that you have, and you pick one, and it fills the spot. You pick the tetrad that fills the space. That's it. On higher difficulty levels, there's more options that you need to scroll through.
Is it a tetrad or a tetramino? Oh, no, those are not tetraminos.
They're not.
I guess they're not really tetrads either.
It's shapes. It's puzzle shapes that you put in a thing. So, that.
Alright. So, let's go and talk about... What I wanted to talk about was Orbulon's... I guess, being the second species of alien?
Oh, he's not the second.
Oh, no.
I've lost count. We have met a lot of aliens.
Okay, how many extraterrestrials?
I don't have my sheet up. That's probably our current one of the stats of the day that we've seen along the way. But it's more than a dozen. I can tell you that.
Well, where
Yeah.
did they all come from?
I know a lot of them were in Mario Artist Paint Studio.
Okay, well...
You know, there's the Explorer on Mars, Mars Land.
I'm not sure the Paint Studio aliens count, strictly speaking.
There were also a variety of aliens in, Cranky Kong's Jetpack game.
I don't even remember that. Sorry, Cranky Kong's Jetpack game?
Yeah, Jetpack. You know, the old classic, what was it, TurboGrafx 16? Or no, ZX Spectrum. His old ZX Spectrum game, Jetpack. He had it in Donkey Kong 64. And you could play it and earn a coin. It was a collectible you could get.
Was this in Donkey Kong 64?
Yes! Yes! There were two arcade-style old games. There was the Donkey Kong arcade and there was Jetpack.
Okay, but that was just a video game inside of a video game.
I am sure there have been other aliens. I haven't scrolled through the list of specifically aliens very recently. There are so many things on my list. I do not remember most of the incidental species that we've encountered, but trust me, there have been more actual aliens that are within the continuity and not fictional within the continuity. I'm pretty damn sure.
Okay, pause. I need to look at this.
Okay.
You explain the next game. So the next game.
Gearhead Fred.
Who?
Turn the lower interlocking wheel device to save the humanoid hanging above. Left or right to turn a sprocket.
Okay.
So, you are commanding the minion who pulls that little cart with the cog bits on it.
Uh-huh.
And you need to make it turn so that the guy who's hanging up on the gear over there moves up and not down. So you need to determine what direction to turn the gears to make that happen. And not that.
Okay.
Otherwise he'll fall on your head. And that's bad. It's basically a matter of count the gears. If there's an even number of gears between the person in the cart, you move to the right. If it's an odd number of gears, you move to the left. Sometimes there
that's
are...
how clockwise and counterclockwise ski.
Yeah. Sometimes there are additional superfluous gears off to the sides that you can ignore because they're not part of the connection. Sometimes there's a very long chain of gears that can make it hard to quickly see and count, but otherwise it's a very simple... Once you understand how gears work, it's a matter of just counting and knowing which direction is even and which is odd. Higher difficulties are higher numbers of gears. There's different setups of the gears. There's finite setups, and you know each difficulty level has higher complexities of things.
But it's mechanics.
Yep.
But there's only like 2 inputs that are valid, so
Yeah,
pretty easy to go through them.
Even if you guess, it's a 50-50. So that's a pretty simple one. It had a very fairly low goal as well. Get your groove on!
Oh.
Follow the muscle coordination unit's instructions and create what is termed a dance.
Why isn't this a Jimmy game?
Because it's not a sport. Anyway, you've got this conductor guy up in the upper right who points directions, and then you need to match the direction. It's Simon Says. It's memory game. He shows you what the pattern of buttons to do, and then you do the pattern of buttons, and if you get it right, you get good. Difficulty level is how many directions you get. On level 1 there's 2, and then level 2 there's 3, level 3 there's 4. Very simple. You're this little dancing dog thing? It's a game. It's memory. That's it.
And I'll take it that if you get any input wrong, it's
Yeah.
a fail.
Yeah. Or if you run out of time, naturally. So yeah, between games, we paused and looked at our list, and there were 3 species of aliens total. Orbulon is the 3rd species of alien that has existed within the world. Because there was Tatanga, and there was also the aliens.
Yes.
You know, that famous location out in New York City. Or the outskirts of the city.
Where Stanley, the exterminator, may he...
Rest in misery for all time.
He never really... We don't know what happened to him, except that he's gone.
He is gone, and we will never see him again, I hope.
Like, he exists somewhere beyond the reaches of humanity.
He is outside the scope of this game.
Yes.
Let's get back to this less unpleasant topic. So yeah, there were 2 other species of aliens that were actually within the realm of Mushroom World continuity. Everything else has been abstract things, either just like abstract pictures or...
Tatanga. Let's talk a little bit about what Tatanga's motivations were for coming to Earth. Or the Mushroom World, specifically.
So, all we really know is that he conquered Sarasaland.
Right.
That's about it. And also, he did show up again afterwards to try and murder Mario. Odd man out. Select the item that is different from the other items. This causes excitement.
Does it?
Apparently. It causes excitement for Orbulon. So you are presented with 4 cards. One of them is different from the others. You pick that one.
Okay.
On level 1, you just get the 4 cards and they're shown. On level 2, they animate, which makes it more difficult because they're not still, you can't easily see. So you need to see which one is animating differently. On level 3, they animate, and also they will flip back and forth over some of them. So, you know, you won't be able to see all of them at the same time, always. That's it. And there's a variety of different picture things that it can be. There's various critters. Mostly critters, also cube. Cube. That's the game. Spot the difference. So, Tatanga.
Yeah. I think understanding Tatanga will help us understand Orbulon.
So yeah,
Or
again,
not.
all we really know about Tatanga is he conquered Sarasaland, and after Mario defeated him, he then chased Mario down and fought him in space. You know, when Mario was trying to get his castle back from Wario.
Right.
Mario randomly went to the moon. The moon that was kind of close to that place, the island there, and he was in space and fought Topanga. And also there were evil stars there.
Which, I mean, we know that, I guess stars count as extraterrestrials?
That's the broad category that I put their species in, yes. Star Spirit is a subcategory of extraterrestrial.
They're not really alien, though, I suppose.
Depends on how you define alien. Anyway, the Great Cover Cup. Watch the upside-down liquid containers. Which one hides an object?
This is the...
It's a shell game.
Yeah.
You got a coin under one of the cups, and then the cups rotate around, and you pick the one that had the coin.
Unlike most shell games, this one is fair.
Yep. The difficulty level is, like, how much they move. On the higher difficulties, they do more shuffling about. And, like, a little bit faster, because they need to do the more shuffling about within. And, like, sometimes it just, like, the fake out like that on the higher difficulties. That's it.
Okay.
It's otherwise just, it's a shell game. I'm good at those. When they're fair. I'm also good at them when they're unfair, because I know how to spot when they're unfair. And I'm not afraid to punch someone. Anyway, Topanga, we don't understand. How do we understand Topanga?
Do they ever come back, I wonder?
I'm pretty sure no. They're only in the 2 Super Mario Land games. I'm pretty sure he's dead.
Like, it seems like extraterrestrials, besides stars, stay away from the mushroom world.
I wonder if the stars keep other aliens out. I wonder if the stars have plans for the mushroom world and they don't want anyone else to interfere. And so they keep additional extraterrestrial interference to a minimum.
And Orbulon is just such a bumbling doofus.
Orbulon is tiny! Like, his spaceship is tiny! He is tiny!
It's true, the tow truck was huge.
Like, Orbulon is shorter than Wario.
That is also true.
Orbulon was shorter than 9-Volt. He is a tiny little guy. And his spaceship was also very tiny. He probably just slipped in unnoticed. Or maybe he got in while the stars were busy getting screwed up during Paper Mario. That's also possible. And, like, now that he's kind of gotten in and made it through and made contact, maybe they're just, like, maybe he's got immunity, or maybe he just hasn't left the celestial sphere around the mushroom world since then.
I don't know. I think he's insignificant enough to be
probably.
ignored.
I mean, he's just this cosmic jerk who acts intellectual.
He's not very good at...
Like, I don't think he even has very advanced technology other than a spaceship.
Yeah. Four-leaf hover.
Four-leaf hover. Find the traditional luck-bringing piece of flora and fly to it. So you control this butterfly, and you need to move to the four-leaf clover. The weird thing about this game is that if you are not pushing any directions, your butterfly will gravitate towards the center of the screen.
Uh-huh.
And it's very awkward sometimes to actually get the thing to stop on the clover that you want. Anyways, you can pretty clearly see the difficulty level is the number of 3-leaf clovers that are, clogging up the view. Higher difficulty means there's more other clovers around. Some of the clovers kind of shake back and forth, others don't. The 4-leaf clover will always be one of the ones that's shaking back and forth, so that's another way to help kind of spot it. That's it, really.
That's it.
That's the game.
Fortune-bringing flora.
So yeah, the Star Spirits, I think, are keeping other extraterrestrial influence out of the Mushroom World. And it's possible that they started doing that after Smithy. Because it could be that, like... Although, no, Smithy was from another dimension, not from another planet.
That is probably how they were able to defeat the, like, entire defense system they had. Yeah, Smithy didn't come from space.
Smithy didn't come from outside. He came from perpendicular.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Though, again, it's just an idea. We don't have any proof that this is what the stars are doing.
Yeah. But it would fit their MO. Like, the stars clearly have a vested interest in manipulating the Mushroom World.
This is true. And not just because they use it as, like, a breeding ground.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely one of the big reasons why they do it. They get their star kids raised by the people. Tip of the scale! Which side of the primitive mass detection device is heavier? The left or the right?
You choose!
There's turtles. You need to pick which side of the scale has the bigger turtle heavyweight. There are large, medium, and small turtles. On level 1, they are stacked in order of size, with the smallest ones on top. On level 2, they're in a random order, and so it's harder to see. And then on level 3, they're random order, and also there's 4 turtles on each side.
But it'll always be, like, an even number of turtles?
It'll always be the same number of turtles on both sides. So it's just a matter of seeing which side has the larger turtles. So...
the net larger turtles.
Yeah. So you generally look at, which side has more of the biggest size turtle, and if they're even, then you look at the medium-sized turtle. And that's...
I mean,
that's it. It's pretty, to me, easy.
Yeah.
Most of the time, it's like this. You can very clearly see which one is heavier. So, a lot of the time, it's something that you can very just instantly look at and see what has more quantity of pixel on its side. Something like this gets a little complicated, a little harder to see, but that's it. That's the game. Just pick left or right. What else do we have to say about aliens, stars, anything?
Well, so, yeah, there have been other instances of aliens, but again, as I mentioned, they've been within the context of either in Smash Brothers,
which is another dimension.
It is orthogonal.
It's a parallel universe.
Yeah, it's orthogonal to Mario, really.
So
kinda...
those are not part of the Mushroom World.
Right. And inside the jetpack game in Donkey Kong 64, which I am arguing may not be reality.
Is in-universe fiction, so we don't have to care about that.
Yeah. And
I mean, they're on my list. They're listed as not real.
Yeah. And within Mario
Artist Paint Studio, which it's a nebulous thing. And whether that's real, where it is, who that little explorer guy is, if he is.
Like, the Mario artist series feels like a fever dream, so it might be a look into the dimension of art.
The real McCoy. Some of these units are fake fun machines. Use your cranium to find the real Game Boy Advance system.
Fake fun is not allowed!
So, here, it presents you with what a Game Boy Advance looks like, and then it tells you to pick the one that is real, that matches an actual Game Boy Advance. And sometimes you need to also look at the back side of it. So, here it's got, like, some of them have buttons or screen on the back, and that's wrong. Some of them have, like, the buttons are additional buttons, or the D-pad is crossed-angled, or the screen, the, like, Game Boy Advance title on the screen might be on the top instead of the bottom. The speaker might be on the wrong side.
Lots of little things.
Yep. Also, sometimes it will, sometimes the correct answer will actually just be upside down. So that is something that you do need to watch for. Some of them that has, like, the start and select buttons up in, like, the corners randomly. Or, like, an additional power light. So, that's it. The higher levels, higher difficulty levels have more complicated things of what can be different. And I think it can only be upside down on the level 3. But theoretically, you have a Game Boy Advance in your hands, so you can easily reference.
Theoretically.
Theoretically.
You might have a Game Boy Advance SP.
That is correct. Which is why it shows what the normal Game Boy Advance looks like up here, just in case.
Just in case. Although it comes in a variety of colors.
Yep.
I haven't seen most of these colors in the wild.
Yeah, there were a lot of colors that they did. That one only needs 10. Identity Crisis.
Oh.
Which item flies through the light source? Select wisely.
Oh.
So here, you have like this narrow column of light, and something flies by, and then you need to pick what thing was that flew by.
Oh. Okay.
So there's a couple of different sets of items that it can be. There's those cards. There's here, this is a very easy set to recognize items from, these various children's toys and candy items. The difficulty level is the narrowness, how wide that light thing is. These blocks are one of the harder ones to recognize.
Specific shape.
Sometimes there's fruit. Fruits are pretty easy because they're all different colors.
Yeah.
Yeah, the blocks are a bit difficult. The hardest one, though, is there's one set that is a hand holding up a certain number of fingers. That's the one that screwed me up. Here's one that's vegetables. That's about the same as fruits. Broccoli is pretty distinctly different from lettuce. So, otherwise it's color.
Onion!
Yeah, it's taking a while to get to the hands for some reason.
Throw hands. Lego! Or, sorry, construction block.
Nintendo actually made construction blocks like that as one of the toys that they made back in the day.
Lemon?
Yeah, I don't know why it's taking so long to get to hands.
You set this up to be difficult, and
there
we
it is.
go.
So yeah, 1, 2, 3, or 4 fingers shown on a hand. And, like, when it goes by fast, that can be incredibly difficult to distinguish between, like, 2 and 3, 3 and 4.
That one with the X and O cards is going to be a problem for me.
That one, okay, yeah, I can see that being difficult for some people. For me, I found that very easy. But yeah, I can see that being something that's hard to
because I can get the shape,
recognize.
but it would be difficult.
Yeah,
for me to
which
remember
color
the
is the background versus which color is the shape.
It's interesting how it taxes a couple of different
Yeah.
varieties of memory.
But otherwise, yeah, that's it. So, where the hell were we with, discussing everything except Orbulon himself?
Well, we were discussing the variety of other ancillary
Right.
types of extraterrestrials
Yeah,
we've seen in the
and
series.
the fact that there have not actually been that many within the Mushroom World and its continuity.
Yeah, and I suggested that the Mario Artist series is
Yeah.
probably not taking place in the Mushroom World.
Experimental World is possibly another dimension, I don't know.
Yeah, like I said, I think it's the dimension of art.
I wonder if it's part of Subcon.
Maybe.
Electric Groovefish. Provide electron activity by connecting the strange life form to the city.
Okay.
So, your control is to D-pad to move electricity. You move the little electric bolt thing, you need to move it along the lines.
It's a catfish, right?
Yep, electric catfish. That's a
It's like a Japanese story?
something, I don't know the exact details. Sidebar will probably have information about why there is an electric catfish, why that's a common Japanese thing.
Like, I know...
I think it might just be, like, the words might be similar.
Like, I think there was a story about catfish causing earthquakes?
I don't know. I'll throw some information that I can find about catfish and Japanese folklore on Sidebar. Otherwise, here's the game. You move the electricity, you need to follow the path. On higher difficulties, the path gets more complex and has more lines going in all sorts of directions that you need to follow
seems
along.
really tough on the third difficulty.
Oh, yeah. So, that's it.
Yeah. Also, if you look at it, like, slant-wise, the catfish also looks a little bit like an aubergine.
If you pay attention, at the end of the game there, in the audio, there's a little meow.
Aww!
I think that's cute.
The cat is happy it has some words.
So,
Yes.
struggling to think of things to go on to.
Well, so, I know, personally, my foreknowledge, there will be more extraterrestrials in the future.
I know Mario goes to space.
Well, so there's that, yes. But there are also actual extraterrestrials as well.
Yeah, we'll see that when we get to there.
Yeah.
I feel like I had other things to talk about with WarioWare.
Oh, with WarioWare? Okay.
I'm trying to remember. Next game. Strength in numbers. The squid and octopi are in disagreement. Which side has more militarily enabled units?
About that.
So the goal here is to pick whichever one has the higher number of them in the thing. The red
a
octopi
minute.
or the blue squid.
Wait a minute.
None of them look particularly militarily enabled to me.
There's squid and octopi, and they're fighting.
Yeah, but they don't have ink weapons.
Yet!
Prequel to Splatoon.
That's what I'm saying!
Anyway, the game is you
They
pick
laid the
whichever one.
foundations!
You pick whichever one is the larger quantity, and the difficulty level determines the total number of things. Higher difficulty has a higher total number of things. Sometimes they're very close, and it can be very hard to tell. Sometimes they're pretty significantly different in I never bother to actually count them. I just go on, like, vibe of what looks like the most common color.
Yeah.
It's like, once it gets fast, you don't have time to count 20 things. So.
But that's one of the interesting things about human observation. Is that while it is, most accurate from like a digital video game perspective to count, humans are able to make a distinction very quickly based on things like color and motion.
Sometimes there's just one.
Yeah.
And that's very easy. But yeah, just generally try to judge based on percentage of screen area covered by each color. Which is going to be thrown off a little bit by the fact that they can, be in front of each other. But just kind of vibe.
Kind of brings a weird light to it that this is about military, but...
Yeah. I don't know. I'm tapped out. Orbulon is a terrible character, and there's nothing to say about him. Not yet, at least.
No, we'll probably find out more. Maybe he'll get bigger in the future.
Yeah, maybe he's just a little kid. Maybe he is so lost child. Who's just being a brat.
Who is this sassy lost child from space?
Yeah, I'm probably going to be doing a lot more fast forward to cover up these gaps.
Maybe. What do we got?
Button masher.
Oh, you're good at this.
Button directional units are moving on my eye.
What?
Crush them so that I may open it. D-pad and A to crush. So there's a variety of these button direction critters crawling on Orbulon's eye. Every time you push a direction or the button, it squashes one of the matching critters. And you need to crush them all. So, if you push up, it kills one of the up arrow ones. And you hit the buttons enough times to kill all of them. And on higher difficulty level, there's more total things.
Is there a penalty for hitting the
Nope.
wrong? So you just literally
smash buttons.
Just smash everything.
And mashing the buttons just kind of roll around the D-pad while tapping A.
Yeah.
Mostly works. It starts to it doesn't work if there happen to be a lot of the same direction. That's pretty much it. If it's a variety of different things, if they're all roughly even in how many of each direction there are, then you just kind of spin around the D-pad and it works.
Right.
But if there's 5 ups and only 1 left and 1 down, then rolling around the D-pad, you're not going to be hitting up enough times. So you just kind of roll around the D-pad, and then if you notice any particular direction is still the most prevalent thing, the only thing left, then you can just tap that. But later on, it can be hard to have the time to notice that, so.
You need to implement some, Tetris Grandmaster strats for faster input of D-pads. Got some rolling.
Anyway, that's the game. It's a weird game.
Yeah, don't know if the eye... We don't see Orbulon's eyes. He has,
He's got
sunglasses.
those shades on.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
don't know if those are, accessories or part of his biology.
So, he is suggesting in this game that he designed that he has eyes,
Yeah.
and that this is what they look like, and that they are frequently infested by weird little button-shaped parasite critters?
Yeah, but he also suggests that he has an IQ of 300
Yeah.
when he's defeated by space debris.
Yeah. So, Yeah. I think Orbulon might actually just be an overly imaginative space child. Who's kind of a jerk.
I mean, if I was an overly imaginative space child, I'd probably be a bit of a jerk.
And also being exploited by Wario.
Oh, Wario exploits everyone.
Caterwall.
But
My house lounging feline unit is lost! Find it for me, please!
okay, yeah, so you lost his cat.
So in this, you use the D-pad to move your little searchlight, and you push A to select the thing. It shows in the lower right what cat you want to target. You look at the fur color pattern to determine which is the right cat to pick. It'll kind of like lock on when you get close to one of the cats. And like, get on there. And yeah, make sure you actually push A to select a cat. Because, you know, just hovering over it doesn't count. That was how I lost this the very first time that it came up during Orbulon's thing.
Real play, yeah.
So, yeah, there's a variety of different fur colors. There's some solid color ones. There's, like, the
Calicos.
tuxedo patterns. There's some calicos. There's some stripy ones. The hardest ones to distinguish are, like, the different calicos. There's some calicos that have, like, the yellow spots. That can be a little bit harder to distinguish from the ones that don't. They're cats.
I like cats.
I like cats. We have cats.
They're all chilling.
That's the game.
Yep.
Pick a cat.
Fast forward.
Yeah, I guess fast forward, because we're
Cats.
just kind of dying on air here.
What do we got next?
Focus Pocus. Which image was used in the mosaic? Look carefully. So, you get this mosaic here that slowly comes into focus a bit, and then you need to pick which of the two images it was.
Okay.
On difficulty 2, it's like it gets less in focus, I think.
Or the images.
On difficulty 3, the image spins.
Oh.
So there's 3 different sets of images to judge.
Okay.
There's those 2 dogs. There's this bald man versus a sand pear.
Huh.
And then there's tomato versus strawberry.
Okay.
So, yeah, they're all fairly similar things. For the dog, you're trying to look at like how much gray there is.
Right.
Because, you know, the bulldog there has much more grayscale shading than the Dalmatian. The head versus sand pear, they are very slightly different shades of beige. So that's what I always key into, which it can be very hard to see the exact difference, but like the man is a slightly lighter tint. And then the strawberry versus tomato, they are, you mostly want to look at the green. The green of the stem is much darker green on the tomato than on the strawberry. So like the strawberry has this very light green stem. Yeah. That's what I key off of for there. Otherwise, it gets very hard at high speeds because on high speeds it doesn't actually get into focus like at all before you have to make the decision.
Right. And also, you still have to think which one of these.
Yeah, because it's not, you know, the same one on the same side each time. So that's this game.
Well.
Yeah, I think we've given up trying to figure out something else to say about Orbulon.
Yeah. Well, I think we've covered it pretty well.
Yeah.
The only mystery that we haven't solved is who's the tow truck company?
Yeah, who are these weird space hares?
I think they come from the moon.
Probably. Matchboxes. Match the geometric molecular compositions. Concentrate!
Who is Orbulon to keep giving us these orders? Concentrate, focus!
Well, he's the one who made the games, so
Okay.
he's ordering us on how to do it. Anyway, you get a shape on the right, and you need to pick the shape on the left that matches it. The number of shapes that you need to match is equal to the difficulty level.
Oh.
There's a couple of different sets of shapes. There's these ones that have like the bottom two wheelie things.
Uh-huh.
Sort of like little cars shapes.
Semicircles?
There's a couple of different ones. It's always the same arrangement on the left. So like the shapes are always in the same positions there. Here it's like more simple geometric shapes. And also Mickey Mouse. And there's one other set of shapes, I'm pretty sure. There's no penalty for getting it wrong other than that you're losing a bit of time to make the wrong decision. Right, there's this one with the circle bits on top, so it's like different ears. Different like animal shapes. And there's also these little houses. Little houses with different little windows. That's it.
Okay.
That's the game. You gotta match things. And you really need to like memorize where everything is if you want to get a very, very high score at high speeds. I don't memorize things very well, so that's it.
Yep.
That's shapes.
And then?
Garage rock! These life forms are causing vibrations in the air. They want you to clone their performance. So this is another memory game, except instead of being shown directions, the things do their little performance. They play their instrument thing.
Okay. So it's a sound-based Simon Says.
Basically. But also they do an animation just in case you don't have the sound on. Because you might have the sound off.
Yeah.
So, that's it. It's another memory, Simon Says, thing.
And again, difficulty is...
Yeah, it's 2, 3, and 4 number of things. That's it.
Okay. Oh, moving right along.
Boss stage. Dungeon Dilemma.
Dun dun dun.
A cloning experiment went awry. Some of these words are incorrect. Choose the ones that have been assembled correctly.
Okay, that is not explain what actually goes on here.
So, your instruction there is outwit. It's Hungra! So, you have this little, like, RPG dungeon crawlery interface, and you are presented with 2 words. One of them is correct, the other is either not a word because it's spelled wrong, or does not work in the current context. Or it's like a homonym that's not right. After you do an attack, then you need to deal with the opponent's attack, then you need to do a magic, and then finally you have a roulette that moves around between the different options of success and failure that you need to stop at the right spot.
Laugh jab!
If you get it wrong, then it'll have like if something is misspelled, it'll show a red icon over the letter. If you get anything wrong, then the enemy one-shots you. Always.
One chore!
And like, you have little stats up at the top, but they're pointless. They're just numbers. The level is 1, 2, 3. And yeah, the difficulty level is how many options you get each thing to pick. So, it can sometimes be like a little bit awkward to think like which word did they actually intend to have here, but like some of the magic spell names are a little bit like they feel wrong. Like, this shouldn't be the right answer, but it is.
Just kind of adjective or...
So, cheek slap. Slouch or crouch. Technically, slouching could get you away from an attack as well. But...
It worked for Neo in the Matrix.
Impose. What the hell kind of spell is impose?
It just kind of, like, makes you look bigger, I guess?
Be awkward by imposing on their hospitality?
No, refiller!
Yeah, I can imagine this being a lot trickier in Japanese. But...
Probably uses weirder kanji.
Maybe.
Something.
Usually games like this don't use kanji, because like if it's something aimed at kids, they'll generally avoid using a lot of kanji. They'll generally use the kana, the phonetic character sets. Or if they do have kanji, they'll have the furigana, the little kana above the kanji to show the pronunciation of it. But they usually avoid kanji also because programming in a character set of that many characters is a lot.
Yeah, that's fair.
So that's about all we've got. We're basically done. We're done with Orbulon.
Yeah.
All right, time for Dr. Crygor and his reality games.
Still weird.
I am the one, the only, Dr. Crygor. Scholars like me disapprove of falsehoods, so I cannot cope with unrealistic games. Doc, you know the difference, don't you? I should hope so. Dr. Crygor cannot handle unrealistic games, so here's a realistic game, Banana Munch. Ingest the banana that's floating in the sky. Do this quickly. Press A to eat.
Ah, yes, the realistic game of eating a banana that's floating in space.
Yeah. You eat the banana by tapping A. It's a mash A game. You just mash A. That's it. That's the entire game.
Is it more mashing at higher difficulty?
Yep. It's the number of button presses that you need to get within the time limit increases as the difficulty goes up. I'll throw the exact counts in sidebar. I think it's like 4 on level 1 and up to like 7 on level 3.
So, tell me about Dr. Crygor.
So Dr. Crygor, over in the manual, his little subtitle is The Laboratory Authority.
Okay.
And his little blurb. I am Dr. Crygor, the genius scholar. Others have said a dangerous scholar, but I pay no mind to their opinions. My laboratory is set up to further my experiments in reality games. Feel free to stop by and contribute to my research. It is quite fun. Did you know that I was the one who created Wario's car? What? You did not know? Do your research! We are doing our research right now, in fact, thank you very much. So, Dr. Crygor here, he's mad scienceman. People have said he is dangerous, so yeah, classic mad scientist. Has a laboratory off the coast, an island.
Indeed. Seems to be a cyborg.
Yeah, there is that. He has a thin W mustache, which is kind of interesting.
Sure, that has nothing to do with anything.
I just find that fascinating. So, things about Dr. Crygor. First of all, his relation with Wario. He says that he created Wario's car. Now, the Wario car, we've really only seen it in Wario Land 4 so far. It's the purple... Looks
Kind
like
of muscle car, yeah.
Yeah, kind of. Like a classic open-top nice car. But there was also... in Wario Land 4, when you clear the game on, or when you play on the super hard difficulty, Wario is driving a hover car.
Oh.
So, presumably that was also built by Dr. Crygor.
I see.
Now, as for how they met, I am going to assume that Dr. Crygor sought out Wario after finding out about him. because Wario would be a fascinating research subject. Being like a weird fey imp creature who can jump into radios and computers and just transform in bizarre ways.
Indeed.
So I think that would be the reason why they would get connected.
Also, Wario can easily fund his experiments in reality.
Yeah, that's probably also something that Wario, once they did meet, Wario probably is funding some things for Crygor here.
Particularly the dangerous parts.
Yeah, the fun parts. As you can see here, I got
Bananas are
way
not
too
hard
far
to eat.
at mashing banana, so we fast forwarding through the rest of this to the point where I just gave up.
Okay.
The point where I just stopped and stopped caring. I cleared 75. I perfected
Alright,
the game.
next game.
Mirror, mirror. Position the mirror. Make the light hit the question mark. Simple. Press A to stop the mirror. So you have this mirror. It wobbles back and forth, and you need to push A when the reflected beam of light is over the question mark. On level 1, it's just the one mirror. On level 2, you have to control the 2 mirrors. On level 3, the 2 mirrors, and also they're smaller. I didn't particularly like this one. For some reason, like, the speed of it felt like it was moving too quickly for me to properly react a lot of the time.
Let's see.
Like, especially with the first mirror there. I didn't really get a feel for it. But yeah, obviously, a very realistic game of a light shining from Mount Fuji on a mirror that you reflect into a question mark that then obliterates the mirrors.
I mean, lasers is kind of realistic. It's math, but physics?
Yeah? Yeah, I guess. I guess lasers are a physics realistic science thing?
Physics is real.
Physics is real. Most of the time.
Science is real.
They do live in a magical world, so, magic is also real, is the thing.
Yeah. Magic is part of real life for them.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Didn't do, super well on this one. Had some, like I said, couldn't really get a feel for it.
Well, moving on then.
Yeah, I've already failed. Next game.
Cars.
Wrong way, highway. These drivers have sub-average brains. Wrong way, fools. Look out.
About that, Dr. Crygor, have you considered you are going the wrong way?
Well, he's the one who made the game, so he can define what the conditions of the game are himself. It's basically a different version of that one driving game from the basic set.
Right.
Except this one is much easier because you get the little arrows telling you where cars are going to come from.
As the difficulty increases, there's more cars that will
Yeah.
approach.
So it's a very simple game, and again, it is much easier than the version of it that existed in the introductory set of games. So I'm not entirely sure why they did this one, but I'm not going to complain. It was nice and simple, and I cleared it easily. So, yeah, so Crygor meets Wario. I'm going to assume that this was another connection through Mad Scienstein, Dr. Shitine. That,
Yes.
They're probably colleagues, in some capacity at least.
Or former colleagues.
Yeah, I would not at all be surprised if Dr. Crygor was laughed out of the university.
Yeah, and no
By
longer
those
accredited.
fools. They laughed at him and called him mad and cast him out of the program. So, yeah, they're probably... They are acquainted in some capacity. Dr. Crygor and Mad Scienstein. Mad Scienstein calls himself Mad Scienstein, or perhaps others call him that, I'm not sure. But he's not actually a mad scientist, mostly. He's a legitimate archaeologist, and also sometimes has invisibility potions? But, anyway, yeah, so Dr. Crygor would have heard through the Mad Scienstein about Wario, much like how Mona did. That's, our assumption there. And so then Dr. Crygor would have sought Wario out to somehow investigate this bizarre magic creature.
To contribute in his research into reality.
Yeah, and also, he would know Wario as, a businessman starting to build a reputation around town, so...
Batman Bash!
Eliminate foes with kicks and punches. This requires fast processing. You have up, left, and right to attack. So here we have... This is actually the same character that was in the games from Dribble and Spitz's set. The guy on the scooter. His name is Ninja Ranger.
Oh, so it is a kind of...
Yeah, it's a Kamen Rider thing.
Yeah.
And here you've got him not on a scooter. He is fighting these attacking ninja foe things.
Yeah.
So you need to push the direction up, left, or right that the opponents are coming from. You need to push it at the appropriate time for when they are coming. Sort of. You don't really need to time it. You just need to, have the punch or kick out in that direction.
They kind of run into your attack,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So the difficulty level is the number of opponents that will attack. On level 1, only one of them attacks. On level 3, all 3 of them attack. And yeah, just if they reach you before you have successfully attacked them back, countered them, then you lose. So, I find it kind of nifty that they have, this through-line character who's existing in multiple sets.
That is kind of neat. Just like the baker.
Yeah. Although he doesn't appear in any other microgames.
Yeah.
He's...
Maybe he'll come back.
I hope he does.
I hope he does too. And his brother.
So, that's this game. The game is very simple.
Yeah.
It's pretty easy, I found. Dr. Crygor.
What about it?
So yeah, he knows about Wario as a businessman in town. He hears about him as a weird fey imp creature. Moving on again.
Can't really begin. Very good.
Good. The strawberry goes on top. Drop it to finish the job.
The job. Alright.
So in this, a cake moves by, and you press A to drop the strawberry, and if you drop the strawberry on the cake, then you succeed. On level 2, it's a smaller cake, this little chocolate cake slice instead of a whole cake. On level 3, it's a cracker. Or a cookie? That's some kind of cream cookie, peanut butter cream cookie or something. Anyway, it's a much smaller target, so it's a lot harder on higher levels. That's the game.
Okay.
It's press A at the right time to drop the strawberry. If you drop the strawberry at, the edge of the cake, it'll start sliding off a bit, but it'll still count as a success. It'll never fall all the way off. Anyway. Simple game. Dr. Crygor. So, yeah, he knows about Wario around town. Hears that he's potentially an entrepreneur and invests in a lot of things. Because Wario, being a businessman, he's a pretty savvy businessman. He does a lot of investments. And so Dr. Crygor would approach him for, some research investment and possibly acting as a research subject. Possibly, possibly not. I'm not actually sure how much Dr. Crygor would be interested in studying Wario. Since Dr. Crygor is mostly interested in things that are real, he may want to avoid magic.
well, if magic is real, right?
Yeah.
Or alters the fabric of reality, that might be...
Yeah,
that
is relevant, yeah. The studying how reality is altered by magical things. Yeah. So, yeah,
Who knows?
the obvious connection then is, or the obvious business that they've done is Dr. Crygor built him these nice cars in exchange for some funding for other projects.
Yep.
And, I mean, we can clearly see that Dr. Crygor is good with that sort of mechanics and building things.
Maybe not so much the chemistry, but definitely the engineering.
Yeah.
Well, moving on.
There's
Cat.
Cat.
Catnap!
The kitty is tired. Push the button when its eyes close. Please attempt to succeed.
Do not attempt to not succeed!
Press A to sleep. So here, the cat closes its eyes and opens them and closes them, and you need to push A when the eyes are fully closed, and then the cat will fall asleep. If you push A when the eyes are not fully closed, then the cat will be awake and startled and not sleep, and you failed. On level 1, the cat will close its eyes slowly and then open them back up and then close them and open them. On level 2, it'll narrow its eyes and kind of stay there for a moment and then finish closing them. On level 3, it blinks and then closes its eyes and then opens them back up. So you kind of have to, you know, have different timing on the things and pay close attention to what exactly is happening with this cat's eyes. So, like, encountering this in the game proper, in actually playing through Dr. Crygor's stage, you know, it can be difficult to just immediately know what level are you playing at, and how does the cat behave there. In this version, where you're just kind of going through the game itself every time, it can be fairly easy, until the timing gets extremely tight. Because, you know, the timing is pretty tight even on slow speeds for that one.
But you only need 10 or something. So.
Yep.
Make my clay!
Sensors indicate an alien life form. Make him grow strong so that he may survive.
You know, reality.
This is another Mache game. You tap A to build up this clay man so that he can hold the rock and not have it fall on him. Because there's a meteor falling?
The meteor is also made of clay?
Yeah. It's nifty little, like, claymation sort of thing. It's a Mache game. You mash A. That's it.
And the difficulty is the number
Difficulty is number of button presses. All of the Mache games have that. That's how they all work. So, another very simple one. So, other thoughts about Dr. Crygor. He probably built Wario's rocket ship.
Or helped with it, yeah.
Because the first time we saw Wario owning a rocket ship was in the ending of Wario Land 4. And presumably, he used the loot from that expedition to pay for, you know, all these various things that he was getting. His toy shops and his computers and rocket ships and
hover cars.
Things like that. So yeah, Dr. Crygor would have been the source of a lot of that, I'm sure. Definitely obviously he says the cars and probably the rocket ship and
I mean, we've seen Dr. Crygor use personal rocket jets.
Yeah, he does have like some kind of jetpack.
So
possibly built into his cybernetics.
Yeah.
So he knows rocketry.
He knows rocketry. He is a rocket scientist, apparently.
So, thinking about Dr. Crygor, when we played through his actual stage, his story made him seem like a buffoon.
Yeah.
I think we just caught him on a bad day.
Well, again, he seemed to be doing something with chemicals, like chemistry, right?
Yeah.
When his greatest successes, as far as we can tell, are all in feats of engineering.
Yeah, that's all that we've seen from him so far. Is definitely, yeah, he can build things. So yeah, maybe he was trying to expand out into chemistry and just screwed up because it's a new field for him.
That's what I'm thinking. Is that,
Yeah.
like, in trying to further his experiments in reality, as he says.
Yeah, of course he would be multidisciplinary, or at least
course.
try to be. Rough Puff. Thwart the attacking aquatic creature by extending your spines. Precise timing is needed. Press A to extend.
And here we see Dr. Crygor expanding into biology.
So here the game is you control the pufferfish and that little... I don't know what that fish is. Some kind of angry, bitey, like, mini shark? It kind of looks like a miniature shark. It comes at you, and you need to push the button to expand out the spines at the proper time so that the shark gets poked and goes away and doesn't bite you. So, you may have already seen that, so on level 1, you're off to the side, which lets you have, like, the most time to see the shark coming. On level 2, you're in the center, so you have, less time to see the thing coming. And on level 3, it will fake you out, potentially. Like there, it comes and then goes away, and then it comes again. So,
there's like 2 that come at you, yeah.
Yeah, and you also may have seen earlier that if you extend them out too early, it will just stop and not approach while the spines are out. And then as soon as they retract, it'll come in and bite.
Because there's like a cooldown.
Yeah. So you do in fact need to get it at the right time, and you can't just mash. Like that.
Aw.
So this one, a little bit tricky. But, and especially, the timing gets pretty tight as it gets faster,
But the reality of the situation is that only the best survive the wilderness.
Yep, that's...
Only the most well-adapted to their environment.
If you are maladapted, you will get bitten and cry.
That is why I have cybernetics.
Hardcore!
I get it.
Use your mandibles to eat this apple. I demand you hurry. This is yet another mache game. You mache to eat an apple floating in the sky instead of a banana floating in the sky. I feel like they may have run out of ideas a little bit.
Well, when you run out of ideas, try fruit. Fruit, after all, are the most realistic things.
So I think the difficulty on this one is ever so slightly higher than the banana one. Like it takes a few more button presses to clear. But it's otherwise the exact same game. Just the animation's different. So,
Well,
probably gonna fast forward through this one a lot, because this was another one that I
Does this go
got
real high?
pretty far in.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
dear. Oh, dear.
yeah. And then I gave up.
Okay. Let's move on.
Symbolism!
I get it.
Catch the musical note in the symbols! Be careful! Do not fail!
Please succeed.
He is very insistent on making sure we understand that success is the goal and not failure. So here, we have this little drummer guy in the background sending musical notes towards you, and you have these cymbals, and you need to smash the cymbals together to crush the dogs that the music notes turn into. This is the most realistic game ever. On each difficulty level, the music is a little different, and the number of notes is different. On level 1, we've got just a very simple, like, drum line.
Yeah.
Level 2, it's that song that was from Dribble and Spitz's stage. On level 3, it's Jimmy's phone ringing and him picking it up.
This has heavy vibes of, like, Mario Paint Music Maker.
It does.
Which was also by this development team.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
That's probably why.
So, yeah, this game, it's tricky to get the timing right. You want to wait...
spontaneous rhythm game, right?
Sort of, yeah. Like, you need to wait until you see the dog head. Like, if you try to hit it earlier than that, then it'll be too early. It's not good. So, yeah. Again, the most realistic thing. This is realism, apparently. Music notes are physical objects that transform into dog heads as they approach symbols, and you crush them, and they explode into tinier music notes. That's how sound waves work. Martians.
Okay.
Aliens are coming! Aliens are coming! Smash them! Smash them! Oh, the terror! I love the way that Dr. Crygor speaks.
It's so well written! Wow!
So anyway, this game, Martians, you have these 4 claymation Martian things, and you've got the hammer. You push the D-pad in the direction that the Martian pops out. You'll have one of the Martian pops out, and you hit that direction to smash it with the hammer, and then another one will pop out, and you hit that one with the hammer, and you hit all of the ones that you need to clear the stage. On level 1, you need to smash 2. On level 2, you smash 3. On the level 3, you smash all 4. A new one will not pop out until you have smashed the one that is currently out. There will only ever be the one out at a time. You don't lose automatically if you hit the wrong area, but it does cost you some time for the animation of the hammer to go to that spot and come back.
Right.
So you can't just, like, sit there and mash.
So that's certainly death on higher speeds.
Yeah, on the level 3 difficulty, I think you can afford to make one mistake if you're not on high speed. So, that's this game. This is one of the better of the games. It's tricky, but it's also different. And I really like the claymation ones.
You know, Martians are pretty realistic.
I mean, aliens exist. We determined that pretty definitively when we were talking about Orbulon and the other handful of aliens that exist. Dr. Crygor knows that aliens exist. They are real. Maybe he has seen actual Martians. Who knows? Body block. Impede the watermelon's progress with your body. Attempt not to fail completely.
Do not be a complete failure.
So here, you are controlling a person who is laying on their back floating, and you need to, it's like Breakout. You're stopping the watermelon from falling through to the bottom. Your difficulty level is the size of your person. On level 1, you have this tall businessman with his arms outstretched, and naturally they wiggle when the watermelon hits them. On level 2, you have this shorter man, and on level 3, you have this short lady. So, another very realistic situation. If a watermelon is flying towards an area that you don't want it to be at, you want to deflect it with your body.
Yeah.
By floating?
You do.
And wiggling.
Wiggle.
It is very realistic for you to wiggle in response to a watermelon hitting you.
And much like real life, things are harder when you are shorter.
In this game, you may have seen already a little earlier, you only fail when the watermelon actually exits the stage at the bottom. So, like, if it's about to leave the stage, that hasn't quite yet, then it's still a success. And yeah, each of the people has, like, a different animation when they miss it.
Funky fountain.
Funky fountain. Aim at the fountain. Spray the object. Sploosh. So here you've got this little star thing, and you've got this little sprayer.
Like a little flower?
Yeah, that's a little flower. So that sprayer is very clearly the kind of sprayer that you have in a bidet.
Oh.
So, yeah, that's a little puckered asshole. Except it's cartoony and spins around.
Okay.
So, that's this game. The thing moves back and forth. You push A to spray, and you push A at the right time to make it spray.
Make it happy, yeah.
To make it happy. The difficulty level determines the width of your spray. So, you know, on level 1, it's a wide spray, so you have a larger area of, you know, what is a valid
Cleanliness.
spot. So, as long as the target is caught within any part of the spray, it's a success. And that's this game. Realism.
Realism.
So,
I hear it's good for sanitation purposes.
it is. Bidets are much more sanitary than more traditional Western toilet practices.
You use less toilet paper. It's better for the environment.
Where the hell were we with Dr. Crygor? We've had a couple
pretty
of
much
short.
finished, actually.
We had a couple of short games.
Like, we talked about how, like, he only seems like a buffoon because he was
Yeah.
trying out chemistry.
Again, it was a particularly bad day for him, I think. I think he's probably more competent than he appeared at first glance. Because, again, he built his cybernetics, and they seem to function just fine, even underwater, even in seawater.
Even in the air.
Yeah, and also he can fly. So,
Yeah, I think Crygor's alright. I think
Yeah.
he's a good, maybe not good, egg. Head.
So he's got an island off the coast. And we finished this game okay.
What's this?
Assembly line! Assemble the car parts! Use your fingers and your brain to do this!
It's a good combination of organs, yes.
So, use left and right to move the car body chassis as it is falling, and you need to line it up with the tires to get it to fit right and go off. And the difficulty level is the type of car, which determines the size of the tires and, you know, what kind of narrowness. On level 1, you've got like this ATV that it's got like this nice wide rim area around the tires. Level 2, it's a sedan. Level 3, it's an SUV. So, you know, it's the amount of space around the tires. So you have you know, varying amounts of precision needed. And of course, we all know this is exactly how cars are assembled, so it's very realistic. First, you build the entire body suspended in the air. And then you build the tires and line them up, and you drop the body onto the tires, and then it connects automatically and it drives off.
Yep, and there's only 2 tires per car.
Well, I mean, there's the tires behind that we can't see because we're looking directly at them.
Right. We have a perfectly orthogonal camera.
Yes!
There's absolutely no depth of field involved.
I mean, the tires in the back are visually smaller because they're further away.
Even during the mistakes where the tires go flying.
Yeah, they are perfectly lined up. We can't see them.
Sure.
Realism.
What's next?
What's your beef?
Well,
Move the knife to cut the steak. Meat is good.
well, some people might argue
So, this game is basically an alternate version of, from Mona's set, the chopping the log one.
Right.
So, you move the knife back and forth with left and right to cut through steak of varying thickness by difficulty level. The main difference here is that, like, the time you have available is less because it starts with this little overview scene of looking at the plate, and then it cuts to where you can actually interact with the game.
Right.
So, you kind of have less time available to interact with the game to actually play. Otherwise, it's fairly... It's simple. It's not complicated. It can be difficult, but it's not complicated.
Meat can be complicated. Not complicated.
Meat can be complicated. It's not here.
Right. Meat is meat. Meat is meat.
Meat is meat. Biology. Or culinary science.
Yeah, culinary science. Cooking is a kind of chemistry.
Just look, what else is on that plate? There's, I think, broccoli. There's like some gravy
fries?
sauce and possibly potato wedges. Or
We're losing. Let's get faster.
yeah, don't have time to really see what else is there.
Yeah, I think there's tomato.
So
Yeah, I think French fries, broccoli, tomato to go with your steak sounds like a pretty good meal.
yeah. No, I think that's a steak sauce off to the side. It's more brown.
Oh yeah, okay,
red.
steak sauce. Yeah, okay.
So it's like a steak sauce you would dip your cuts in after slicing. You would not, however, suspend your steak in the air in order to slice it with your knife. You would hold it with your fork.
Boy, yeah.
But,
Well, I mean, they are holding it with the fork. It's just we're entering like an
abstract liminal space.
Yeah.
We are entering the steak zone,
Yeah.
where the only objects within our perception are the knife and steak.
Right. It's kind of like where you do that sort of 3D pan-in view with slow motion when you do the final kill shot, but for steak.
Spoon spectacular. It is merely mind over matter. Use the power in your fingers to bend the spoon. Academic. This is hardly mind over matter. This is matter over matter. It's force over matter. You press up and down, back repeatedly, alternate up and down to rub your finger over the spoon to bend the spoon. This is, of course, a reference to the magic trick of bending a spoon with your mind, which is a faked thing that, you rub the spoon to bend it in advance and just use, optical illusions to make it look like it's not bent already, or to, if it's about to break, you bend it back and forth to make it about to break, and then, at the lightest tap, it'll just fall apart. So, it's an old magic trick that, fake TV... There was at least one fake TV psychic that tried to cash in on this kind of thing as a big trick, Uri Geller.
So-called mentalists, yeah.
But, yeah, it's... Spoons are very easy to break, actually, if you try.
Yeah.
That's the game. The amount of alternating presses that you need to do increases with the difficulty level. And also the animation changes on difficulty level. Level 1, it just kind of bends over to the side. Level 2, it does this weird swirly thing. And then on level 3, the head falls off.
Now, I'm actually surprised that Dr. Crygor is interested, even academically, in the sort of spoon-bending phenomenon.
I think it's more that, he sees the phenomenon and then, tries to prove that it isn't psychic powers, that it is real, it's grounded in real physics.
Right.
That you just... This is how you bend a spoon. And, you know, it's not psychic powers. This is the realistic version of it.
Right.
Because in this game, you are rubbing the spoon. You're not bending it with your mind powers.
Right.
This is the realistic way to do it.
That is correct. However, we do know that in reality, there is no spoon.
No, that's in the fake reality. In real reality, there is a spoon. It's right there. Crygor is not in the Matrix.
What? Wait. Wait. When you say real reality, you're talking about the Mario real reality,
Yes.
right? Not the real reality where we exist commenting on the Mario world reality.
Yes. Dr. Crygor's universe exists within its universe.
Right.
It
Which
is not...
exists alongside the Nintendo games,
Yes.
which have their universes.
Yes.
Presumably having their own WarioWare game.
Well, that gets into some interesting questions about copyright. We didn't really go into this before, but, you would assume that Nintendo has a copyright over its games within the universe
Yeah.
where, you know, they exist, but, 9volt just kind of stole them to make his own. 9volt didn't really make games, he just stole Nintendo games and threw them in. Well, okay, a few of the things he did make, like the games that were about old toys
Yeah.
and things, but...
Does Nintendo own the copyrights to Donkey Kong's likeness?
I would bet that Nintendo has... No, within universe, in the Mario universe, where Nintendo exists and makes games about Mario and such, I would wager that, you know, Nintendo has its copyrights, but Wario wrote an exception in when he was licensing his likeness and story to them for his games. That probably gives him free reign to use all of it in his own business projects.
Whoop-de-doodle!
Whoop-de-doodle. It is time to draw. Draw a line to the star with the crayon. Do this with all speed.
Oh, okay.
It is time to draw. You have a crayon. You use the D-pad to move the crayon. You need to move it to the star. You don't need to go directly to it. You can just wander around a bit. Just as long as you actually reach the star before the time runs out.
Is Dr. Crygor insulting us?
I don't know. I mean... I don't think so.
While I prepare the next game, play with crayons!
The difficulty in this one is how far the star is away from where your crayon starts.
Also seems like how many axes are involved.
You know, like, on level 3, it's always, like, opposite corners of the field.
Like level 1 it always seems down.
Yeah, it's like a straight line on level 1. On level 2, it's a short diagonal. And on level 3, it's like the full field diagonal. So, but that's the game. Pretty simple.
Yeah.
Draw with a crayon. So, yeah, in universe...
we don't need to get into
We
it.
don't need to. I kind of finished the thought there.
Yeah.
That.
Really, if in... Rare owns the rights to Donkey Kong.
But is Rare in universe making game? We have not seen evidence that Rare exists in universe. Well, I think the only mention we have seen of Rare in universe has been from Cranky, who can see beyond the fourth wall.
Yes, due to incidents in space.
Raging Rhino! Wave the red cape in front of the rhino. Do not get hit. That would hurt. A lot.
Yes,
So,
I agree.
here you've got a matador taunting a rhino instead of a bull. You need to press A at the right time to wave the red cape when the rhino is charging.
Huh.
So, you wait until the rhino starts charging, and then you press the button. On level 1, rhino just charges, and that's it. On level 2, the rhino charges, and then turns around and charges back, so you need to hit it a second time. On level 3, it charges, and then turns much sooner, much earlier than on level 2, for the second hit. If you press it at the wrong time at any time, then it's a failure.
Ah.
I don't know how realistic this is. I don't know if you can taunt a rhino in this way.
I don't think you should.
You definitely shouldn't.
Rhinos are endangered.
Also, that rhino is very small. That is not the size of a rhino. Rhinos are much larger than that.
Also, don't be a line sketch.
Also, don't be a matador. They're terrible.
Yeah, despite the cultural tradition, I think it's pretty
It's
bad,
cruelty to animals.
generally speaking.
Anyway, that's this game. What else can we talk about? We've still got a fair bit to go.
Still got so many games to go through.
Oh.
What is he holding in his hand? Is that supposed to be a sword, or
Probably.
is it like a conductor's baton?
I think it's supposed to be a sword. Because that is traditionally what a matador has. Is they've got the sword and the cape.
Yeah,
And,
but traditional matadors don't fight rhinos.
yeah, but the juxtaposition of these two elements, I think, is part of the point of the game. Veg out. Match the correct vegetable halves. You heard me. Match them now. Potato. So, here you need to line up the vegetable in the center. The top half is stationary and the bottom half is scrolling by. You need to press A at the right time to stop the roulette so that you create the vegetable properly.
Tomato!
So, that's it. And the instruction is the name of the vegetable. So your instruction is just tomato or potato or pepper. And I think that's good. That's fun. Just encountering this during, like, playing the stage and just getting the instruction, tomato!
And it does show you in the top left what
Yeah.
you're actually trying to accomplish.
So, it doesn't need to, like, keep the instruction explicitly up, but... And also, just in case you've forgotten what these vegetables look like, or perhaps you've never seen some of these vegetables, I don't know where you live, carrot. This one gets pretty hard pretty quick.
Cucumber!
It's like the amount of time that you have to see the roulette and know what's coming is a bit limited.
Nope. What do we got?
Quickie quiz! Hey, you! Answer the question correctly! There's only one correct answer!
It's the most excited I've seen Crygor all grid.
Pick a tail. So, you are presented with a prompt that is a question of select something. Pick a cat. And then you get these choices and you need to pick the correct one. Not a leaf. So, level 1, it tells you pick X, and you have two options. Pick a tail. You have the little leaf and the whale tail. Level 2, you have 4 options, and it tells you to pick a thing. And on level 3, it tells you to pick not a thing. and presents you with 4 options. And there's like a limited set of possible things that, graphics and prompts that it gives you. So, there's the cat's tail, like not a tail, it'll have those 3: plain tail, cat tail, and whale tail, along with the snake head. Not a butterfly, it's got a variety of leaves, as well as the whale tail that I guess is kind of shaped like butterfly. Not a beast. The correct answer there was the leaf, which means a human hand is a beast. Humans are beasts.
Humans are beasts.
It's true. So, that's this game. It's, that's it.
Yeah.
You got a quiz, pick the right choice.
Kind of a logic thing.
Yeah.
Sort of like intelligence games from Alien Boy.
Yeah. It is sort of like an IQ game. Like, this was feels like something that should have been potentially in Orbulon's set.
But
also,
it has more realistic pictures, so...
Yeah. And also, it has realistic, questions? I guess? I don't know.
The questions are based on the content of the pictures, I guess.
So. Gets kind of tricky. But it's there. Running out of things to say.
That's fine. We don't need to say much because I mean, we got. I think we figured out Dr. Crygor's deal.
Yeah, we've got him pretty solidly. Man, I was really hoping we would have more to say about, like, all of these characters and more things to delve into, but really it's only been Jimmy and Mona that have had, like, a full grid's length of things to discuss.
Yeah.
Cheeky monkey.
Uh-oh.
Use the basket to catch the apples the monkey is throwing. This game is simple.
Is it?
Well, he said so. Although he did say so without ending punctuation on his statement. So, it's possible that he got cut off. Anyway, there's this cheeky monkey in the tree throwing apples. And you need to catch the apples in your basket. You move with left and right. Difficulty level is the number of apples he throws, 2, 3, or 4. And it's unique in that it is this, like, felt drawing.
Yeah.
It's like this little felt picturescape.
It is not real at all.
I mean, cloth is a real thing.
That's not how this works.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
I mean, I guess clay is a real thing. Jesus Christ, now I'm making excuses for this game.
We've never really had if you drop an apple, the monkey gets angry.
I'd get angry if you dropped my apple.
Or whatever fruit this is supposed to be. It doesn't quite look like an apple. It's like a pomegranate?
I mean,
or something?
said it was apples, right?
Did he say apple? I don't remember already. He might have just said fruit. Anyway, he's throwing fruits out of the tree, and he gets angry if you break it. And as you notice there, once it gets fast, on level 3, the 4th apple doesn't have time to hit the ground. So you only have to catch 3 apples. Or fruits, or whatever they are.
Well, next! Oh, this is the pea pod game.
Pod pinch! Pinch the pea from the pod! Watch it fly! Oh, how exciting it will be!
I don't believe you.
So, the hand moves back and forth, and you press A to pinch. And you need to pinch in the center-ish of the pea in the pod to pinch it out of the pod. And difficulty level is how many peas you need to pinch out. You can pinch out extra peas, it's fine. It's just, that's like the minimum number that you need to get. Is 1, 2, or 3.
Well, okay.
The difficult part of this is that if you pinch in the wrong spot, like if you're off to the side of the pod, the pea won't go flying out. It might take me a little bit. It might take a little bit for it to actually get shown here on video. But the pea will just kind of ooze out rather than popping all the way out, and like that does not count. And once you've screwed up like that, that pea is done. It's locked out.
It is no longer popped.
It is no longer poppable. So it needs to be like in the center, and if you're off, then you've lost a potential poppable pea.
Poppable pea pod.
So that's the interesting twist for this game. Is that sort of precision needed. But also, if you screw up on one, as long as it's not level 3, you can still make it on the others. So, that's this game. Now,
could probably move on.
Yeah. I mean, is this something that people do? Pinching peas out of the pod like that and launching them? Is that how peas are properly extracted? I don't know, I'm not a farmer. Anyway, dog.
Dog!
Shake! It's a dog! Shake! Shake! Good dog! It's a dog! Shake!
Good dog!
Good dog! So the dog's paw will move back and forth, and you push A when it's over the human hand to stop it so that you shake. And the dog is happy when you properly shake. On level 1, it's the one paw, one hand that you match up, and it's good. On level 2, there's the two paws, and they're like wavy back and forth, dancing. And on level 3, the human hands are also moving.
Because the human's so nervous.
So you gotta shake right with the dog. Dog is very happy. It's a good pupper.
Such a good one.
Next game.
That's a good.
This is this is of course very realistic. This is how dogs behave.
Especially with the dancing paws.
Yep. Dog cries. If you screw up, the dog will cry and howl. It's a very sad dog.
Why did you make the dog upset?
I didn't mean to. So that's the game. It's cute. There's a dog.
Very realistic.
Kettle metal. The burner is hot. Push the switch to reduce the heat. Hot things cause pain.
Jesus Christ. Crygor!
So this is a timing one. The little meter it'll like the red line moves back and forth between along that meter, and you need to press A when it's within the green zone to cut the heat.
And the green zone gets smaller per difficulty.
Yep. So this one gets pretty hard pretty quick. Like it's a very narrow, precise window on level 3. And it's like the timing of it is pretty tough, even on
2 animation frames.
Slow. Yeah. So,
Why does your stove work this way?
Also, if you screw it up, then it will catch fire. If you don't reduce the heat, then you accidentally increase the heat, and then the kettle is on fire.
Yeah, this is how poorly designed stove.
This is how a stove works. Maybe this is how Dr. Crygor's stove works. Like, okay, I legitimately don't know the intricate details of Japanese stove cookware.
Yeah. Yeah.
like how they work exactly.
I wouldn't do it like this.
Yeah, usually, if you want to cut heat, you have, like,
Like
dial?
Switch, yeah. Not a tiny mini game. You can't
I think that's an abstraction of, like, your hand wavering back and forth over the switch, and you're trying to push it at the spot that is the reduce heat button, and if you push in the wrong spot, then you hit the increase heat button. I don't know. Boss
stage.
time. Alien laser hero!
Oh, right.
An alien invasion is in progress! Oh, no! Track them with the laser emitted from your eyes and protect Earth!
Realism!
We have a very realistic depiction of what I assume is Dr. Crygor's Earth Defense Laser System. So, here you control the giant laser head on the left. You move you hit up and down to adjust the aim of your laser eyes. And, you need to destroy these rocks falling towards Earth. Now, something very interesting. Alright, well, continuing about the actual game itself. First, you get a field of, like, large rocks that will, one at a time, start falling at a standard speed. Then you get some rocks that kind of shoot down at...
medium size, medium speed.
Yeah, or it's not like medium speed, like they move down in jolts. Like it'll shock down. And, there's another, and then like the very small little meteor pebble things that move down. And then after you've gotten through all of them, there was one other type of rock, the one that like waves back and forth as it moves down. And then after you've gotten through all of those waves, you fight the pot itself, which produces additional rocks as it goes. On level 2, you start getting more rocks in each wave. So you start, after the first wave, it's 4 rocks of each type. That's the wavy back and forth ones, and the small ones. And you will get 5 of the tiny ones on level 2 here. So the tiny ones are, of course, the hardest ones to get, because, you know, it's hard to aim. You need to keep the laser on them for a little bit. For, like, they have an amount of health.
Oh, and this time it's...
Yeah, on level 2, it produces different types of rocks from the pot in this final stage of it.
So just the phase
on level 1, it was just the big rock, but on level 2, produces the 2 more advanced types.
Difficulty 3!
Level 3, you get mixed waves.
Oh.
So, you know, first wave is 3 of the standard big rock and 2 of these like dashing rocks.
Oh!
And if you miss any rock, any of the meteor, it hits Earth and the Earth just kind of vanishes.
Jesus.
So it doesn't like shatter and explode, it just sort of disappears. So, couple of things brought up here. First of all, Crygor knows about Earth. You know, we've been positing this whole time that Diamond City is in the Mushroom World. So, having specifically Earth be...
Yeah, did it say specifically Earth in the game's description?
It did. He said protect the Earth.
Okay.
So, I mean, that could be... Like, maybe they call the... Like, in the Mushroom World, maybe they call it Earth as well. Like, maybe it's different aspects of the same world. Like, there's the magical side of it, the magical dimension that's still Earth.
Like, it's...
Because the Mushroom World has space. So, like, I think the Mushroom World is a... I hesitate to say pocket dimension, because it's its own space. There's, like, 2 sides of existence. magical side and the mundane side. And, like, the two Earths are connected, and they have their own space around them. Like, I'm not sure about what is the construction of the universe here.
But the fact that Crygor knows about Earth, and I mean,
like, in the Mushroom World, knowledge of Earth isn't exactly a secret.
right.
Like, people know about Mario, people know that Mario is from Earth. People have been, at this point, getting imports from Earth. In Diamond City, they have the Game Boy Advance SP. They have modern Earth technology.
And as Crygor is a scholar of reality, it would make sense that Earth would be within his field of study.
Yeah. So, it does just bring up that question of how exactly are Earth and the Mushroom World connected? Because, like, I think it is that, like, it's sort of like two sides of a coin, just in, you know, the fourth dimension. Where you've got, you know, on the one side is Earth and its universe and celestial spheres and everything, and on the other side is the magical world, the Mushroom World, and its celestial sphere and everything. And, like, they can connect through magic warp pipes and other such magical connections. Like, there's the other couple of connections that we know about in the Arctic and probably somewhere in the Congo jungle, perhaps. But, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something that we never really got into, is the physical location of the Mushroom World in relation to Earth. We've only ever really known that just they connect through magic pipes.
Yeah, and that the location of the magic pipes are Brooklyn pipe system, like the Brooklyn sewer system, and the Arctic are the only...
Those are the only ones that we definitely know about.
Definite locations, yeah.
Or was it the Antarctic? It might have been the Antarctic. I think it was the Antarctic.
Some inhospitable hole location.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to Mario Galaxy. It's going to be a while still before we get there, but that's going to give us a lot more to think about with the nature of the Mario universe and space around the Mushroom World.
No, Mario Universe comes out later.
Don't you lie to me, there hasn't been a Mario Universe.
Not yet. Somebody's gonna comment on this video, being like, actually, Mario Universe is coming out.
Or there might be like a ROM hack called Mario Universe or something. Goodbye, Earth. Yeah, this game gets hard at, once the speed goes up, it gets incredibly difficult, because, like, controlling this precise aim of the laser at high speed is, you know, very, very difficult.
You just don't have the time to maintain.
But, yeah, as I've said before, all of the boss stages, the goal is only 5, so, you know, it's not that hard to reach the goal. You never even have to clear level 3. You only have to beat level 1 and 2.
Honestly,
and then be done.
Fine, because these will overstay their welcome really quick.
Yeah. Yeah, they can get kind of long, especially this is possibly the longest one of the boss stages. It's somewhere between this, Galaxy 2003, the Dribble and Spits one, and I think Cat and Anna's is also a bit long. Alright, we're done with Dr. Crygor. Last new character of the game's Cat.
Hey, how are you? It's Kat and Donna. When you're playing our games, you just remember that all living things are created equal. If you forget, we might have to bust out our ninja skills on you.
You can call me CompuNet, because that's my name.
Hair scare. Rabbits are fleeing this Game Boy Advance.
What?
Keep them inside.
Ah!
All animals are created equal, so these rabbits must stay in the Game Boy Advance because that's their home. It's where they live, so they need to stay inside to keep the Game Boy running.
Right.
So you need to smash them into paste.
If they escape, the game stop.
So this game, you've just got your 4 directions in A, and rabbits will pop out of the holes that you see on the thing. It's like a whack-a-mole thing, and you hit the direction that matches, the button direction that matches where the rabbit is, and you smash it with a hammer. And if you're too slow, it'll go back in the hole, and it'll pop out a different hole.
Okay.
On level 1, there's 1 rabbit. Level 2, there's 2. Level 3, there's 3.
Okay.
That's the game. You smash rabbits to keep them inside your Game Boy Advance, so that they can power this carrot game that you're playing. Because otherwise, when they're trying to leave, the carrot is disintegrating? I don't know what the hell is going on with that. I'm not sure that Kat and Anna understand video games? Well, let's talk about Kat and Donna.
Sure.
So, Kat and Donna, as we've gotten their manual blurb, the 2 kickin' kindergartners,
Wait.
as their blurb says,
We're Kat and Donna. Yep, we're cute, we're kindergartners, and we're ninjas. We like plants and animals so much that we included them in our games. Apparently, we're graduates of Wario's School of Kindergarten. At least, that's what the graffiti on the wall said. If I remember correctly, the teachers weren't too happy about that.
So, there's some things. Next game here, Munch Bunch.
You're a hungry monster! Eat as much as you can, as fast as you can!
Sounds like a mache game.
It is a mash A game. You just mash A, and each time you hit A, you eat one of the shapes, and you need to eat all of the shapes. This little... I don't know why they called it a monster. That's like a turtle with a big head. I guess that's kind of monstrous.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, it's you get more shapes on higher difficulties, so you have to push the button more. It's a mash A game. We've seen several of these already. So, kindergartners, apparently.
That didn't come up very much.
No, mostly what we saw about them was just that they're ninjas. But apparently they're like 5 years old. So, where do we even start with that?
They were murdering people.
Were they? All we've seen them do is
I guess they were fighting ghosts?
Yeah, they were fighting that demon skeleton thing. It was an undead thing that they were fighting. We haven't seen them actually fight human people.
The difference between fighting a human person and fighting a ghost is one of them is already dead.
And I mean, ninjutsu is the art of assassination, so they're kind of trained, or at least training, to be, murderers. This is how ninja clans work in Diamond City. Do they even have a clan?
They must.
So let's step back for a moment.
Right.
So, Kat and Donna, we have seen their story.
Huh?
Their story does not make sense in light of the context that they're kindergartners.
Yes.
At all.
That is correct.
So I think, like a lot of the other stories, that's just it's just something they made up. That's like a stage play that they made around this set of games that they've produced. Which is already wild that these two kindergartners produced these games.
Well,
like lickety-split.
Help the loving lizard catch the hearts as they pass by.
lick.
Press A to lick the hearts for love. You push A at the right time to stick out the lizard tongue, and if you do it at the right time, the tongue will catch the heart, and it will eat the heart. And you need to eat all of the hearts. There's 1 heart per difficulty level. So on level 3, like, if you miss any, then you won't really have time to get it. It won't, like, come back around again.
Okay, there's like a carousel.
Yeah, like, they go in a circle. So timing's a little bit tricky with it, but, you know, once you get it down, it's not too bad. Pretty simple game.
So, okay, so it's a story written by kindergartners.
Yeah, the story of, you know, the 2 ninja sisters, and one of them was off living elsewhere, and you need to go bring them back in to save the princess from the evil demon. Like, it's a very kids anime story kind of thing.
Yeah, like if you were to kindergartners and you were playing together and you were making a story up and you were like, okay, and then there was the princess, and the princess is in the tower, and the tower is under attack by ghosts, and okay, well, I'm gonna go climb the tower, but oh no, the ghost is too strong. Oh no, but that it's okay because I send out the.
This is next game. Flower shower. Grow beautiful flowers by watering them. They need your help.
Oh,
The flowers need our help.
how many times have we watered flowers in this game? Is this the second?
I don't remember watering flowers earlier. Anyway, you move with the direct D-pad to walk around, and you've got this watering can you're pouring water out, and you need to water the flowers. On level 1, there's a flower, and you just go up to the flower and water it. On level 2, the flower moves, the flower pot can walk around, and you need to chase it down. On level 3, there's 2 flower pots, and one of them walks around.
Why does the flower want to not get watered?
Why are plants ambulatory at any time?
I mean, Mario,
we've
why not? I don't
seen
know.
plenty of ambulatory plants in the Mushroom Kingdom, Mushroom World before, but that doesn't stop me from asking why.
So this clearly indicates that Cat and Anna grew up in the Mushroom Kingdom, where
The Mushroom World as a
Mushroom
whole,
World,
like
yes.
they do not see ambulatory flowers as unusual,
Right.
Because they live in a magic world. So this magic is normal.
Yes. Okay. That's established from looking at their games. Cool. Got that. Good.
Anyway, we were saying that it's clearly
The story makes sense from the lens of them being kindergartners.
and then it was too strong, but then my dog was a sword.
Yeah, and then the sword went and grabbed me, and then I came, and I fought off all the ninja ghosts, and then the ninja ghosts, we fought, and then the top of the tower, and we had a duel, but at the last minute we got yeah.
So yeah, it's a story that the kindergartners wrote about their adventure that they totally had. So all that we know about them is that they are, as they claim, kindergartners. They said they are graduates of Wario's School of Kindergarten. I don't think they know what graduate means.
I'm not
Being
sure they know what
kindergartners.
kindergarten means.
Go for the tater.
Help the gopher get to the potato, but avoid the rocks.
What?
There's Gopher.
I
And you need to
remember
help
this
it
one,
get
but
to
I
the
think
potato.
this- Oh, we have seen it, so...
So you use the D-pad to move your gopher, and you need to move to burrow through the dirt to get to the potato. You need to not hit the rocks. If you hit a rock, then that's a miss. This one, I had a lot of trouble with just because you it is so easy to overshoot.
Is it kind of like worm controls? Like
No, he'll only move while you are holding the direction.
But he can't go backwards.
No, he can go any direction. But as soon as you tap the button, he will move a tile over. So if you're holding it just ever so slightly too long, then he will move one tile further than you planned. And that kept happening to me. This was like my 4th attempt that it took me to clear the clear amount that it needed. And you can see here I'm going very, slowly and cautiously and running out of time because of it. Because if I'm not, then I overshoot by 2 tiles once it gets fast. So it's very awkward, very finicky. But, it's otherwise not a complicated game, just like a difficult to control one.
Just like Yoshi.
So yeah, Kat and Donna, they're kindergartners. They don't understand what the word graduates means. But the graffiti on the wall said that they're graduates of Wario School.
Picture perfect.
Picture perfect. Snap a photo of the passing object. Remember to center the subject. Press A to shoot. So here you have a thing flying by and you need to press A to take a photo of it while it's fully in frame. Level 1, you have a flying squirrel, so that's pretty slow, pretty easy. Level 2, you've got this blue jay. It moves a lot faster, so it's harder to time. And level 3, the most majestic creature of nature, the Concorde jet.
Ah, yes. The flight of the Concorde.
If any amount of the subject is out of frame, then it's a miss. So you need to be, very precise with the timing. And, yeah, the higher level things move faster, so your timing gets more and more narrow. And also, they're larger, so the actual, space that they have that they can fit in is no good, is tighter. So, that's this game. Now... So there's
we're running out of time here, so
yeah, this one was a difficult one, especially once it starts getting even a little bit fast. The timing's very tight.
So next game.
There's a snail. Leafy greens. Goma the snail needs to eat leafy greens to grow big. Help it grow.
Goma. We have a new character.
Yep, we have a named character. So this is like a platforming game. You use D-pad to move and A to jump, and you move the snail over the platforms, and you grab the leaf, and it gets big, because it's the power-up.
It's like they made it themselves.
Each difficulty level has, a different set of possible arrangements. Generally speaking, on level 1, you generally don't need to jump. You'll just need to, move forward. Level 2, there'll be a bit of a jump that you need to do. Level 3, there'll be, 2 jumps or larger jumps. Don't hold right too early. But yeah, so it's fairly simple. It's a platforming game.
So we all agree that when they say Wario's School of Kindergarten,
I think what they mean is either Wario owns the building because he is an entrepreneur and he owns a variety of a large amount of the land in town by now, probably. Or he just broke into the school at some point and graffitied it for fun.
I think it's much more likely. Well, maybe not much more likely.
It feels more likely that it's a school Wario owns to me, because otherwise, how in the hell did Wario connect with these 2 toddlers?
I think it's a friend.
Oh, probably, yeah.
I'm not even sure he understands why he's doing it, but I think he knows ninjas.
Next up, crane game. Pluck the fish from the water so the nice bird can eat.
I get it.
All creatures are created equal, so no creature is more or less valued than others except for this fish. Nobody cares. This fish is worthless. The bird is more important. So you press A at the right timing to make the bird dip down and try to grab the fish. On level 1, the fish just moves back and forth directly. On level 2, it'll wave up and down, and on level 3, it'll wave up and down more. So that's the thing. You just push A at the right timing. The height of the fish does matter because, you know, how far the beak needs to go down to grab it, so that does throw off the timing a little bit with the higher difficulties. But otherwise, it's a timing. Press A at right time. So yeah, I'm not sure Wario understands what education is.
Here's what I think. Wario, at some point, got it in his head that he could have an army of ninja. All he has to do is train them and, like, get them legally brought into the country. So, all he has to do is make the barest bones looking attempt to get them integrated into society. And so, probably literally put up a storefront or something that says kindergarten.
But they're teachers! She says they're teachers!
Yeah, which might have been Wario himself.
But the teachers weren't happy about their graffiti.
Right! If you graffitied the front of the definitely legal establishment, it would remove the authenticity of the...
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that. I'm also not too sure that Kat and Anna are actually ninjas or just pretending. Vegemite.
They do carry around swords.
Pick the veggies when the sprouts appear. Who knows what will show up?
What?
Vegemite. Pick the sprout. This with your might. So you move left and right, and you push A to pick the sprout. And you need to pick the sprouts, and there's one sprout per difficulty level. And you pick a thing, and it's a carrot, and then it's a carrot, and it's like a ginger root. And there's ginger, and a key, and a car!
Well, you need the key to get in the car.
Well, yeah. This one's a bit rough because a sprout, the second and third sprouts will not appear until you've picked the previous sprout. So... And it's not like one sprout will appear in each spot. It will appear randomly. So it's a little bit tricky with the timing, especially when you get to 3 of them. Just having enough time to see where it is and go and grab is very, very tight. But otherwise,
it seems like he takes a bit to...
Yeah, and he does take a bit to move between the spaces. So yeah, I'm not convinced that Kat and Anna are actual ninjas. Like, they dress up as ninjas. They carry possibly real swords. I don't know. They might be toys. Like, they could just be 2 kids that just really like ninjas, and so they dress up as ninjas because, you know, that's how kids do.
Honestly, that's... Yeah.
So we haven't seen enough evidence of anything around them. All we've seen of them is this story that they made up. This clearly made up story.
Because there's nothing that shows that you are a princess within the mushroom world.
Mouse trap. Drop the trap from above and catch the mouse. I don't know why we're catching this mouse.
Well, because mice are... You gotta catch them in a trap to, you know, get them out of the house. Otherwise,
Well, yeah.
nests.
Well, it's a press A at the right time game.
With a smaller...
Yeah, you push A to drop the little glass dome, and you try to make it fall over the mouse, and each difficulty level, your little glass dome trap is smaller, so your timing window is tighter. That's it. It's another timing one. So yeah, all we know about Cat and Donna is the things that they have said about themselves in the manual here, and this what is clearly a made-up story. Maybe? Although it... No, because that castle existed in the city.
Unless they, you know...
No, because
imagined that...
Because that castle is on the map.
Right, but they could also say... Right... Oh, but that's the castle where the princess lives.
It's entirely... Like, okay. So that Japanese-style castle does exist in the city. It is just a block down from Wario's house on that giant spire. And...
All it's labeled as is castle.
Yeah. So, it could be where Cat and Donna live? Or it could just be a castle that's in the city. It could be like a historical site that they just go to and play around in.
Or, you know, is part of their imagination play.
So, like, there's just... We don't know enough.
And, you know, now that I reread it, it could be that somebody just tagged the side of the kindergarten.
Yeah.
Graffiti that says,
like,
this is Wario's school.
Yeah.
Or Wario rules, even.
Something like that. So, it's... Next game. Coconut Catapult. Help the animal grab a coconut. Drop the rocks into the bowl and catapult into the tree. So, you press A to make the bird drop the rock. It's another timing one. You gotta time it to drop the rock in the center. Enough, like, the center enough of that bowl on the side of the catapult. If you're off to the side too far, then it will not launch the critter high enough to grab the coconut. So, level 1, bird just goes back and forth. Level 2, it'll, like, do this weird kind of hovering up and down a little bit. And level 3, it goes up and down and barely moves left and right, and also the bowl is smaller. I think the bowl's the same size between level 1 and 2. Yeah, looks the same size. But that's the game, it's another timing one. Yeah, so Cat and Donna's school... I'm going to assume that it is another school in the city. Like, it's not on the map because it wasn't relevant to this game and the stories in this game. But, like, there's another school building, a kindergarten in the city that Wario may or may not own, but has definitely graffitied. So, yeah, there's... The question then is, how did they connect? How did Cat and Anna get involved with Wario's money-making, game-making scheme? Bug bite. Avoid the repellent and feed that hungry mosquito. All things are equal, so bite this baby. Push A to choose when your mosquito dives into bite. It's another press A at the right time game. Higher difficulty levels have more of these bug spray clouds. If you hit a spray cloud with the mosquito, that's a fail.
More Frogger obstacles.
Yeah, the level 3 version of this is incredibly difficult once the speed gets up, because if the time runs out while your mosquito is still, like, in mid-dive, then that's a loss. You need to actually reach the baby to succeed.
And reach the baby.
And yeah, you can see here, like, it's
Very thin window.
very, very thin windows, so...
Okay, so in the game WarioWare, in the manual for WarioWare, it always mentions cat first.
Yes.
Anna is...
It's... Need to be careful about this. I've been screwing this up a lot, too. It is not Anna, it is Anna.
Anna.
Cat and Anna, because katana.
Kat is clearly the one that met Wario first.
Seems likely, yeah. Cat's the one whose name is, like, anywhere in the sets.
Right.
And she's the one who... maybe she's just the more sociable one. Maybe Anna is just, like, very shy, and that's why she's not speaking.
Or she's the one from the town over.
Disco Dog.
Make the dog jump to catch the flying frisbee. Aw, he wants to play.
What does it have to do with disco?
Because it's the frisbee disc.
Oh,
Disc of dog. So this is another press A at the right time game. The frisbee comes in from the side and you push A to make the dog jump and grab the frisbee. And if you press it at the right time, you grab the frisbee. Otherwise, you miss it. Level 1, the frisbee comes in just from the side, directly in the middle, and it's got this nice, slow, simple arc. Level 2, it comes in from the upper area, and it kind of dips down and flies up. And level 3, it comes in from the bottom and, you know, flies up, so that it makes it a little more difficult to know what the right time to grab it is. Like, I don't know, to me the differences between the difficulty levels in this one didn't really feel like much. It's just like,
yeah.
the frisbee, you jump when the frisbee's in the, near the center.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, in the story that they told, Cat was the one who was off in the shrine, off in the other far distant place, who had to travel and get summoned. So, yeah. I don't know. I'm also assuming that they're sisters. I don't know. That's not explicitly stated anywhere. That is something that I've just kind of assumed, so I don't know.
Yeah.
But, like, they do look very similar in a lot of ways. But again, that could just be because they're both dressed as ninjas. I don't know. I just don't know. There's not enough information.
Ninjas continue to be mysterious.
So yeah, how did they actually meet Wario? Either they saw the graffiti in the school and thought that, well, if this is the boss of the school, then we should go find him and challenge him, ? Or something along those lines?
Possibly, that's a very ninja thing to do.
Like, something about him being the boss of the school, I imagine.
That's how you graduate.
Yeah, there you go.
Fruit fall. Catch the falling fruit in your basket. Be careful, because it's not always fruit.
Okay.
Not entirely sure how this is a nature game, but here
An animal game. Yeah.
you get 3 lines, and you need to move your character left and right to make sure you're in a line where there is fruit, and not a diamond, because a diamond is not fruit, and you don't want to catch the diamond, because that will hurt, I guess? In the original Japanese version of this game, instead of a diamond, it was a poop. So that made a little more sense, but they didn't want to have that. America is significantly more prudish about poop than Japan is.
And then the Emoji Movie happened.
I don't know anything about that.
It had a poop emoji voiced by Patrick Stewart.
The internet was a mistake. Anyway, this game, it's
plant-based. Like
Yeah!
plants and animals. That are things that Cotton Anna like.
Yeah, level 3 always has 2 diamonds. Level 1 always has 1 diamond. Level 2, I'm not 100% sure. Sidebar will probably have the clarification on what level 2 is, and the difference between 1 and 2, but that's the game.
Anyway, Wario is the boss of Diamond City, according to the
Yeah.
graffiti that he's put everywhere.
Yeah.
So Cotton Anna, being ninjas, decided to go assassinate him, to which he had to quickly explain, no, but you've passed my test
I mean, yeah,
of
probably
finding
like...
me and my very hidden up on top of a mountain spire. How did you get here?
Yeah, that's, it's...
Layer. Good job, my ninja apprentices.
That does seem likely that they did something possibly impressive finding him. Penguin Shuffle.
The baby penguin wants to march in time with everyone else. Help him out.
Left
March.
and right to march. So, you have this line of penguins, and you control the baby penguin, and you need to keep the baby penguin in between the other penguins. Because if you hit one of the other penguins, then you fall down, and then that's a loss, because you're sad. On level 1, the penguins just go into the one direction to the left. On level 2, they will stop after at one point and then continue going afterwards. So like here you'll see they stop and then, you know, sometimes the game will end before they continue, but and on level 3 they will turn around at one point.
Good thing to do, really.
So you need to be tapping the direction because the baby penguin moves faster than the adult penguins.
And also there's
So-
ice physics.
Yeah, and it is a bit slippery as well. So you just want to be tapping it with to keep up with the line, but not get too far ahead. And especially on level 3, you want to make sure that you don't go too far ahead so that you have time to turn around when you need to turn around. Otherwise, that's the game. That is the game.
Hologram.
So yeah, Cat and Donna did an impressive thing finding Wario, and he decided to use their ninja pathos to his benefit.
Yeah.
And now he has them making microgames for him.
Yeah, he probably doesn't understand that they're not actually ninjas.
That also seems likely. He probably doesn't understand children.
Like, he was never a children. He was always a fey creature. 2 birds, big rocks.
The baby chick is waiting. Knock the wood from the stones to clear the way.
Press A to strike. It's another press A at
yes.
the right time game. The bird on the right goes up and down. You need to press A at the right timing when the bird is lined up with the wood and not the rocks, so that the bird smashes through the wood to get to the baby bird on the left and feed it with the worm. On level 1, you got just 2 rocks with the one big piece of wood between them. On level 2, you get these 3 rocks with a smaller piece of wood between them. And on level 3, you get the 4 rocks with a very small bit of wood between them.
There's a lot going on in this game.
Yeah, because there's also the squirrel dancing on top of the rocks that, you know, happily
cherries in
runs
the
back
tree.
into its home when you've saved it because it's trapped up on this rock. There's cherries off in the tree that are kind of dancing.
There's just a lot of things happening and they don't need to be.
Yeah. But I mean, it's cute.
Yeah.
Kinda. It's nature.
It's animals and plants.
So yeah, Wario probably doesn't understand what a child is. Like, okay, he tormented Mario as a baby. But how much did he understand about what was happening at that time? Hoppin' mad.
Hoppin' mad.
Pay attention and try to catch the ball. If you hit stones or walls, you'll bounce off.
Yeah, if I hit stones or walls, I bounce off.
I don't know why this game is called Hoppin' Mad, because you don't hop. You swim. It controls very awkwardly. So it basically kind of has tank controls. Left and right turn you, either clockwise or counterclockwise. And you press A to dash forward. And as they say, if you hit the walls or a rock, you'll bounce off of it and wind up, facing a different direction. You need to go and swim to grab this pellet that magically turns you back from a frog into a prince.
Maybe it's a gold coin because you're a prop. There's gotta be some kind of fairy tale this is based on.
The thing that confuses me is that a giant frog or a tiny prince?
Yes.
Because the prince is the same size as the frog. So
Is this gonna be a tiny prince?
anyway, this game gets really hard to control
At speed.
at speed.
It's a petite prince. Big.
Anyway, that's the game.
Okay. I think we've covered all we can possibly know about Cat.
Yeah, again, there is these characters in particular, there is very, very little known about them. There's very little shown about them in the game.
And that's possibly because, as it turns out, they're kindergartners, and they haven't developed fully as people.
I mean, they certainly have a vivid imagination.
That's true. They imagined you.
Worm squirm.
Help get the worm into the water. Wiggle to see yourself, then squirm for it.
So here, you are one of the worms on the screen. You don't know which. You need to push the D-pad directions to move your worm into the water. So, the worms will kind of wiggle around back and forth and kind of shake a bit, but only one of them will actually move the way that you are controlling it. Only one of them is actually the one you control. So you kind of need to, judge what one you are, pay attention to see what one is actually moving according to the directions you're pressing. And then use that to know what direction you need to go to get into the little footprint puddle. Difficulty level is number of worms on screen. Higher difficulty has more worms, so it's harder to see what's going on.
They also squirm more?
No, I think they squirm the same amount. It's just the quantity of worms. Okay, no, yeah, they do squirm more. Yeah, okay. Yeah, on higher difficulties, the worms do, the non-controlled worms move around a lot more. As well as there being more of them.
Commence the jiggling.
That's the game.
Okay.
But yeah, a lot of the characters in this game, this game it introduces so much, but not much about any of those things. Yeah, the only characters that we really got much out of were Jimmy and Mona, because they had more explicitly defined ties with Wario.
And I guess similar to, or possibly similar to Mario Brothers 3, which had that sort of framing of a stage play. Though we took it as very literal.
No. We discussed the interpretation that can take it as very literally, but I've never bought into that interpretation of any of the Mario games as being stage plays, except for Mario Party 2, which was a propaganda stage play built around propaganda worlds.
Yes. Like, when you introduce the idea that what you are seeing in the game is itself a production presented to other characters in the game. You enter into this liminal space where things may or may not be, in narrative, real.
Yeah, it's... As an academic historian of the mushroom world, it's very difficult to separate the legends and the lore from the real events that have happened.
Exactly.
Next game, kitty cover. The kitty doesn't want to get wet. Keep the umbrella over the poor lost little thing.
Aww.
There's a kitty.
Use your psychic powers to keep the kitty dry.
Yes, with your floating umbrella. You use left and right to move the umbrella left and right. On level 1, you have the large umbrella. On level 2, you have a smaller umbrella. On level 3, the rain is diagonal.
It's raining sideways.
And also your umbrella's small, the size of the level 2. The cat will move randomly, so it can be a bit tricky, like sometimes it'll just turn around unexpectedly. But, oh, poor kitty. That's the game.
Yep.
Don't let the kitty get wet. For, a few seconds, after which it doesn't matter.
Anyway.
Yeah, so what else is there to get into?
Do we have any more characters after this? I don't think so.
The only... So this is the second to last set of microgames. After this, it's Wario's set. So we're basically done with lore for this game. We've gone as far as we possibly can with what little has been provided to us in this game story. I am really looking forward to seeing more.
The claw.
The claw. Lower the crane and pick up the stuffed animal. Aren't they cute?
I guess stuffed animals are a type of animal.
As far as a kindergartner is concerned, it's an animal. And I mean, I like plushies.
Yeah.
Plushies are nice.
They're soft friends.
Anyway, you push A at the right time
Big
to
elephant.
drop the claw to grab the stuffed animal. On level 1, it's this pink bunny. It's got a head. It's kind of a big head, but it's easy to grab. On level 2, you got this bear that's laying forward, so that's a wider area that you need to grab. And on level 3, it's this big elephant with a very big head. So, each difficulty level, it's a larger object you need to grab, so the available space that you can properly grab it from is tighter. The claw will only move across once. It doesn't, move back and forth. So if it passes by the stuffed animal and you don't try to grab it, then you've lost. So you get one shot, and you push it at the right time. There's a lot of push A at the right time games in this set. It's occurring to me.
There's a lot of push A at the right time games in this game.
Yeah, I feel like the Cat and Donna set has a higher concentration of them, though.
It's not something we've been keeping track of, and
Yeah.
frankly, I don't think we need to go back and check. But
Yeah, I'll think maybe Sidebar will have something.
Don't!
Maybe I'll... Oh, okay,
you don't have to do that to yourself.
I won't. I won't bother.
It's going to show up in one of these as a stat of the day.
Probably.
No, don't want to.
Probably.
I just don't want to. Sidebar stop, please. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just considering and noticing that claw machine has one stuffed animal and it looks like a bunch of just loose stuffing.
Yes.
Spunky monkey.
Use the trees to jump higher. Grab bananas, little monkey.
Press A to jump. This is... It's not technically a mash-A game, but you can treat it as a mash-A game. You push A at any time while the monkey is holding on to one of the trees, and it'll jump across to the other tree, and you just, you push it until it climbs up to grab the banana. If you are... The longer that it spends, any time that it spends holding the tree and that you don't jump, it will slide down. So, you know, any time that you spend not jumping means you need to do more jumps. The difficulty level is how far apart the trees are. So on level 1, they're pretty close together. On level 2, they're further. On level 3, it's like the whole screen width. On, like, all of the difficulty levels, you can, with proper mashing, get it in 2 jumps. Maybe 3 if you're slightly off on the timing to start. But
Okay.
it's a mash-A game, and this is one that I got very far with. Like the Metroid one, this is an extremely easy mash-A game that I can just clear at top speed.
We've also seen that you're very good at mash-A games just from
Yeah.
your experience with Mario Party.
And this
Is this a chimp?
no, it's a monkey. It has a long tail.
Okay, so this is actually a monkey for once. They
Yes,
did get it correct.
they correctly identified a monkey as a monkey.
That means kindergartners are superior than Nintendo game developers.
And rare.
That's because ninjas don't monkey around.
And then I gave up when I hit 100.
Crackdown!
Crack down! Your egg is fragile! Jump over the trembling ground to keep your egg from breaking.
Yet another press A at the right time game. The giant in the background will swing its hammer and hit the ground. And if you are on the ground when the ground shakes, then it will knock your egg off and crack it. And that's bad. So you need to jump to avoid the earthquake. On level 1, he just does a slow swing that comes down and hits the ground. On level 2, he will do a faster swing. So you can see he swings much faster. On level 3, he does a fake out. Where like he'll do a thing, and then he'll come back, and then he'll come down and swing and hit. That's the game. The timing on this is pretty lenient. And if you happen to jump early, then you can still jump again. If you, like, if you aren't touching the ground at the moment that it's shaking. So, you know, even if you do get tricked by the fake out on level 3, you still have time to correct it. Yeah. Not a whole lot else to really say.
Yeah. This is the start of Wario's crime empire and Diamond City.
Right, yeah, I was saying, I am really, really looking forward to future WarioWare games. Just, I want to see more about these characters that we don't know yet. Like, most of them are very interesting characters that I just want to know more about. What is their deal?
Do you want to know even more? Well, I think further, we're going to find that as they experiment, as the designers experiment with the games, we start getting more than just press A at the right time games.
Oh yeah, this was their first full game version of this mechanic, this idea.
Being weird, yeah.
The monsters had it with humans. Help them scare everyone off the screen.
Well, okay.
I mean, I can understand. I've often had it with humans.
Yeah.
So you move the monster around with the D-pad. As you get close to any of the humans, they will run directly away from you. So you need to, chase them off the screen. The closer that you get to them, the faster that they will move. And so you need to just... It's a little awkward. Sometimes it's a little tricky to make sure that you get all of them, because they are... Until you start scaring them, they will run, wildly, randomly around like that.
It is like herding sheep, but anti-herding sheep.
Difficulty level is the number of humans to scare off. So you get more people, and they're more spread out on higher difficulties. Level 1, they're all, on one side and pretty clumped up, but by level 3, they're, widely scattered around, so you kind of need to sweep around. Yeah, humans aren't nature, I guess.
Monsters are.
Monsters are very natural. Especially in the mushroom world. And is this just a bear? That's kind of what it looks...
Have we seen any bears in the mushroom world?
Yes.
They seem rare.
Hey, Blowhole Bridge! You need to find land! Cross the whales while avoiding their spouts! So here, you're controlling this little frog, and you need to run across the whales to get to the island. And you need to not hit the water spouts that the whales spit out, because if you hit that, then you'll get knocked off, and that's a loss.
This is very, Mario 2 World 7?
Yep. World 5 was the ice world, I think.
Vibes.
Yeah. Difficulty level is how many of the whales are spouting. On level 1, only the far left one spouts. On level 2, the middle one also spouts. On level 3, they all spout.
They all spout. Yar.
Yeah, we're almost done here. So yeah, just this was... They had their first, experimental proof of concept in Polygon Studio. And so this was their first time fleshing it out into a full thing. They had 213 microgames to come up with. So... Yeah, so they had to... There's a lot of repetition involved here. Also, they limited all of the microgames to using D-pad and A button. None of the microgames in this use B, L, R, select, or start.
They could have.
So, that... I imagine they wanted to restrict it for this first release because they weren't sure how well people would be able to adapt and see the, what the command is and translate that into the controls that they have on site.
Frog flap.
The frog flap! Help my friend get back to its hot tub! Jump on clouds, but watch it! After you jump on a cloud, it disappears!
This is one of the weirder boss stages.
Yeah, and it's tricky and long. So this frog falls and flaps. You just have left and right are your controls. So every time it lands on a cloud, it will automatically jump back off. And the cloud will disappear after you've jumped off of it. And you need to platform across these moving clouds to get to the end of the stage. and fall in the hot tub. Each difficulty level is a different arrangement, and it's always the same one per difficulty. So every time you're on difficulty level 1, it's the same set of clouds as every other time you're on difficulty level 1. Level 2 has a different set, but it's always the same when you're level 2. Level 3, it's another more complicated set. So, level 2, you see you've got much smaller clouds here. They're moving a bit more. And there's also an additional hitch that gets thrown at you a little ways in, which is that.
There we go.
Colored. So when you land on a red platform, it speeds the game up. A blue platform will slow the game back down. So those platforms, the red platforms at least, are unavoidable here in this level 2 set. So you have to deal with the game being a little bit faster for this section, and the things get pretty small during this time. And here you start having, there's a single pip cloud there, and the hot tub is smaller, it's more narrow. The area to land in there.
This is a frog, they say.
That's what they say. It's hopping and flapping its arms.
It looks like
so. Level 3 has a lot more of the single tile things, and also more of these, red platforms. Here, that red platform is avoidable, but if you don't avoid it, then you're, extra fast, because they do stack. So, yeah, some of the red platforms are avoidable, some of them are not. That one is unavoidable. Here, you could just move on without hitting both of the blue platforms if you are confident in your ability to perform at speed. You can just go for it. So this like it adds another layer of like planning and
platform execution.
Yeah. So this one is one of the hardest. I think this might be the hardest of the boss stages. No, that was the Ultra Machine. This is the second hardest of the boss stages. For me, at least. Alright, it's the last set of microgames. Wario's set, genre anything goes. You picked my games, Doc, so you must not be a complete idiot. What? You want to know what they are? You expect me to explain them one by one? No way! Try them out yourself, you lazy bum!
Oh.
Well, I guess let's try them ourselves. Wario Bros. Help me get the coin! Try bumping the floor with my head to get it! Ouch! I'm melon!
So he's going to explain them one by one.
He's going to explain them for us one by one.
We're going to help
actually.
by showing that.
So this is Wario Bros. It's Mario Bros. Arcade Mario Bros. Except the goal here is grab a coin. On level 1, you just have the coin you gotta grab. On level 2, Mario is there, and he'll get in your way. On level 3, Mario will get a little more in your way. And as you said, you want to try to... Like, the easiest way to grab the coin is by hitting it from underneath. Especially if it's coming in from the left. Because, if you try to go to the right, you'll bump into Mario over there. And there, you see Mario jumps to try to get in your way to stop you from getting into the area where the coin is on level 3. He only jumps on level 3. That's the microgame. It's Mario Bros, except it's Wario, and also Mario is there because he doesn't want you in his game.
Metro.
So, we've already... We don't really have anything new to talk about lore-wise. It's Wario.
Yeah.
So, like, I was kind of thinking maybe we could do sort of a recap of Wario's timeline, especially with the new changes that we have come up with from the lore here, to see what revisions there have been and such, and just kind of remind us of what Wario is and where it's all from, which we'll start with the next game.
Well, first, yes, let us talk about hot dogs.
Hot dog hog! Eat the hot dog and don't leave any behind. Only losers leave the table early.
Press A to munch.
So here, Wario's head moves back and forth on its own. You press A to make him munch the part of the sandwich that is in front of his mouth. You need to munch the entire sandwich before the time runs out.
I told you it's a hot dog.
It's a hot dog, I guess. It's a very thick bun for a hot dog. Like, look at that. That's a thick hot dog bun. That's more like a hoagie. But anyway, he's eating the hot dog. The length of the hot dog goes up with difficulty level, so there's more amount
That need
of
to be taken.
bites to take, yeah. You generally want to just, like, grab at an end, and then grab at the other end, and then grab the middle or something like that. Just kind of, like, go for it. Once it gets very fast, you pretty much just mash A. That's it.
Okay.
That's the game. So, let's remember where Wario comes from. He comes from the dreams. He comes from Subcon.
The earliest we know about Wario is that he has always been Mario's rival?
Tormentor.
Tormentor. That is the correct phrase.
He was always being tormented and being gotten into trouble by Wario.
Right.
So that was when Mario was very young. And we ascertained that Wario was not a real person in the real world tormenting him. He was tormenting Mario through dreams.
It was an imaginary figure.
And, to very small children, they can't really tell the difference between fantasy and reality yet. Especially when they've been time traveling and have actually met this weird creature in the future.
And it's apparently possible to go into Subcon.
So, there's some very strange things going on in Mario's early life. And, so it's understandable that he couldn't really tell that Wario was actually a dream imp and not there physically. Because he was there physically in the future. Which may have caused Mario to start dreaming of him in the first place. Wario might be a self-created paradox. I'm not sure about that.
We need to look more into... We need to figure out where this began,
We
and
don't
that might not
have-
happen yet.
Yeah, we don't have the information needed. We just don't have enough knowledge about Mario's early childhood. Next game up, Shingle Smasher. Break the tile with one big blow and make it snappy! It's another one of those things with the meter where you press A when it's at the red zone to hit the thing, except this time it's a fist with this little Wario glove thing, and you're breaking shingles, and on the different difficulty levels it actually has more of these shingles stacked up.
Oh, you broke your hand.
So we've seen this exact gameplay mechanic 3-4 times by now. So that's the game.
Yeah.
So the next time we're aware of Wario is when it is much later. At some point during Mario's childhood, he left the Mushroom World. He left the magical realm and moved to Brooklyn on Earth.
Yes.
And we posited that this broke the connection between Mario and the Dream Wario. Because, you could really only access the Dream Realm when there's magic about, I would think. Or maybe, the connection is stronger when there's magic about, and being on Earth means there's not really magic there.
It's very possible, yeah.
So, that's how we posited that Wario became Wart. And he took over Subcon at some point in time. And then, later on in life, after Mario saved the Mushroom Kingdom once, went back to Earth, and started into a downward spiral of thrill-seeking and drugs, he started dreaming of Subcon. And Next game. Produce Pandemonium. Avoid the produce, but don't worry if the car gets hit. It'll be fine, trust me. Move left and right. So you need to have Wario needs to dodge the fruit.
Ah.
So as long as it doesn't hit Wario, well, these are vegetables, not fruits. The produce. As long as it doesn't hit Wario, it's fine. So first, you get on level 1. It's just a single thing falls. It will always aim directly for where you are. So you have to move. And then on level 2, there's a second set that comes. It's like the two together. And on level 3, there's a second set has the 3 of them together. So it's kind of harder to dodge. All right, on level 1, it's 1 and then another 1. And on level 2, it's 1 and then 2. And on level 3, it's 1 and then 3. So it's always like the same patterns of how they're arranged. So there's always like a gap between the ones on levels 2 and 3.
Yeah.
And again, there is always one of them aiming directly for you when they first drop. So you have to move somehow. So generally I find dodge all the way to one side and then dodge across from there. This one was actually kind of hard.
Seems that way. Yeah. Well,
Timing was kind of tight.
eye drops?
Laser vision!
Oh.
Don't even think about putting that in my eye! I hate eye drops!
Oh.
Press A to shoot lasers / drop. So, this game exists purely to throw you off for the first time that you see it. Because you probably would have seen the version of this in Mona's set, where you're doing the eye drops in the person's eyes. And so you see, oh, it's that game again. So I push the button to drop in the eye drops, and the face just shoots a laser and destroys the eye dropper, which will probably make you laugh the first time that you see it ever.
Yeah.
And then that will disrupt your concentration when you're doing it during the first time you're in Wario's set.
Yeah. Yeah.
So doing it here, it's literally identical to Mona's eyedropper game, gameplay-wise.
Yeah.
The only difference is when you get it successful, it shoots a laser instead of dropping the eye drop. It's just an animation difference. It's the exact same
It's
gameplay.
Wario being explicitly both a knockoff and really funny.
The thing that's actually I find a little funnier about this, he only shoots the laser if you're actually in the right position. If you are not in the right position when you press A, it does an eye drop, which misses the eye, and it's fine. So he doesn't have to shoot the lasers, because you're not going to get the drops in his eyes.
Okay then. Well, you still fail the game.
You only succeed if you get the laser. If you get it in the right position. So, back. Wario becomes Wart, takes over Subcon. Mario dreams of Subcon and saves it with the help of the others, Luigi and Toad and the Princess. In the dreams, they save Subcon, defeat Wart, and that fight is, see there, the drop. That fight rekindles the connection between Mario and Wario.
Yes.
And so then Wario finds a way to the waking world after that.
But first, Wario Windsock.
Turn the handle and raise the flag. That's all you gotta do.
This is one of the easier ones.
This is one of the easier ones. This is one of the ones that I got very far in. So you just need to rotate the D-pad. So you're rotating it clockwise, so you hit right down, left up repeatedly. So you just kind of spin your thumb around the D-pad to go quickly around it.
And the difficulty is how
How high the flagpole is that you need to get the windsock up to the top of. So, very simple game, very easy for at least for me. You just kind of twirl around and you get it.
Okay.
So, Mario defeats Wario in the Dream World, reconnects with him. How exactly Wario gets back to the waking world is a little unclear. Possibly they banish him from the dreams by defeating him?
Now, that is possible, and
might also have something to do with how Shy Guys started exiting Subcon.
Well, Shy Guys have been able to exit Subcon since Mario was a baby, because they've been on Yoshi's Island. So...
we still don't know how they're able to do that.
I think it's just in their nature. They're creatures of both dreams and reality.
Yeah.
And, like, their dual nature, I think, is probably part of what connects dreams and reality for other things. Possibly.
Well, I think that's... they were allied with Wart.
Yeah, they were helping out Wart in Subcon and Dreams.
So, I'm assuming they kind of brought him out, maybe?
Could be. It could be that, yeah, they pulled him out.
Like, either they were forced to, or they did it to protect him, or...
Maybe. Like, I don't know how much loyalty they would have towards him.
Not much, I assume. They don't seem a very...
Like, certainly they have no loyalty afterwards. Maybe that's it. Maybe the Shy Guys brought him out of Dreamland, and at that point, their contract is over. They have given him all that he is owed. At that point, they saved him from being dissolved in the dreams through his defeat by sending him out into reality.
After that point, he's not even Wart anymore.
Yeah, he, because he's reconnecting with Mario, he's starting to take on Mario's appearance again, and, he decides the first thing that he's going to do is hunt down Mario in the waking world. This does take him a little bit, and eventually, he doesn't find Mario himself, but he finds Mario's castle. Because Mario has a castle.
At some point, he gained one.
At some point, he was gifted a castle by the princess, presumably for saving the world a couple of times. So he finds Mario's castle empty and undefended, so he just takes it. It's his now. It's his castle. And then Mario comes back from Sarasaland, which he was off saving, and he finds that his castle has been stolen by his old childhood tormentor, Wario.
Who he's pretty sure was not real, but
clearly he's right there now, so obviously everything from his childhood must have been real.
things are very strange here in the mushroom world, and he's still getting used to them and not being on drugs.
Yeah,
so...
I mean, he's sober for a little while at this point. This was after he's already saved the broader mushroom world and all the different kings, and there was Sarasaland. There was a bunch of other stuff in there that
he did his
Mario's
time in the
timeline isn't so
military
important right now.
High
treason! Shake this tree like it owes you money, then collect all the goodies.
Jesus. He is a mobster, isn't he?
So, here you hit left and right alternate back and forth to shake the tree, and the things will fall off the tree. You need to shake everything off of the tree and grab it to win the game. On level 1, it's an apple tree. You shake them off, they're pretty easy to get. On level 2, it's that cherry tree. The one cherry on the top is hard to get. Takes a while to shake off. On level 3, it's a Christmas tree, and the Christmas star on top takes a lot of extra shaking to get off. So, it's really just the amount of total shaking necessary increases as the difficulty goes up. So.
Well, so he takes over Mario's castle. And, Mario just kinda beats him up?
Yeah, he sealed the castle with 6 golden coins that he scattered about the island, but Mario came back and he found all of the coins and he opened it up and he came in and he beat up Wario and got his castle back. And so Wario was kicked out of the castle, and like at this point Wario's form was sort of in flux. Like he was this weird kind of in-between form between Wart and Mario's appearance.
Right.
So it was that second conflict and that second defeat that sort of solidified his form in the waking world as what we see it today. So at that point, he's there, he's in the waking world, he lost to Mario again, so he's just gonna go and explore stuff. He's gonna start exploring this brand new world that he is in. You know, he was at first single-minded about finding Mario and doing that, but now he has his own form and his own identity. And so he needs to start exploring that and the world. So the first thing that he does is he gets an airplane and he builds himself a castle, or perhaps finds another empty castle to steal that isn't Mario's. There's probably a bunch of empty castles littered around, all of the fortresses and castles that Mario had to fight through with all the Koopa occupying forces. There's probably some of those are empty.
War-torn land, to be honest.
So he almost certainly just found an empty castle, and also possibly just found an airplane. He may or may not have built it or repaired it himself, but at some point, in one way or another, he obtained an airplane. And he starts taking the airplane out and flying around, and he's flying over the fairy forest, and he sees Mario down in the fairy's forest, and some of his friends down there, and I don't know what they're doing. They're like having a picnic or something, or just kind of exploring around, and so Wario drops a bucket on his head.
Yeah.
Just because, I mean, he's not obsessed with Mario anymore, but still, if he sees the guy, he's gonna fuck with him. He's just gonna do that. So he then proceeds to just fly by over Mario, dropping things on his head repeatedly, and then a fairy beats him up and breaks his airplane.
Yes.
And they then hunt him back into his castle and beat him up and break his airplane. And Mario steals his spare airplane that he had. Rock, paper, scissors. Defeat my nemesis Mario in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Make your decision late. So here, Wario there is cycling between the rock, the paper, and the scissors. You need to press A with the right throw symbol to defeat Mario. On level 1, you just kind of do it. It's there. On levels 2 and 3, Mario will change what his thing is. So you kind of need to make sure that you're keeping up with it. This one, the timing is rough, I found. Just because, like, I never really memorized the sequence of how the shapes cycle, because I was, like, too busy watching what Mario had and making sure, like, okay, is this matching it? So, yeah, that's pretty much all of this game. It's kind of difficult, but it's rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah.
So yeah, Mario steals Wario's spare airplane and then drops a barrel on him. And then Wario crashes into his airplane. But he, I think at this point, discovers that he is an immortal imp from the Dreamlands. And so he is perfectly fine after crashing in this airplane. And here's the next game.
The next game is
Wario Pinball.
Oh.
Keep the balls that come out of my nose in play with the left and right flippers. Stop laughing! So you've got left and right. Left on the D-pad for left, A for right flipper. You just need to keep the ball from falling through to the center of the pinball thing. Difficulty level is the number of balls that are produced. If any of the balls fall through the center, that's a loss. So, you basically just mash and hope. You mash both flippers and just kind of hope. Because you don't really have time to control things. It's pinball. Pinball is a little bit rough to control in the first place.
I mean, pinball is intentionally difficult to control.
Yeah.
That was kind of the idea. And multi-ball in pinball is intended to be easier because there's more balls and you can let them fall until you only have one, so needing to keep all of them on screen is actually a challenge.
Yep. So, that's this game. It's pinball.
Yeah.
So, back to Wario's history. After this whole incident in the fairy forest, Wario decides he wants things. He wants possessions. He wants another castle. So he hears rumors that a giant golden statue of Princess Peach was stolen by the brown sugar pirates of Kitchen Island. So he gets himself a ship, or like a little rowboat. Yeah, he was in a rowboat. He just took a rowboat out to Kitchen Island, across the ocean presumably. And went and fought the pirates and stole all of the treasures that they had scattered around the island and defeated Captain Syrup and her genie and stole the genie and then had the genie grant him a wish, except it wasn't a wish, it was a property sale. And Wario sold all of the treasures that he found to buy himself a planet from this genie. And then he owned a planet. And he still owns that planet. The planet's still there as far as we know. Nothing's happened to it. So, this planet had, right, and during that adventure, he was not able to take the giant golden statue of Princess Peach because when he finally defeated the pirates and actually, like, had it in his grasp, Mario comes by with a helicopter and just snatches it for himself and takes the credit.
Yes.
Because he's a big jerk. Mix and match. Reconstruct my awesome face! There's only one right way, and it's stunning! Press A to place parts. I think this one had its description swapped with a different one.
Oh, yeah.
Because this is a mache game. You get this little, like, claymation Mr. Potato Head kind of thing. Where you mache in order to make all of the Wario parts come, and they go and they arrange, and it's that. It's mache.
Yeah, this is not the one that you select the correct part.
Yeah, I think those two had their descriptions swapped.
Oh, dear.
But, anyway, yeah, again, this is just, you mache. It's a mache game. That's it. So, Wario has this planet now, and this planet has inhabitants. It's got critters on it. And they're all loyal to him because it's his planet. So he takes them all and brings them back to the fairy's forest because he's angry at that fairy who beat him up and broke his airplane. And he takes over the woods and fills it with monsters.
Yeah.
These woods happens to be nearby the Mushroom Kingdom, and presumably Princess Peach at least declares dominion over them, claims dominion over them. And so she sent Toad, for some reason, out to go deal with the problem in the woods. And this actually wound up being a pretty decent idea on her part, because Toad, with the assistance of the fairies, slaughtered all of Wario's minions and blew up his new castle.
Yeah.
Because, you don't fuck with Toad, apparently.
Not when he has explosives.
Not when he is being given an infinite supply of explosives by a fairy, at least. If he doesn't have weapons, he's kind of pathetic.
Like, I don't think Toad has a survival instinct.
I think Toad, when he has a weapon, it goes straight to his mushroom cap, fungus brain.
Yeah.
It just goes straight to his head, and he cannot resist the destructive urge.
Yeah.
He just wants to lash out and destroy everything. Which is probably why he isn't a guard and given a spear, like the other guards are.
Honestly. That makes a lot of sense. He's just kind of a,
He's just kind of a maniac.
well, I mean, like, his official role is...
Oh yeah, his official role is Peach's personal attendant.
Yeah, he's an attendant, not a, like, bodyguard.
No, not in his life. But enough about Toad. Next game. Down and Outy. Ugh, I ate way too much. Look at this gut. Help me hide it. But don't rip my shirt. Press down to hide gut. So here, you want to hold down on the D-pad, but you don't want to hold it too long, because if you hold it too long, then it'll tear his shirt. So you need to, like, once it gets down, kind of tap the down on the D-pad to keep it, because if you're not holding down on the D-pad, then the shirt will pop back up. Slide back up. So you need to, like, keep it in the proper range for covering him, but not let it go too far that it rips. So you'll see he gets, like, the bigger smile when it's in the right zone. And as long as he has that bigger smile at the moment when it finishes, that's a success. And if you start going too far, you'll see he, like, strains a little. If you're still in that state, that's fine, but if you, like, keep going, then it'll tear the shirt, and that is a loss from that point. And, the difficulty levels are how easy the shirt is to tear. On level 1, he's got a blue shirt, and that's pretty sturdy. On level 2, it's this purple shirt, and on level 3, it's this gold shirt, and the gold shirt tears very easily, so you gotta be very careful.
So anyway, Toad explodes everything and blasts him into next door dimension?
Yeah, we never really connected these before, did we? But yeah, I think Toad just blasts him off into another dimension, because the next time we see Wario is when he's in the dimension of Mad Bombers. This actually makes a lot of sense. Toad used so much explosive power that Wario got sent to the elemental plane of explosion. So while there, he meets Bomberman, and he fights a whole bunch of Mad Bombers there, and he steals Bomberman's cool motorcycle, and somehow eventually gets back to the Mushroom World with the stolen motorcycle.
Probably using the power of the motorcycle.
Yeah.
And its ability to jump explosions. If anybody could figure that shit out, it's Wario.
Yep, if anybody could magic their way through that, it's a creature of pure magic.
Oh no!
So...
Anyway, he gets back from Explosion Land.
So the next important thing to have, there's some stuff about Picross that's not really, that part's not important. But he goes on vacation.
Yeah.
He calls it the Awazon River. I think it may have just been the Amazon River. I'm not sure. Next game here is thumb wrestling.
Ah!
Pinch his thumb under mine. I'm wearing the yellow glove, obviously.
Obviously.
A to hold thumb. So here it's thumb wrestling. You want to wait for, you see you've got on the left it's Mario's glove, and on the right it's Wario has got his cool biker glove thing.
Yeah.
And you want to wait for Mario to put his thumb down, and then you hit A and hold A to push your thumb on top of it. If you drop your thumb early, you can release down to let go, to stop holding it down, but if the computer is fast enough, which it probably will be, it will pin you down. On level 1, it's just a straight, he'll put his thumb down after some time and you gotta pin it. On level 2 and 3, he'll fake out some number of times. And you just gotta wait for him to actually get the thumb down. You see, he's like wiggles it and fakes it out, and then he puts it down. And on level 3, he wiggles it even more, and then he puts it down and then immediately takes it back up. So that's thumb wrestling. So yeah, Wario goes to a place that he calls the Awazon River Basin, which might be a location in the Mushroom World, or it might just be the Amazon River. On Earth. We're not sure. It's probably actually a place in the Mushroom World. I don't think he would have gotten to Earth yet.
Well, he was doing Picross things.
Well, first he's gonna float your boat.
What?
Land me on the float! I can't swim, so don't fail me, or I'll make you pay! This is an outright lie. We know Wario can swim. Although we do know Wario can only swim after he's eaten garlic. So maybe he didn't have garlic today. At least that being the premise of this game that he made. Where you have to drop him on a little pool float. So here, Wario fires, like from a cannon off to the right. And you need to press A when he is directly over the pool float. On level 1, it's like that big banana float. So it's got a wide space. On level 2, it's like that little, that ring. And on level 3, it's the littler duck ring. So it's the size of the target that you have available. If you push A at the wrong time, then he'll fall in the water, and that's a loss. If you don't push A at all, he just sails across the world and doesn't drop, and that's a loss. That's the game. Push A at the right time. So yeah, somewhere in the Mushroom World, there's a place called the Awazon River, and he went there on vacation, and he found a tribe of these mask guys, and they had treasure. It was this big underground civilization, and he fell into it and he plundered it. And also, he found a demon there. There was a demon guarding the treasure, and he beats it up, and like with the genie, he takes it, and now it's his, and it's his demon, and he gets wishes from it. Or something? Vermin.
Vermin?
Smash the moles with both their hammers! Yeah! Smash! Get 'em!
This is a Game & Watch game.
This is a Game & Watch game. It's Game & Watch Vermin, except it's Wario instead of the Game & Watch guy.
We've seen this before.
It's literally that Vermin. One thing that I would like to point out. So first of all, the difficulty level determines how many moles you will need to smash. Also, the score. On level 1, the score ends at 77. On level 2, the score ends at 777. And on level 3, the score ends at 7,777. I thought that was a nifty little extra tidbit. And also, you can clearly see that he already has 2 misses, so if you miss any moles, well, that's game over.
Ah, yeah. That makes sense.
So it's Vermin, it's Game & Watch.
Okay, so he found a demon. This was the
This was Virtual Boy
Virtual
Wario
Boy,
Land.
that's what I was gonna
And
say.
this was the ending that I didn't actually show on camera. That's one of the things that I really want to. If I ever have time to go back and fix things, that's one of the things I'm gonna do.
Support us on Patreon.
So anyway, he gets this demon, and he decides that he wants to use the demon's power to get him back into Subcon, because he knows that in Subcon they have built a bunch of golden statues of Mario to celebrate him for saving them. So he uses the demon's power to get back into the Dream Realm, to retake the form of Wart, and he goes back to Subcon. He gets his little gang back together with Birdo and the others and such, and
the Shy Guys.
and steal a bunch of golden statues. And then Mario and the gang all dream of Subcon again, and they're brought in and told, hey, the statue's been stolen. Wart's back. Fix it. And so
And
they
there's
did.
a voiceover, and things start raining from the heavens.
Yeah, there was this whole weird story that we're not entirely privy to because it was never really
Translated?
recorded
Oh,
properly. And like parts of it we could probably find translations for, but it's one of those Satellaview things that's kind of lost to history. So after that, Mario defeats him again as Wart, and this permanently banishes him from Subcon. As far as we're aware, I don't think he's ever going back.
I don't think we're ever going back.
So he comes back, and he's got no gold statues, he's got no more demon because he expended the power, and he's just kind of
He
out.
can't get back to his planet because he's Earth.
He's just down and out.
Yeah.
So, well, we've got a next game coming up here.
Our next game is called
Apple Shrapnel.
Ap-
I can crush apples with my bare hands! Impressive? You know it! So this is another Tap A game. It's just like the apple one with the Crygor, except instead of eating the apple, you crush the apple. Like, that's one of the things with the Anything Goes Wario set. Most of the games are like a modified version of a game from someone else's set.
Which makes sense. Wario stole everybody's game ideas.
Yep.
But maybe
So-
about him.
So yeah, it's a Mash A game. On level 1, you're crushing an apple. On level 2, you're crushing a Granny Smith apple, which I guess has a harder core. And on level 3, you're crushing 2 apples, dual fisting. And it's just the number of times that you need to Mash A, as usual for these Mash A games. So, after his second defeat in Subcon, Wario either follows Mario to Earth or winds up on Earth after being kicked out of Subcon. One of those. And he's looking around for treasure. He, at some point during his explorations, so this actually may not have been directly... No, right, this was the point. The next time that we see him, he's on Earth, he's exploring around Earth, and he has a variety of art galleries already. So, presumably he just does a lot of exploring and treasure hunting off camera that we're not privy to. Possibly both on Earth and in the Mushroom World. And he's doing a lot of archaeology, grabbing dinosaur fossils to sell, of course, for money. And he's being very successful as a treasure hunter now that he is ignoring Mario.
Yeah, it's when he is not following his urge to, like...
When he is suppressing his nemesis urge.
Yeah, he has a desire to, like, naturally seek treasure because he's greedy, but, you know, underneath that is an urge to explore.
Yeah, he is a very prolific explorer. He goes a lot of places, and he finds a lot of treasures.
He's very good at what he does.
And this is the point where new stuff starts coming in. Because he's doing a lot of just exploring around, both on Earth and in the Mushroom World, and here is where he passes through Diamond City for the first time, and he meets Jimmy T. And Jimmy is this sports magnate who loves disco. And Jimmy recognizes Wario as a savvy businessman. Presumably they just, like, meet at a club or something, at a dance club. Wario's having a good night out. Next game up. On Excite Bike. Drive my lane-hogging chopper, but steer clear of the obstacles. So here we've got a 9-volt style thing. It's NES Excite Bike, except it's not, because it's Wario with his giant motorcycle on the Excite Bike track. And you need to dodge the obstacles, including all the tiny Excite Bikers going the opposite direction.
Why are they going the opposite direction?
I'm assuming that Wario is going the wrong direction.
Ah.
You know, we're looking at it from the other side, maybe. I don't know. Anyway,
I still like how Wario looks back.
Yeah, I love that. He, like, looks back as the tiny guys pass by. It's like, what the hell is that? The difficulty level is how many holes there are in the track for you to dodge. There's always holes equal to difficulty level, and then the row of Excite Bikers that you dodge. And that's the game. So, yeah, Wario meets Jimmy T out clubbing, because, you know, Wario does like to spend his money and, you know, have a good night out once in a while. So he meets Jimmy at a club and gets the hookup about this Mushroom Kingdom Grand Prix race that's going on. The second Mushroom Kingdom Grand Prix race. And, you know, he's saying kart racing is going to be the next big thing in the Mushroom World and Mushroom Kingdom. And, so he, you know, gives Wario the tip to help him get in on the ground floor. Wario builds a stadium, a racetrack, with a stadium with a racetrack, to kind of get in on the action. Hasty pastry.
Tasty pastry.
Munch on this cake without getting plucked by the fingers. I love cake.
Oh, that's good. He has a sweet tooth.
So here you've got Wario is on top of these cakes, and he's still eating the cake. Look at that.
Yeah.
And, like, this is that one from Crygor set where the hand, like, drops the strawberry on the cake.
Yeah.
Except this time he's got a bunch of cakes and Wario is infesting the cakes. And you gotta avoid being plucked off by the fingers. The difficulty level is how many cakes there are. On level 1, you've got 3 cakes, so you have a very wide area to run around on. On level 2, there's only 2 cakes, and on level 3, there's only 1 cake. So, you know, you have a narrower area. To get around on.
Escape area.
If you go to the far edge of one of the cakes, you'll start to, like, slide off. You know how in the thing when you drop the strawberry on the edge, it will kind of slide off? You see it slides off like there? It is a little bit, it takes a little bit longer to move out from the edge once you've slid down like that. You'll never fall off. It's like there's invisible walls stopping you from actually going off of the cake. But it makes it a little harder to move out if the finger's about to pluck you from the edge there.
Oh, they have an advantage in terms of hitbox.
Oh, yeah. Maybe a little. But that's the game.
Okay.
So, yeah, Wario builds this stadium with a racetrack, and we've already moved on to the next game.
Yes.
Yeah, some of these went real quick.
Okay, this is the one.
This is the other one. Wario Facial. Put my face together. Oh, man, am I good looking or what? So yeah, like I said, I feel like this swaps descriptions with the other one. Because in this one, you are actually selecting the pieces. Yeah. So you have, there's eyes, nose, and hat are the 3 pieces that you select through. And each difficulty level adds one of the things that you'll be doing. On level 1, you only need to pick one of those 3 things, and it's random which one it is. On level 2, you'll do 2 of them, and on level 3, you'll do 3 of them. You always have 3 options for each of the parts. One of them is Wario's, one of them is Mario's, and one of them is Luigi's. So you've got Mario, Wario, and Luigi's hats, noses, and eye designs. But that's the game. You cycle through, you pick all of the things before time runs out. If you pick any of them wrong, then it's a loss. So Wario built a stadium with a racetrack.
Yes.
And he uses this to kind of get his way in on the Mushroom Kingdom Gaming Commission.
Right.
So he because he has a stadium pre-built, he can lease it to them for the races on the cheap with a good discount. So, and he uses that to kind of bribe his way into being able to compete in the races himself. Because otherwise, who would let Wario in on these races?
Right.
Nobody likes him.
He's a known enemy of the Mushroom Kingdom. Sort of.
Also, he's not even civil like Bowser.
Yeah.
Grow, Wario, grow. Hit the question mark and get the mushroom. And don't let that bonehead get it. So, this, another 9-voltish one, this is just Mario Land. You've got Mario Land, except also Wario is there. The Wario sprite from Wario Land, Mario Land 3. And you need to hit the question mark block to spawn the mushroom, and then you need to grab the mushroom. And you need to not let Mario grab the mushroom. And when you grab the mushroom, Mario's sprite gets sad. Look at that. Look at how sad he is now. So, on level 1, there's just the question block and you hit it. On level 2, there's these 2 extra blocks next to it, so, you know, it moves across blocks there. On level 3, there's 3 extra blocks next to it, and you need to jump on top of Mario in order to grab the mushroom. Mario is perfectly solid, and you can stand on him, so you can just do that.
Oh no! Mario got big.
So yeah, that's this game. So yeah, Wario bribes his way into the races, and also kind of bribes his way onto the Gaming Commission.
Yeah.
From that point, he also participates, not long after, in the Mushroom Kingdom's dirt bike racing event, which they initiated to raise funds to build a new castle after the first castle got burned down by Bowser in a fire attack during a diplomatic summit.
Yes.
These are things that happened.
Game & Watch Gallery 1?
Yeah.
Okay.
So he goes and he hears about this racing event and he comes in and he joins it. But before long, like in the middle of the racing event, he realizes that there's no prize money for this race. It's just the prize is a kiss from the princess because it's a fundraising event.
Right.
So he actually just leaves halfway through the race.
Yep.
Because there's no money on the line. He at least made an appearance. Then he just does more exploring and treasure hunting. He's wandering around just grabbing random coins, because, you know, there's random coins that just kind of exist floating in the mushroom world. Loot scoot. Snatch the treasure. Use the Wario attack to bust through the walls.
The Wario
Press
attack.
A for Wario attack. So we all know the Wario attack. It's the attack he uses in Wario Land. It's the little dash smash thing.
The Wario attack.
So this is press A at the right time game. You push A to do the dash attack when you are approaching one of these walls, so you smash the wall. Otherwise, you will get crushed against the wall. Difficulty level is the number of walls that you need to smash. And that's it.
That's it?
That's it. It's game.
Treasure hunting.
Yeah, so he's going around doing lots of treasure hunting. Doing the loot scoop. And it's just a lot of stuff going on. And at this point, it's a little bit vague about the exact order of events and timing of things at this point, but here's where he's doing a lot of the Diamond City interactions. You know, he's passing through Diamond City a bunch to sell off all of his jewels.
Yeah.
You know, it's a great place to fence his jewels.
Because Diamond City is known for being, it's a jewelry land.
Yeah. So he is, as he's going there and doing his business, he's encountering a bunch of the locals there, like Dribble and Spitz, where he learns how to drive there, because at some point he also got a car. Like, he would have gotten the car from Dr. Crygor, as we found out. He gets a car from this mad scientist out there, and then he realizes that he needs a license to legally drive it around the city, so he gets Dribble and Spitz to teach him how to drive so that he can get his license. He's doing a lot of just exploring and grabbing stuff and meeting people, and he's also just obtaining castles, because, you know, you gotta have castles in various places. At one point, in one of his castles, he has a prophetic dream?
Right.
We'll talk about that after Air Pain.
Uh-oh.
Take the enemy planes out of the sky. Press the button quickly for rapid fire.
You got move, you got A to shoot. This one I found very tricky, just because, so you've got your little airplane that you're flying, it's like a pilot wings kind of thing, and you got A to shoot your bullets, and you move around the screen to you know, move how you're aiming, where your shots are going. I found the 3D view of this, it was very difficult for me to tell how far you need to move off to the side to actually hit the enemy planes.
Yeah.
Like, the look of it just doesn't feel right for a lot of it.
This is very, I know that Sega made a lot of games like this.
Well, on level, the difficulty level is the number of planes that there are. On level 1, it's always one plane directly in front of you, so you don't even have to move. Levels 2 and 3, you know, there's more planes, so you have to move off to the sides to get them. But yeah, this one, I found very difficult. I just barely made the score. You can see I got exactly 10. That was the goal.
Yikes.
And this was like on the 3rd attempt, too.
Reddish. No.
Wario Kendo.
Don't let this guy hit me, Slippy.
Who are you calling Slippy? I'm not a toad. Anyway, you have to catch the radish that this guy is going to hit Wario with. It's a press A at the right time. The timing on this one is very tight.
Well, now it's a sword.
Yeah, so level 1, it's a big daikon radish that he swings. Level 2, it's a wooden boken sword that you need to catch. On level 3, it's a daikon radish, but he loses his grip on it and throws it into the air, and then you need to catch it as it's falling down. So, yeah, this was another one that, like, the timing feels a little difficult to get down. It feels, like, very tight compared to most of these other ones. So, yeah, Wario has this prophetic dream about Captain Zero coming to steal his treasure.
Right.
He shrugs it off and goes back to sleep, but then when he wakes up, he's being carried out of his castle by goons.
Right.
And so then he takes his castle back from Captain Syrup and fights and beats her up, but then the next day they invade again. They go through, like, kind of a cycle of fighting several times. Like 5 times, 6 times, something like that. And as he's doing this, he's collecting treasures, he's collecting pieces of a treasure map leading to Captain Syrup's hidden life savings. Bug Birdie.
Oh.
Ah! Now I'm a cockroach! Help me push the ball into the hole!
Now he's a cockroach. Push the ball into the hole.
Help! I'm in a Kafka situation!
So you just have D-pad to move around. You need to push the ball into the hole. You can fall into the hole yourself, but as long as the ball goes in the hole, you succeed. It's okay.
Okay.
If you fall in, like, you can't move anymore because you're in the hole. But if the ball still goes in, then you succeed. The moving around in this, the control of this feels a little tricky.
Yeah.
Especially, like, if you get confused by the fact that the animation of it moves backwards.
Right.
Like, you move left when you push left, but, you know, the actual bug on screen walks backwards. So that might throw you off a little bit the first time you see it. Also, yeah, just like getting a kind of a grip on the ball feels a little awkward.
Yeah.
But that's the game. The difficulty level is the size of the hole.
Right.
And also how far you need to push the ball. It's a further distance on level 3. So yeah, he eventually finds all of these pieces of a treasure map leading to Captain Syrup's life savings, and he steals that, and eventually she can't fund any further heists against him.
Weren't the life savings hidden away in some alternate dimension?
Sort of.
Okay.
It was in a cave. The cave was sort of alternate dimension-ish.
Okay.
But, yeah, he steals this big treasure, and so he makes out like a bandit by being attacked by pirates. At this point, he crashes Mario's first big party that he throws among people. Or maybe he was invited. I doubt that he was invited, but he certainly showed up.
Well, he was a superstar.
Yeah, I don't know. Sinking feeling. Grab the floating umbrella and sail to Earth. Don't screw this up, or I'm a goner! This is another press A at the right time one. You want to press A to when Wario's hands are at the right spot to grab the parasol while he's falling. The difficulty level is the length of the parasol's handle.
Yes.
So, you know, how much space you have available. I found this one incredibly easy because of the music. You can, if you listen to the background music of it, there is a particular point in the music where you press A, and that is always the exact right time to grab. So, using that audio cue, I was just able to get it very consistently. Just grab, like, the very top of the handle. But, that's the game. Just like... Yeah.
So Wario crashes the Mario Party.
Yep, they have this whole thing about being a superstar, and people make suggestions of how to use star power to help people, to prove that they're the superstar, or something. It was the obsession with superstardom is a very weird thing among the Mario gang over there.
Especially during the parties.
But Wario uses this to end a war between two clans of Bob-Ombs. He had been profiting off of them by, you know, selling weapons to both sides, because that's how you profit off of war. But they ran out of money, so he used the star power to end the war so they could rebuild their economies so that he could sell things to them again.
Let the cycle continue.
After this, Toad was put on trial for things that he did with the Mario Party. That's outside the scope of this. But Wario saw a market for concessions during Toad's, you know, just public trial, which was kind of a blood sport event, dangerous event.
Right.
So he sees this need for concessions, and so he sets up a factory to produce cakes out in the field.
Right.
Like just by where this trial is happening.
Okay.
As he's, you know, setting up and making cakes, randomly Bowser shows up. And I think he's just attacking shit in the Mushroom Kingdom just out of spite at the moment, because he was just launched off into space. And so he comes back and he's just breaking things.
Right, because of the party.
Yeah, because of the party, he got launched into space.
Things are getting weird.
So, Wario, with his cake factory, is getting attacked by Bowser. And so Wario goes over and finds Mario and Luigi, and he approaches them as a concerned businessman. His business is being attacked by Bowser. He has a legitimate business operating in the Mushroom Kingdom, and they owe him defense. The government's responsibility to defend the shops, businesses from enemy invading forces. So he convinces Mario and Luigi to work at his cake factory.
Until it's forced to close down from...
Until it's either, like, smashed and Bowser smashes it up, or just leaves of his own.
Anyway.
Wario's adventure! Don't let me crash into anything! There's treasure at the end of all this, and I want it! Use your head and avoid stuff! And it does not give you any controls here.
Because there's too many.
Gotta use your head. You know,
Dodge.
the first section, you just dodge, you've gotta jump and duck. This is like the City Skater thing from Jimmy's set. Second stage, you've got to avoid these arrows by moving left and right. Third stage, you've got to avoid both the walls and the arrows at the same time. Then you need to jump to grab this jetpack. If you don't grab the jetpack, you'll run into a wall at the end. Then you have these things that you need to smash, these little red orbs, and you need to press A to dash up where at the time to hit them. Then you're moving left and right to grab these batteries. You need to grab all of the batteries, because if you miss any batteries, you're not going to go fast enough to smash through that wall. Then there's this treasure, and there's a big square thing guarding the treasure. So you need to throw your boomerang at it. Press A to throw the boomerang, moving left and right, to avoid getting crushed by the square and defeat the boomerang. And then you get the treasure out of the treasure chest. And then, of course, you grab the treasure from the treasure chest, and the world starts falling apart, and it triggers the big boulder trap. And so then you need to run, dummy. And all you need to do in this section is push A whenever he stops moving. So you can basically just mash A, and it'll be fine. And you do that enough times, and then he gets out, and then he's got the treasure, and that's discuss. That's Wario's Adventure that he made as a game. That was the level 1 version. Level 2, levels 2 and 3, they're basically the same, just each section is a little bit longer and maybe a little more complex. Like, at level 2, you may have seen those, the things you needed to jump over in that section, they're taller. So, you know, it means the jump timing is a little more precise. Also, there's, during that second block where there's the arrows as well as the ducking, you need to do more of that at the same time. There's 3 of these orbs instead of 2.
They're further away.
The batteries can move now, so it can be a little harder to, like, they'll wave back and forth. The square guy, I think he has an extra health, and also he is faster, so he's harder to hit.
Probably has more attacks.
Yeah, it is very important to realize that you can bounce the boomerang off of the walls, because otherwise being able to hit the square man is very difficult. Like, if you're not bouncing off the walls, you can really only hit him when he comes down to smash. And then, naturally, this last section is longer. There's a longer corridor that you need to dash through. Level 3, it's basically the same thing, just it's a continued increase of number of obstacles. So, this, as far as the boss stages go, this one I found pretty easy, but it could be very difficult if you don't have an intuitive sense for what controls it expects from you. Because, you know, again, like, the biggest point of difficulty in clearing this is learning what you need to do, what you need to press in order to move, what it expects.
It doesn't tell you anything.
It does not tell you the controls, it just gives you this vague instruction, and you need to just use your understanding of video games, and of the micro games thus far, to just kind of know what you need to do. And, I mean, it helps that your only controls are D-pad and A. But, like, especially the last 2 sections, figuring out how to hit the square can be difficult. It took me a couple of attempts before I even noticed that you can bounce the boomerang off the side. So, and then, like, on the higher difficulty, the square is very fast. So it can be very difficult to dodge. And in the last section, it's very obtuse, the fact that you need to press A to run. Like, you might expect you need to push right to run away to the right. But it requires you to push A, so it's a little awkward. But again, once you've understood what the controls are, I think it's not that difficult. The section with the batteries can get really hard, with especially in the higher levels when the batteries wave back and forth.
And everything's going really fast.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's this game. Like with all the boss stages, you only need to get 5 clears, so you never actually need to win on level 3. But, so that's this.
We have so much more history that we haven't covered.
Yeah, I guess we can just kind of skim over it. So, Wario brings more sports over from, he starts working with Jimmy T to bring sports from Earth. He brings over golf and tennis.
Yep.
They're very successful. When he's bringing over tennis, he meets this guy who, just an Earth businessman who happens to look like an evil version of Luigi to Wario. Wario thinks he just looks like an evil Luigi, so he starts calling him Waluigi. And they start a business partnership, but Waluigi's kind of an asshole, and his favorite pastime is apparently betrayal. So he tries to have Wario killed by sabotaging his airplane, so that the next time he goes off on an expedition, he crashes out in the middle of the woods, where he finds a music box, and it's a magic music box that pulls him into the magic music box world, where he has to fight an evil clown god. But he gets a lot of treasures doing that, and also meets a mad scientist, or like an archaeology professor who goes by Mad Scienstein. And then they come back and they do the tennis, and then when they get back to Diamond City with the professor, he starts spreading more information about this great explorer and treasure hunter who he met. And that is when some of the other people there, like Mona, hear about him, and Mona seeks him out to start, joining him on his treasure hunts. And they're doing all sorts of adventures. There's some more parties that Mario throws.
Dr. Crygor gets involved around this time, I think.
And then there's a commercial that Wario gets kind of tricked into doing for Mega Vitamins. I'm not entirely sure what he thought he was doing, but it ended up being a commercial for Mega Vitamins, and he either sold Mad Scienstein's likeness or just convinced Mad Scienstein to also get involved. Or maybe Mad Scienstein convinced him to get involved. I'm not sure. But they also sort of sold parts of the story of the Music Box world there, because they had someone playing the evil clown god.
Right, where did he show up again?
It was someone playing the evil clown god. It wasn't the real evil clown god. Anyway, there's another round of Grand Prix kart races that he competes in and has the thing. Then Mad Scienstein, whose real name is Professor Ariwo Shitain, finds the ancient golden pyramid of Princess Shakora.
Right.
But it's full of monsters, so his team of archaeologists gets chased out. Wario reads about this in the news. He goes off to explore the pyramid himself. He fights off all of the monsters, which are ghosts, and, exercises the entire pyramid and collects a bunch of treasure and saves the spirit of the princess and allows her to ascend to heaven. But also he gets a whole bunch of treasure out of it. And this allows him to pick up a bunch of additional real estate holdings around Diamond City, and he gets his own rocket ship, and he gets all these shops, and he's like a big time, wealthy celebrity now in Diamond City. Everybody knows him, and this is probably the time when he starts really becoming a important man in the city.
Right.
And,
then he had a birthday party.
Yeah, then there was this birthday party, this Omni-birthday party, held by the Cosmic Party Cube.
Which is fair, because I don't think Wario has a birthday.
Yeah, Wario wasn't born, but they gave him a birthday anyway. But, then he gets contracted by the Mushroom Kingdom to do food production, so that they can feed Yoshis during the Yoshi mating season and protect the citizens from being harassed by angry running Yoshis.
Yep.
So he builds a cake factory. He expands on his existing cake factory that he had out in the middle of a field, puts it inside a building, and also he builds a cookie factory, both of which immediately get attacked.
Yes.
And as a result, they both get damaged and wrecked, and so he sues the Mushroom Kingdom for the damages because they failed to protect his business interests in their kingdom. And so they end up giving him a whole bunch of money for that.
Yeah.
There's some other weird things that happened during there. People were Bowser was throwing paint balloons at people, and it was weird.
His factory got haunted.
Yes, his factory was haunted. That was one of the attacks that I mentioned.
Yeah.
And then it's this, where he's in Diamond City, and he realizes that video games are a business that he can do, and he gets success in there. And here we have completely cleared the grid. We've gotten the goal on all of them, and we finally unlocked the last thing here, Pyoro 2.
What?
Today, we are going to start checking out all the bonus games, all these unlocked things on this screen here. Oh, look at all these icons.
There's so many icons.
There's a lot of icons on this screen, and we're going to check them out.
What are we starting with?
So we're going to start with the additional compilation modes, these pig heads.
Oh.
Starting with easy. Things are slower in these games, so you can relax a bit.
Oh.
This makes us for lighthearted play, but you can't earn any 1-ups.
Oh.
Get over 15 and get something good.
Let's find out what it is.
So you unlock easy once you've cleared the game. And easy is here in Variety Tower. This weird blue pig tower. On easy, any microgame in the entire game can come up except for the boss ones. They're always at difficulty level 1 and always at the lowest speed possible. The lowest, like the normal speed. And it's just, you've got 4 lives there, you go until you run out. You know, in a lot of the other sets, you can get 1-ups by clearing boss stages, but as it said, in this one, there are no 1-ups. So
this is literally go as long as you can.
Yep. And you clear 15 and you get another unlock. But, yeah, otherwise it's just kind of, there's this weird pig tower with this, like, pig face elevator that you're riding in. It's got a little plant in it, and the plant grows to different types of plants when you win the mini games and the micro games. And it's weird.
It is.
And when you fail a microgame, the pig is very sad and the plant falls over. So, I'm pretty sure this place is a business that Wario owns in Diamond City.
Or it's made of crayons, because...
Well, I'm not sure about this whole crayon interface, the elevator that we're seeing. But Variety Tower is a tower that's in the city. We saw it. It's there. It's this weird pig tower. And I'm assuming it's like a shopping center of some sort. It has a variety of shops. There's 4 of these pig sets, and there's a tower for each one. So I'm pretty sure they're just businesses that Wario owns in the city, because he has a lot of real estate in the city.
Alright, so what is our
game
special...
over, it does like a little zoom out and winks out.
What did we earn?
So, there we unlocked that yellow pig head there.
Oh.
So, this one that we just unlocked is thrilling.
Oh.
This challenge gets going immediately, and you can't earn any 1-ups. This one will add some spice to your life. Get over 15 here, and get something good.
Spicy.
So, thrilling set in this yellow pig tower, One Chance Mansion. So thrilling is exactly like easy, except it's difficulty level 3 instead of 1, and you only get 1 life, 1 chance. So clearing 15 on this is actually a bit tricky. Because a lot of the games at level 3, like, they can be difficult to come into without, like, when there's any possible game can come up. You know, it can be very difficult to kind of shift, to, like, recognize the game and remember what the hell you're trying to do with it, what the tricks of it are. Because, you know, a lot of the games at level 3, they start having, like, weird tricks to them.
Right. Even if you're given all of the time.
So yeah, again, they are still at the slowest speed, but they are level 3, so it's all, like, tight timing and difficult things.
And the radish gets you once again.
Yep. So clearing 15 on thrilling has unlocked the red pig head. We're gonna check out the pink one first, because we had that army. The pink one is Total Boss.
Okay.
It's bosses.
Oh.
All bosses.
Every
Take them all down! So this one's also unlocked when you finish the story. It's unlocked at the same time as easy. This pink tower, Hotel Future. So here, as it says, it is all the boss games. Starting with Wario's, it runs through them in order. They're all at difficulty level 1 to start with, but they are at a slightly higher speed than, like, the initial speed. If you ever get a miss, if you lose, you have to retry that specific boss game until you beat it. You know, that's like the way that it works when you play each set for the first time. You have to beat the boss in order to move on. Once you have cleared the every boss stage, then you go back to Wario's boss stage, and it is now on difficulty level 2. And so it loops through like that. And if you get through all of them on level 3, then it loops back to level 1 and starts even faster. So this one is it's weird in that everything is very long, because the boss games are all very long. So yeah, see here, I failed to defend the Earth, so now I've got to do it again. And it's the same difficulty, same speed, just you try it again until you succeed. Or until you run out of lives. But that's basically it for this. And it's apparently a hotel that Wario owns. I guess Wario's in the hotel. I guess he's in the tourist industry a bit.
The land magnate. It's all about real estate.
And here, I am destroyed by baseball.
Once again.
So that's Total Boss. There's no unlocks for getting a good score in this. It's just there for, you know, play for fun. See how far you can get.
Yep.
And finally, Hard. This is crazy! These games are incredibly fast. If you want to drive yourself crazy, you're home. But I know you, Doc. You shouldn't have any problems.
No unlocks on this one either.
Nope. Here we are at the Red Pig Tower, the Building of Thrills. So, this is just like easy, in that it's always difficulty level 1, except it is very high speed. I don't think it's the highest possible speed, but it's very fast. But yeah, it is always difficulty level 1. So, it kind of,
At nearly max speed.
yeah, it's not like... I like being able to see all of these games at high speed, at difficulty 1, because a lot of these games are things that, like, even in the grid, I couldn't get to super high speeds with, necessarily. So, just kind of seeing a bunch of them at high speeds is kind of, it's nifty. It's fun. But that's it. That's all of the pigs.
What's next on our app tour?
So, next up, Jump Forever.
Oh.
Got the fever for some jump rope? Excellent. Now get out there and jump! You've got move left and right, A to jump.
Why do we move left to right?
Well, you'll see in a bit. So,
Okay.
Jump Forever is unlocked after you clear Jimmy's stage. It's basically a modified version of the jump rope game from his Microgame set. So, you start it up. I will note, so here we've got Kat and Anna are swinging the jump rope. That's because I have already cleared Kat and Anna's stage. If you play this game as soon as you unlock it, it's just two generic guys. The ones from the Jimmy's version of the game.
Huh.
So, but once you beat Kat and Anna's stage, they are now put into this game. And kind of here,
in Japanese.
they're not counting. They're like sort of singing. This is the, I think this was the song from Dribble and Spitz's stage that they're singing. But yeah, every 10 jumps, it gets a little faster. And it gets a little faster. And then it gets random speed. Once you hit 60, the speed randomizes every swing. Every time you jump, it changes to a random speed. Potentially.
Oh boy.
Like, it might stay about the same speed. It might go from super fast to super slow. So, you know, that makes things very tricky, changing things up like that.
Interesting.
And
Uh-oh.
then, once you hit 80, they can move around.
Ah-ha.
And that's why you need to move left and right. You need to keep in the center. Stay centered on there. They can move all along the sides. And you need to do that while you're jumping. So you can't move while you're in the air, of course. You can only move while you're on the ground.
Oh, what are you, Mario?
You can see it starts getting faster and faster and faster. Once it gets to 100, it's even. I know, at 120, it goes
they got
to
you.
speeds again, and then, yep, that's that. But beating 100 points unlocks a new feature in this game. It lets you pick a tune.
Huh.
So this, on the left, this is the music that plays when you first unlock it before Cat and Donna are there. And you probably don't recognize this, but you might.
Let me see. Oh, it sounds so familiar. Oh, where? Yeah, tell me.
This is the background music from Pinball Zone in Wario Land 4.
Wow.
So it's... I don't know why they just picked that track in particular to throw in here, but they did. So that is the music that you have the first time that you play the game. If you play it before unlocking Cat and Donna, and then after you clear 100 points, then you get multiple tracks to pick from. The middle one that's the song that we were hearing before. It's the one from Dribble and Spitz's stage, and this one is actually a new track, a different track. Or no, this is the track from Cat and Donna's stage.
Oh.
That's right. And over on the side there, I've got all of the lyrics that it's showing us, because it's showing us, you know, translated lyrics down there. But it's showing them one word at a time each time you jump, so I've transcribed them all over to the sidebar over there. So it's a love song, like a bittersweet kind of memories of love. Like, you need to get up to, like, 80 or so to 60 or 80 to get the full song. Like, it starts looping at that point.
I know, they're singing faster.
Yep. So that's that. That's Jump Forever.
That's kind of neat.
Yeah, they put like a lot in there, weirdly. Pyoro!
It's Pyoro!
It's Pyoro! And Pyoro needs some nourishment. Use his long tongue to snare those veggies. So, Pyoro, as you may recall from the opening of the game, was the game that was very popular that inspired Wario to get into games as a business.
I don't recall that because we've been doing this for a long time.
We have, in fact, but here, this is the game. So you got Pyoro there. He's this little bird thing, and you can move, and you press A to stick out his tongue. And he sticks out his tongue at this diagonal, and you try to grab the seeds that are falling from the sky.
Oh,
And you get score based on how high the seed is when you grab it. The higher it is, the more score you get. So at the very bottom, it's only worth like 10 points. It can a little higher than that is 50, a little higher than that is 100, and then 300, and then 1,000 if you get it very high up at the top. So there are these green seeds. They're just normally you grab them for points. There are also white seeds, and you'll notice as the seeds hit the ground, they are destroying the ground.
Yeah.
So you can't fall off. That just like it creates a hole that you can't pass through. When you grab when you grab a white seed, a little angel comes to fill in the hole nearest to you. When you grab a flashing seed, they will fill in every hole. Well, not exactly every hole. There is like a maximum limit to it, but it's something like 20. So you'd have to be like doing very poorly and have a lot of holes.
This game has a day-night cycle.
Yeah, as your score goes up, you will things will happen. Like buildings appear in the background. It changes to night. You know, you've got this moon staring at you. You get shooting stars come across every so often there.
Do you need to beat the high score?
Well, at 20k, it becomes sepia. And starts playing this sort of music box theme version of the song, sort of.
I see if you collect a flashing one, well...
Yeah, flashing ones also, they destroy all other seeds on the screen.
If there is, yeah.
At 30k, it goes black and white,
Uh-oh.
like monochrome, and start getting like this kind of disco theme.
Sort of like a Dr. Mario panic.
Kinda. Sort of groovy.
Yeah.
So this took me a while to get good enough at to get the high enough score to show all of the
Yeah.
things.
Seems like it.
Like this gave me Game & Watch vibes.
Kinda.
Doing
Uh-oh.
at 40k,
Oh, no.
at 40k the city becomes flashing colors,
We got our colors back.
sorta. And then yeah, here's a list of all of the effects that I have here.
Wait, I want to see what Ascension means. Uh-oh.
This
Uh-oh.
is what Ascension means. This is what you get at 50k, and this is the last new thing that happens from score.
Sorry.
And I just barely made it. So, that's Pyoro. There's a lot to it. With, like, just things that happen, and it's very difficult. And you may note there that the blocks on the very edges never get hit. So, Pyoro, very difficult. Pretty fun. Kind of Game & Watchy. And then, for clearing the entire grid, we got Pyoro 2.
The sequel!
More Pyoro? Okay, here's Pyoro 2. He's feeling full, but the veggies keep falling. Spit seeds to get rid of him. Careful, at Mach 100, you can't see the seeds. So now, instead of sticking out your tongue, you spit seeds, because it's Pyoro 2. This Pyoro is yellow. So, this also has various changes that go up to a score of 50k. So, but this one I found much easier to clear, personally. So, as it mentions, you spit seeds instead of sticking out your tongue. And you cannot actually see the seeds. You see, like, some spittle pop out of his mouth when he spits out, but that is not the projectile. The actual seed is not a thing that is drawn. It's like a hit scan thing. Now, in this, you do not get score based on how high the seed is in the air, since it's much easier to hit things when you're not waiting for the tongue to stretch all the way across. Instead, you get score for combos. So, if you hit one seed, if you hit one little plant pod with a seed, that is 50 points. If you get 2, you get 100 points per. If you get 3, it's 300 points per, and if you get 4 or more, I think it's 1,000? I don't exactly remember. These leaves pop out when you destroy the pods. They don't have any gameplay effect, but they do give you a better visual indicator of where you are spitting. Because if your shot hits one of the leaves, then it kind of blows it up. So that's a way that you can be able to see where your shots are.
Is that a giant?
That's some kind of friendly giant that has appeared at 3,000 points. Because we have a different city being built.
Indeed.
Got this weird futuristic tower spire?
Yeah, why not?
Then at 5K, it goes dusk. So yeah, in this, the difficulty of this game is being able to maintain the butt mashing. As, it's 7K, we get this weird castle, like a Disney castle. And at 8K, there's another giant size skyscraper.
They're just one-upping each other with the size of their buildings.
There's some windmills now. Yeah, this game still has the white and rainbow seeds that, and they have the same effects as Pyoro 1 when you hit them. Something I didn't mention about the rainbow seeds, they show up like every 1,000 points or so. There are specific scores at which they show up. So in Pyoro 1, that means that basically you can often chain combo rainbow seeds. Because you grab one rainbow seed and it pops all of the green seeds, all of the other seeds on the screen. And that usually gives you enough score to unlock another rainbow seed popping down. So it just kind of becomes you want to grab those and chain them as much as you can.
Right.
So here the city's done. We've got a weird little UFO up at the top. Little alien thing up there.
Yeah.
And the rest of the score effects are the same as Pyoro 1. At 20k it goes sepia, at 30k it's gonna go monochrome. At 40k we get kind of disco, and at 50k there's flying air. So, yeah, this one, I didn't really have to care that much about the, like, comboing, getting score combos with that. In Pyoro 1, I was always aiming for the highest possible seeds, as much as possible. Which basically meant just aiming blindly, because you cannot see the seeds quickly enough to actually aim for them at the very top. But, yeah, the hardest thing about both versions is just how fast you move when the score gets high. Because, like all of the microgames in WarioWare, it gets faster as you go further in. Both the falling of the seeds and the movement of your character. And it becomes very, very difficult to control. Like, at this point, it is impossible to move a single tile over.
Well,
like, just the amount of movement that you get with one frame of animation is more than you can really... It just becomes very difficult to control. That's Pyoro!
Pyoro!
And Pyoro 2! That was the craze that swept Diamond City and convinced Wario to get into games business.
What do we got next?
Next up, it's Dr. Wario.
Wait.
Wario swapped duds with Dr. Mario. Destroy germs by lining up 4 of the same color. So, this is literally Dr. Mario. It is the NES version of Dr. Mario, except it's Wario, and also the viruses have slightly different sprites. They're a little goofier looking. And the music is slightly different.
So, what you're trying to tell me is Wario, in an attempt to learn game development, literally just stole Dr. Mario.
Yep! He just directly
This is actually a
ripped
really
off.
good technique for learning how to make games, is just make a game that already exists.
So yeah, as you can see, it is literally Dr. Mario, except the sprite is Wario. There is no difference in the gameplay. Everything else is identical.
That's kind of funny, actually.
And, now, the important thing here
Uh-oh. Important things.
The important thing here is, so back when we did Dr. Mario originally, this was back when I was still streaming things, and I was kind of very blasé about getting 100% clears, because I was more interested in putting on a stream than showing a full game. So I never showed the ending screen for Dr. Mario.
Oh.
So it is a slightly different thing for each of the 3 speeds. So you clear level 20 on low, and you get like this, this nice little music.
So is this how it is in the original Dr. Mario?
These have not changed, no. So this is exactly how it is in Dr. Mario. The music might be slightly different. I didn't verify that exactly, but I think it's the same track. And then it moves on to level 21. You get it on medium. And this little scene of 3 viruses in a tree.
Why?
That's a question.
Same music.
Same music, but now it's these viruses in the tree, and a pterodactyl flies by in its egg? Not really flying, just kind of hovering?
That might be new.
I don't actually think so. I think that was there in the original Dr. Mario.
We'll have to verify that. And on high!
And on high speed, it's the same scene. They're in the tree and, sitting there, and you get the nice clouds coming by. You get this nice little happy music track, and then
the dragon.
The sun sets. Very slowly.
As the sun is known to do.
And now it's all dark nighttime. And then the mothership comes to return the viruses to their home planet. That part's slightly different. You may have heard there were some voice clips from that one song in this game. That part's different. The actual scene is the same, though. In original Dr. Mario, yes, if you clear the game on high speed, the mothership comes to reclaim the viruses. So that has some potential lore implications.
Yeah.
Which depends on how we want to interpret things. Either, is this part of the commercial? We can talk more about that at another time. Here's Fly Swatter. Swing yourself into Fly Swatter, the classic minigame from Mario Paint. Move the swatter and whack the pesky flies.
We reprogrammed this game for a minigame, so play it again, why not? It was everybody's favorite game from Mario Paint.
So yeah, it's the exact same thing from Mario Paint. Except now instead of Mario's gloved hand, you have Wario's gloved hand. It's got the little yellow fingerless gloves. But otherwise, this is the exact same game as in Mario Paint. All the enemies are the same, all of the behaviors are the same.
Doesn't have a mouse.
That is right, yeah. That makes this a lot harder, actually, than in Mario Paint. Controlling this with a D-pad instead of a mouse, much more difficult, I found, at least. So, there is that. Anyway, I do kind of want to go back a bit to talking about Dr. Mario. Because, so our lore concept for Dr. Mario is that Mario is doing a pharmaceutical commercial to convince...
Yeah.
Well, not for Mega Vitamins. That was Dr. Mario 64.
Right.
The original Dr. Mario, my assumption was that there was just some pandemic happening in the Mushroom Kingdom, and they needed a spokesperson to tell the Toads to take their medicine. So it could be something kind of like Mega Vitamins. Maybe there was an earlier thing before they had star power to power their panacea. But, in any case, we interpreted it as being a commercial of some sort. So, the question then is that part of the commercial? That the viruses are from space? Or was the actual pandemic that they were dealing with viruses from space? I'm not sure where to go about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're equipped to answer that.
Not right now, at least.
Congratulations.
And Wario runs by. As Mario glove hands clap for
Now
him.
there's a level 2.
I mean, there was always 3 levels.
Well, yes, but
this.
now we're
Yeah.
on level 2.
When you clear the game level 2, you get running by Wario and Jimmy.
Hey, Jimmy.
And then there's level 3. And at the end of this, you get also Spitz and 9-Volt and Cat.
Hey, and then it loops.
And then, yeah, you get a little star up in the corner and it loops, and there's no changes at that point. There's no, like, new characters that show up or anything, so that's Fly Swatter. Skating board. Skating is for the cool kids only. Keep street shredding.
Duck and jump.
So, this is like an expanded version of the City Skater microgame from Jimmy's set. So, you got 9-Volt here is skateboarding. His hoverboard turns into a regular skateboard so that he can shred. You get duck and you get jump. Those are your controls. You gotta jump over the things when they're in the way, and you gotta duck when there's a thing above you. That's the game. And you go through, and that's it.
That's it?
Every couple of points, things do kind of shift. It's like, I think every 20 points, there's a bit of a change in, like, the background and such. Yeah, so here at 20 points, you go from the city to, like, this countryside, and there's a shark in the clouds. There's shark clouds.
Shark clouds.
And of course it gets a little bit faster. And also now there's birds.
Oh, gotta watch out for birds.
So birds basically are the same as like the wall obstacles. It's just the way that they look. So at 40 points you go to the marina.
And now there's whale clouds.
Now there's whale clouds and there's boats. There's boats out on the ocean. Or wherever. Port. At 60, now you're in flower fields.
And you've got it, apparently.
And now there's
kitty
clouds. There's kitty clouds. And yeah, now you get birds to the low as well as the high.
No flying birds.
So the high birds, you just kind of need to not jump while they're there. You don't need to like duck under them particularly, but at 80 you get back to the city. And from there, I think it just loops. Yeah, from there the backgrounds loop. But now, the birds can bob.
Bobbing birds.
So...
Oh! Birds continue to be the worst thing to happen to video games.
Yep. So, as far as I'm aware, that's all that there is to this game. I don't think there's anything else that changes after that. Paper plane. Glide toward the earth. Eternally. Continually. Forever!
Jeez. Okay.
So, this is Mona's micro game, Paper Plane, except it's an endless version of that.
That sounds terrifying.
So you get the paper plane, it comes in, you gotta weave through around the things. And you get through a bunch of
That
stuff.
high score 124.
Yes, it is. So when you get to 20, you get through this big long corridor of going straight.
Oh my gosh.
And then, hey, there's Jimmy.
A lap? This is a race?
Not exactly. Anyway, there was Jimmy, and he said a bunch of stuff that I could never make out, ever, because all of the voice clips in this game are very difficult to make out.
That's true.
But anyway, then at 60, you get Dribble and Spitz there.
Yeah, come on, give it some gas.
And it said, come on, give it some gas. And there's a whole bunch of other things that they can say. And you get into this green zone, and you continue through that, and then at 80, you get to the next long stretch of forward, and at 90, you get Mona there, and then it goes to the yellow zone.
She said something about hurrying up.
Right on. And then, yeah, here we're getting these thick blocks. So it's a lot trickier to navigate through.
This is giving me such anxiety.
And there's 9 volt. And we're in the purple zone. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And you get through. And there's Wario.
Hey!
At 150.
Wah, yeah, okay. Ah!
And,
There's
from
more.
this point forward, if I were to make it to another section, there were no more characters.
Okay.
The next time I went, they would just have been like an empty window, no character saying anything.
Okay.
So that's paper plane. That's very stressful, trying to get a high score on that.
I was on the edge of my seat.
Sheriff!
Sure.
Too much of a good thing? Never!
What?
Play this arcade masterpiece. This time, get your hands on Wario's version. Shoot without getting shot. So you got move, you got shoot, and you have L and R for directions, which is a weird thing that I never really bothered with. Anyway, this is Sheriff. So there was a microgame for Sheriff in a 9 volt set,
Right.
but, you know, that was, of course, based on the arcade game Sheriff that Nintendo made in, I think, the late 70s?
Yes.
So this is the full version of that arcade game, except the character is replaced with Wario. He's got a little Wario nose and mustache.
Huh.
So here, you got these bandits that are dancing around. You've got these various blocks on the side. Every pixel of those blocks will stop one shot, whether yours or the enemy's. Occasionally, the bandits will stop, and then the bandits at each corner will charge in. Also, occasionally, a bird will fly by. The bird is worth extra points if you shoot it.
Yep.
You kill all the bandits, and you get to round 2, and then you get to round 3, and then, hey, look, you've saved the damsel.
And you get a score bonus.
And the most interesting thing that I found about this, Score X2, it doubles your current score.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you know, it loops back, and you continue playing through and going through, and you go through another set of stages, and then you get another, you know, you've rescued the damsel, and you're doubling your score again. This time, the heart is larger. The heart made of hearts. And each time you save the damsel, you get a 1-up. You get an extra life. And we speed through all of this. And we get another one, and now there's a pink heart inside the big heart of hearts. And you go through another block, and the entire heart of hearts is pink.
Wow.
And then you keep on going, and now there's red
Whoa.
inside the heart of hearts. And you keep going from there,
Full
and
red.
it's all red, it's the heart
Yeah.
of hearts. And you keep on going there,
Mhm.
and the next time you get through, now Wario is yellow.
Why?
He has some color now.
Is he golden?
Just yellow is Wario's color.
Well, I guess, but like...
So, something about this game, and now the damsel is pink.
Okay.
The actual arcade version of this game was not monochrome, it was full color.
Huh.
And so the bonus microgame-ish version of this, you reclaim some of the color at each time you get through. So now all the bandits are blue.
Huh.
And the shots that they fire have like a yellowish tint. And now the bird is blue as well. That's what that loop added. And now the obstacles are red and green.
Oh, Wario.
And now the score numbers are red. And also the bonus the letters there are yellow. And this is now 100% full color. Everything is colored in.
Okay.
There's no more additional colors added from that. That is everything you get. This is now the full game. I was kind of hoping I could make it up to, like, actually max out the score. Like, if I'd gotten a little bit farther, I probably would have. Or at the least seen if it made it up to 9 digits. But, at this point, I've been playing for like an hour, so I stopped. So, we have done all of the bonus games around here, except for these. This row of 2-player versus games.
Wait.
Now, the interesting thing here is that these are 2-player with 1 GBA.
You're gonna make me...
Yes, I am.
Okay.
So we're gonna go from the top here with Hurdle. 2-player craziness.
Oh.
Hop over the hurdles. Use rapid fire to get you through the tight spots. L for red side, jump. R for blue side, jump.
Wait, so I have to play as Orbulon?
I'm sorry, you do.
Oh.
So, yeah, with these games, the only controls are L and R. One player is L, the other player is R.
I'm L today, I guess.
So, here's versus Hurdle. Press button to jump over hurdles, and also, when you are in a tight spot, tap, like the spud.
Oh, I fell. Ah!
So, Dr. Crygor is in a foot race with Orbulon for some reason?
Well, you know, you gotta keep fit.
Maybe he's experimenting to determine the physical fitness of this alien species?
You know, that's a better idea than Orbulon trying to be cool.
I mean, maybe Orbulon is also trying to be cool. He does try to be cool, kind of. He's bad at it.
He's very bad at it, especially when I'm playing as him. There's 2 in a row I failed. Ah! Ah! I don't know how you're supposed to rapidly tap when somebody else is holding a tiny... Okay, look,
okay,
the
part
SP
of it,
probably wasn't out.
We are using the GBA SP, and it was out because in 9 Volt's story, it ended with them saying, hey, the GBA SP is out.
Yeah.
But yeah, we are on a GBA SP, so that's a little bit smaller, and also, it's got it's connected to the GameCube because we're playing this through the Game Boy player, so it's got the connector in there, and
Yeah, I think so on the original Game Boy, it would be, you know, wider, and so you'd have a better grip,
also
but then
you'd
there would be a terrible
focused on
screen.
the small Game Boy screen.
Yeah, okay.
So, moving on. Dong Dong.
What?
Dong Dong. 2-player madness.
Madness!
Make that yellow thing your opponent's responsibility.
What?
So, now you're playing Mona, and I'm playing Dribble, and our controls are press bar with L and R.
R? What is Dong Dong?
Well, let's find out.
I'm...
Dong Dong. So, we've got a bar that moves up and down, and you push your button to slide it across.
Okay.
And I guess you're tapping these yellow blocks.
And making them your...
Make them your opponent's problem.
Okay. I think I get it.
Yeah.
No! Oh my god!
And, Mona and Dribble are trying to murder each other here.
Apparently, what the...
Are they like, opposing gangs or something?
This is just what Wario thinks is fun.
Yeah, maybe this is like a blood sport that Wario has convinced them both to get in on.
What?
Everything
The
slowed
speed?
down. We took too long and the game's easier for us now. Yeah, up, sped back up.
Ow! No! Turns out I'm not very good at games. At least in comparison to Doc.
I mean, I've been playing Mario games pretty consistently for years now, so...
It's true. We have evidence of it.
We have video evidence of it, yeah. It's crazy.
I'm gonna die! Oh. You destroyed a block on the way down! Oh well, I'm sorry, Mona.
So that was Dong Dong. I don't know why it's called Dong Dong, but it's Dong Dong.
Please, somebody tell us why it's called Dong Dong.
Chicken race.
Okay.
2-player wackiness.
Wacky!
This chicken ain't funky.
What?
It's the classic game of chicken. Get yourself as close to the edge as possible. Our control is cock foot. Upper or lower course.
Cock. Foot?
So this is versus chicken race.
Okay. Oh!
And we've got our giant foot with 9-volt racing against his pet Franck.
Right, it's a frog. Oh, okay, I got it.
Okay, you hold down your control to cock the foot, and you release to release the foot.
Okay, and if you go
And-
too far...
Yeah, if you go over the edge, then you go over the edge and you lose. And here's our... Okay, we've got a flat plane with like, just a bunch of little rocks in the way. Yeah. Okay, you got that one.
Yeah!
Oh, we got a hill.
Oh.
Oh, with a downslope there. Okay. Let's see. I might have overshot it.
Well, good enough.
And... Oh! No obstacles! No little rocks, no
Oh.
anything. Okay.
Was I too much of a chicken? I was too much of a chicken!
That's it. This is the
Final
last...
round! Uh-oh.
Okay, we got a couple of little dips and... Oh, big hill at the end.
Oh, this
Oh,
is
we
the
gotta
ultimate...
go hard.
Ultimate!
Gotta go hard.
Goodbye.
Well,
9-volt wins. Franks are dead.
he's not dead. He just fell off a cliff.
There's no falling damage in the Mario universe.
Well, I mean,
Except when there
sometimes.
is. Okay, what is next?
The last one, Chiritorie.
Oh, the vacuum?
Yeah, 2-player insanity.
Insane!
Spin the groovy vacuum and pick up the trash. Chiritorie, released in Japan by Nintendo in 1979, used remote control for gameplay.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, this looks like it's just going to be a 2-player version of the Chiritorie microgame.
Okay, and that was just, you push the button
Suck
to go
up
forward?
100.
Okay.
So yeah, you push your button to go forward.
Okay,
You'll be spinning around automatically. You hold the button to start moving forward.
Okay. Oh, this is...
It's very awkward.
It spins a lot faster than I thought it would. Yeah. Whoa. It also only spins in one direction.
Yep. So, something that I mentioned in Sidebar when this came up, like, I didn't know when we did this during Grid, I wasn't sure if, like, is this the way that the Chiritorie worked? Like, if it's just, like, one button that you push, and yeah, that's the actual Chiritorie little vacuum cleaner toy thing. It would spin automatically when it was on, and you had a one-button remote control that you would push to make it stop spinning and go forward. As long as you're holding it, it goes forward, and if you're not holding it, then it spins around.
Can't help but notice you're winning.
Well, this is a weird thing that I've had some practice controlling already, so... Also, the trash is just spawning on me now?
Yeah, the game loves you. Ah. Oh, I got it there. Violence! No! No!
Big one.
Ah, Jimmy! No, Jimmy!
Jimmy, why is
Jimmy, no! Please!
Why would Jimmy shake trash out of the vacuum?
I think I tried to suck him up and it failed. No! I'm losing my trash! Oh! Look at this vacuum. It is the winner. Goodbye, vacuum.
Yeah, it was Jimmy's fault. Entirely Jimmy's fault.
So I guess that was all of them.
Yeah, that's all the versus games. All that's left is the credits. The staff.
Okay.
WarioWare Inc. staff. Take a look at who made this game, will ya?
Okay, we will.
We will. So yeah, that's WarioWare done.
Yeah.
This took a while. It was
There
just
was a lot of game in this
lot.
game.
yeah, a lot of it was very like repetitive, but also like there's so much to this, so much unique to this game. Like it took a lot, it took a while. We had to go through a lot of different things, but I had a blast. Playing this game was a lot of fun for me. All of the weird lore shit that we've come up with, like it was all just little tantalizing bits of lore about a lot of different new characters, and it's so good.
That's kind of like WarioWare in general. Lots of little things.
Yeah, like Wario in general seems to be like there's just a lot of subtle things, subtle background things that are going on with Wario that it's obvious there's a lot going on with Wario that we will never get to see. That we just have to, figure out from the implications going on around.
He is truly a treasure hunter.
He is...
That we hunt the treasure. No, wait, this metaphor doesn't work.
Yeah, I loved this game. I loved playing it. I loved talking about it. Mostly, there were a few kind of slow bits that dragged a little bit. Some of the characters not that great. But for the most part, very good time. Very fun time.
Well, I'm glad we're going to see more of them in the future.
Yeah, not too long, in fact, in the future.
Oh, really?
Well, first, we've got to thank everyone for watching, and especially thank our patron.
Oh,
Our
yes.
patron Chug Iron for supporting the series for so long, continuing to support the series. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And everybody, just thank you for watching. Thanks for subscribing, liking, commenting. We read all of your comments always, even if I don't respond to them or note them. I always read the comments, and I'm always happy about them.
Sometimes I put a thumb up in there too.
So thank you everyone for sticking around. Thank you for watching. And yeah, tune in because there's gonna be more Wario before too long.
What do you mean before too long?
Well, it's not. The game after next is gonna be a Wario game. It's gonna be Wario World.
Oh, that sounds great.
It's like Wario Land, but it's a GameCube game, so it's a world.
Oh,
That's gonna be really
I
cool.
didn't know it was on the GameCube. Wow,
Yeah.
that sounds actually pretty good.
Yeah, that's coming up real soon. I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah, if it's anything like Mario Land to Mario World, that's gonna be great. But what's in between?
Well, you know how there was a Game Boy Color version of Donkey Kong Country?
Yes, the Game Boy, but
There was also a Game Boy Advance version of Donkey Kong Country, and it had a different set of new unique features than the Game Boy Color version of Donkey Kong Country had.
wait.
So next
Why?
up is the Game Boy Advance version of Donkey Kong Country.
Is this the third?
This is
Fourth?
the third time that we are playing Donkey Kong Country 1 now, and it's going to be the last time, I desperately hope. I'm pretty sure there's not going to be more, especially because by this point in the timeline, Rare was bought by Microsoft.
And they're still making the one game.
Yeah! So that's
I'm
next.
concerned.
It's it's gonna be.
Alright, well, if you survive the Donkey Kong Country, we got more Wario coming up after
Yeah,
that.
yeah, just stick around. The Donkey Kong Country is okay. It's actually not that bad of a game to watch, I think.
Okay.
It's terrible to play,
Oh, dear.
but I'm gonna have a real nice death montage at the end of it.
Alright. Hey, you!
Many thanks for playing my game. Thanks for make.
Thanks for watching. If you liked this video,
Like, subscribe, tell your friends, and tune in next time for Donkey Kong Country on the Game Boy Advance. And at the end of the staff credits, the main menu theme changes.
aw,
It's nice, relaxing. Let this soothe away the anxiety of the upcoming Donkey Kong Country.
I think we're rooting the mood a little.
I mean, this is like a lullaby almost. It's very soothing.
Yeah. Why is it a UFO?
Well, maybe the staff is trying to say that they've all been kidnapped by aliens.
Oh,
Maybe it's Orbulon. Maybe Orbulon's just being a jerk again.
capturing the staff. There's one guy who's fallen over, perhaps dead.
One guy is sort of missing his head. His head's half in the ship. There's exactly one person with a pink dress. Everybody else is either in skin-tight black suits or just naked.
Mood.
Okay,
We
bye.
should stop this recording.
Good night, everyone.